Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Marked by Him by S.R. Jones, narrated by Eric Smees and Marie Hawkins. Chapter 1. Nikolai. It has been a long time since I've played the role of judge, jury, and executioner. Some crimes, however, are far too heinous to be left to the henchmen to deal with. It's like coming home to something I know bone deep, a simmering violence under the skin that's reawakened and now coursing through my veins, vibrant and alive. This is what I used to do before I became too important, too wealthy, too powerful. For the fucker in front of me, though, I'll make an exception and get my hands dirty once more. I twirl the blade around in my fingers as I watch the man sniveling, blood covering his face where Valentine's fists have made a mockery of what were once features. This man, this thing in front of me came for one of our own, one of our family. A waitress who worked for me in Chicago and followed me and the boys when we opened our operation here in London. Doreen, a sweet and softly spoken woman in her early 30s, who never deserved to cross paths with this piece of shit in front of us. Not that any woman would deserve what this freak likes to dole out. I'm about to give him a taste of his own medicine. "You like to cut women," I say. It's not a question. I know he does. Doreen is scarred, traumatized proof of that. "Abuse them. Hurt them." He sniffs and shakes his head. His arms are tied behind the chair with rope, ankles to the chair's legs. Old school. I like it. Valentine and Victor have worked him over well, but now it's my turn. Doreen would have been assaulted too if 3 young boys, only around 18 years of age, hadn't turned into the alleyway to take some drugs. They'd saved her, hit this guy, chased him. They were good kids, smoking a little weed on a weekend night before going to watch a horror film at the Odeon around the corner. Those kids saved Doreen's life. They also got a good look at the guy who attacked her. I got to them before the police did. I explained to them that if they gave me a description of him, I could give him the kind of justice he deserved. Whereas if this went to court, the chances of a conviction were low. He's a particularly unique-looking individual. A shock of fading red hair on the top of a mottled face pitted with acne scars, and one of the tallest, lankiest individuals I've seen in a long time. That's not how we found him so fast, though. Those beautifully brave young men had grabbed the bag slung across his body and not let go, trying to keep him there until they called the police. He'd used his knife to cut the thick cloth strap, leaving him free to run, but the boys holding his bag. Doreen, bleeding, hurt, and terrified, begged them not to call the cops, but to call me. Victor and I arrived in that alley 10 minutes later, everything else forgotten as we rushed to her. The boys were scared, said they had to call the police. I agreed, but I asked them to let me look through the bag first. I had a name and address in seconds. The police arrived. Doreen was taken to the hospital along with Sandy, a female member of staff we'd brought with us. Then me and my men had gone hunting. We found Thomas Drabble before the police could. Then we brought him here to hand out our own justice. Will the police wonder where their suspect is? Most certainly. There have been similar attacks in the news for weeks. He's a serial offender for sure. They'll want to stop him before he can harm anyone else. Will they care when his body turns up in the Thames? No. One less perp for them to worry about. "I swear, I don't know what you're talking about," he cries. God, he's pathetic. So weak. If I were in his position, I wouldn't cry and beg. I'd take what was coming like a man. Then again, his weakness is the reason he preys on women, needs to feel like he's big and strong. I cross the room, my steps slow and deliberate. Taking hold of his face, I scrunch it hard between my fingers and force him to look at me. You like to feel big and powerful? He shakes his head. I didn't do anything. No? No! I have something of yours, though, see? I let go of his face and pull the ID card I took out of his bag from the back pocket of my jeans. This has your name, your photograph, and your address. It was on you when you attacked my waitress. Short, dark hair, sweet face, you remember? The one you cut up in the alley and then tried to rape. No, you see, that's just it. Someone stole my bag the other night. His teeth are chattering. That is me, but my bag was stolen. I look to Victor. Fuck. I think we have the wrong man. Victor plays along. He runs his fingers across his stubbled jaw, his bloodied knuckles testament to the workout his fists just got.
Shit, boss. Shall we let him go?
It's weird, though, no? I turn back to fuckface in front of me. You also match the description perfectly of the man the boys say attacked my waitress. She also gave me a description. Guess what? He starts to cry, but doesn't speak this time. Her description also matches you. Is there a doppelganger who happened to steal your ID and bag? Is that it? No reply. He knows he's fucked. I'm a fair man, I tell him. I don't enjoy being cruel. I'm only going to do to you what you did to her, okay? I laugh. Minus the assault, 'cause no way I'm putting my dick anywhere near you.
Could use the knife on him, boss.
Victor pipes up. I stare at my violent little friend. Sometimes Victor's creativeness in the realms of violence shock even me. Yeah, no, don't think so. I don't need to see this fucker's asshole, Valentine says with a shudder. Plus, that makes us as bad as him. I say just cut his dick off. I like that option more, I reply with a laugh. The guy in front of me groans. The strange gurgling sound makes me wonder if I already accidentally stuck my knife in him and just hadn't realized it. His face twists in a grimace, and his body jerks. What the fuck?
Boss?
Victor stares at the man.
I think he's having a heart attack.
The man slumps in the chair, head lolling to one side. It's a trick, Valentine says. Untie him and let's give him CPR. With the knife. I go to the slumped figure and put my hand against where his pulse should be on his neck. Nothing. Untie him, I order Victor. He does and lays him on the cold floor. He feels for a pulse too and turns to me, shaking his head. It's a trick, Valentine says again.
There's no pulse, fuckwit.
Victor snaps in Russian.
What, you think he's faking that too?
Can be done. I've read about operatives trained to lower their pulse rates so much they seem dead. I stare at Valentine. He's a piece of shit who works at a shoe shop and attacks women. He's not an operative. Stick the knife in him anyway, to be sure. Valentine juts his chin, obstinate as usual. He has a point, though.
This way, we didn't do anything,
Victor points out.
Natural causes. We can dump him in the river, and they'll probably think it's suicide.
You made his face look like a moldy peach, I reply. No one is thinking he did that to himself. Let's wrap him tight, bag him, and dump him in the river. If by a miracle he resurrects, he'll simply die a second time from lack of air.
Fuck me, boss. We scared him to death.
Victor bursts out laughing. I don't join in. This piece of shit took the easy way out, and I wanted him to pay for what he did to Doreen. Wrap, bag, dispose. I bark out the order. Then clean, okay? They nod. I'm gonna get changed and go back to work. 20 minutes later, I walk into my territory a different man. Gone is the knife, any blood, the jeans. My hair is sleek. My suit costs $10,000, and my watch 3 times as much. The watch is simple stainless steel and gold, not a full gold bejeweled monstrosity. The suit, handmade over weeks, fits me perfectly. My personal shopper had the Seville Row tailor come and fit it for me in my rooms here, saving me having to go there. I have this one in navy, a dark gray, and a pinstripe, all made by the same tailor. My shoes are Hermes, my socks cashmere. The poverty of post-collapse Slovakia a memory now. None of it matters to me. It's merely window dressing so I fit in with the idiots here. When I'm not working the club, I'd rather wear sweatpants and a t-shirt. My clothing is expensive but subtle, like my watch. None of the men in here wear diamonds or shirts with logos on them unless it's subtle. A polo pony here, a checked bit of cloth there. Nothing brash, though. Nothing that shouts, "Look at me." British class is a strange thing. You can tell the truly old money because those people don't give a shit. They wear battered old jackets, Wellingtons, drive old cars, have rotten teeth. Their women look like horses. The new money, though, they try. If someone is parading around Chelsea with a diamond watch and a girl on their arm with a Louis Vuitton handbag, they are a tourist, an immigrant, or new money. They are not the old money residents of centuries gone by. The lounge at Club V is old money, full of the creme de la creme of British society. Politicians rubbing shoulders with academics and aristocracy. All of them male, though. No women allowed. This is a gentleman's club, old school, anachronistic, sexist, all those things. But most importantly, this place is powerful. When I look around, I don't see a room full of people. I see a room full of secrets told, confidences shared, and deals made. Thanks to the high-tech listening devices planted all around the room, I get access to those secrets and deals. Many people would find this glamorous. For me, it is work. This is not my idea of rest and relaxation. No, that's saved for when I get to my cottage on the coast in Wales. The ocean air is invigorating, and my beloved Rottweilers are there. I don't think the city is the right place for 3 such big dogs, and the club is on a busy main road. I have visions of them getting run over. So they stay there, with their own personal dog nanny, and I go see them and walk on the beach with them when I can. Still, this might not be my idea of fun, but it is my idea of power. The top tier of British society sits in my palm, that of a lowly Slovakian gangster. The thought makes me smile. These people are mere puppets, and by being so unguarded in my space, they hand control of their strings over to me. I head to the bar and wait as Miguel prepares me a drink. We're a waitress down now, and he'll need to replace Doreen for the next few months. I'll ensure she's well taken care of until she feels ready to return. Miguel passes me the old-fashioned, and I sip it. Perfection, as always. I sip and watch as I prepare to enter my lair and find out what secrets are lurking in the air tonight. It's playtime.
Chapter 2. Sienna. My hands ball into fists as hatred surges inside me so strong it could be a living, breathing force. I stare at the man in front of me, my eyes burning. The words Simon says to me are horrific. He wants me to do more? Simon is a detective, and he's my handler, but I was supposed to be getting out, not this. More spying for him when it was meant to be a one-and-done deal. I thought I was done, but my life is about to change yet again, and not for the better. You said if I got you the information on Rizla that I was out. I swallow hard. I will not cry in front of him and his little cabal of hangers-on. He shrugs, a sneer kicking up one side of his mouth. Simon Barlow is handsome, but in a Ken doll way that totally turns me off. Not that he hasn't tried. Nothing I could overtly prove but brushes of his arm here, touches of his fingers there, and the constant innuendo. Your brother is the one you should be angry with, not us, one of his sycophants points out. We're in the back room of the Red Lion pub, and Simon hasn't come alone this time, but brought 3 friends with him. Is he expecting trouble? Can he mind read? Does the man know I want to pick up the pool stick from the table and smash it over his head? I'm not angry. I lie. Good, so you'll do it. It's very easy. Nowhere near as dangerous as messing about with Rizla and the county lines gangs. I scoff and glare at him in disbelief. Nowhere near as dangerous. You've just finished telling me that this Nikolai Volkov you want me to spy on is... What were your words? Oh yes, Slovakian organized crime. I knew as soon as they said it why they picked me. I speak the language, but not in any depth these days. Simon throws a disgusted glance the way of the hanger-on who'd uttered those words. That's not technically correct. He's difficult to categorize. But what he isn't is the sort of man who would gang rape you with his friends, then leave you beaten to death in a hedgerow, which Rizla most certainly is. You did more dangerous stuff with Rizla, and you got in deep. This isn't anything like that. All we want you to do is work in his club a few nights a week, and listen into any conversations between him and his men. I frown. I don't speak fluent Slovakian. It's basic, my understanding of the language. Right now, I am cursing my excellent ability at picking up languages. Why do I speak Slovak at all? Because my beloved grandmother came from Czechoslovakia and spoke a little Czech and fluent Slovak. They're very similar in many respects, but as a Slovak, she spoke that language most often and would sing me songs in the language. Sometimes when I was falling asleep, she'd sit in a rocking chair in the corner of our living room in the council house she'd had here in England, telling me fairy tales in Slovak as I drifted to sleep. Over time, I asked her to teach me words, and she did. Then I learned more, and soon we would converse in her mother tongue. It was our thing, our way of bonding, but I'm rusty and haven't spoken it for a good long while. He shrugs. Yes, we know, but you also speak Russian, no? Oh, fuck my life. Yes, I do also speak Russian, because my beloved Babiska also taught me that. And then I decided to learn it properly to help me in my studies, so I began to take night classes as an adult. It isn't Nikolai that we're directly interested in. His business is shady as fuck, but so mixed in with the establishment, I doubt we'd ever bring him down. That's why this isn't inherently dangerous. You're not spying on Volkov himself, but he has a regular guest. Peter Rushenkov. Man is in the club 4 nights a week sometimes. Frequent flyer. Meets contacts there. Rushenkov is most definitely running drugs, and I want to know who he chats with, what he says. You can lurk around, pick up information. This is nothing more than a fishing trip. You're letting me know if there's anything there. Any point in me digging further. You're the canary in the coal mine, not the miner. You pick up anything suspicious, I can then ask my superiors to let me send someone in deep, and that won't be you. Okay? Easy peasy. He beckons me to come closer and brings up a photograph on the iPad he has on the pool table. Peter Rushenkov. He points to the photo of a middle-aged, nondescript man. He looks like an accountant. In fact, he looks so ordinary, I want to burst out laughing. This is the man you're interested in. When he's in the club, try to serve him, hang around near him, see what you can pick up. He swipes the screen. This is Volkov. Best to have as little to do with him as possible. I glance at the screen expecting another Peter, and my heart misses a beat. This is a joke, surely. I glance at Simon to see if he's messing with me, then look back at the screen. The photograph is of a man so incredibly handsome it hurts to look at him. It's a profile shot, and his high cheekbones catch the light. His jaw is square and strong. His nose a perfectly straight blade. And then there's his eyes. They are the color of the whiskey in Simon's glass. Amber. There is no way I can be around a man looking like this and be nonchalant. He's like my dream fantasy man come to life. He's wearing a dark shirt, but there's ink peeking out of his collar, and his neck is thick and strong. His arms are crossed over his chest because he's leaning against a wall, turning to talk to a man beside him. His muscles are so big, they define the shape of his shirt. Holy hell. No way. He's dangerous. Why me? I'm so sick and tired of this shit. Surely they can find an officer who speaks Russian and get him or her a job in this Volkov's place and let them do it. Because you're on the hook to us, and your brother's continued early release depends on it, and because you speak Russian, and you're pretty. You'll get the job when we ensure one of Volkov's staff goes off sick suddenly. Simon rolls his eyes. It's not rocket science. I did what you asked, but now you're changing the terms. It's not fair. Life isn't fair. Cry me a river. It's a few weeks of doing this tops, and only 2 months until your brother is out, and you're free as a bird from all of this. What if I don't hear anything of interest in the time I am there? Then it means there's probably nothing of interest going on, but this is from higher up than me, and they want some ears in there for a while. Tell them to put their own people in. I assume he's talking intelligence here by higher up. I'm a low-level street informant, forced to do such a dirty job to get my brother's sentence for dealing drugs commuted to a low-level sentence, so he'll serve a lot less time. I got them information on a county lines drugs gang by becoming besties with Chloe, the leader's girlfriend. Rizla, the leader, accepted me easily as a part of the group because his girlfriend liked having me around. They were kids. Yes, they were dodgy as hell and violent, but still kids. If Simon thinks that in any way makes me competent to go spy on some Slovak crime lord, he has a screw loose. I know the stories of the old land. My grandmother said at times it was like living in bandit country where she came from. Here's the thing. Simon sits on the edge of the pool table and crosses his arms over his chest. Volkov is a massive fish. Huge. More of a whale. But Peter is more like a tuna. I suppress an eye roll at the fish imagery and him confusing a whale, which is a mammal, with a fish. Now, so far as Nikolai Volkov goes, the intel we have is very shaky. He might not be doing anything wrong. Even if he is, his whale status and his friends in high places make him exceedingly difficult to bring down. It means there aren't resources available to MI6 to launch a full investigation. But if he's hosting someone who we can finger for massive amounts of drug dealing, then we at least have an arrest. It does two things. Gets me Peter, who is someone I've had my eye on for a long time, and Volkov's club comes into disrepute. There are issues here which make putting in place our own guys difficult, unless I can show there's shenanigans happening. Shenanigans? God, he's a fool. I still don't get it, I say. He sighs. You don't have to. But to put it in layman's terms, Volkov has friends who have a line into British intelligence. However, they most certainly don't have a line to us, the local police. And they don't have an in with my unit, which is small and focused on gangs and drugs. I can send you in without anyone in a position to alert Volkov knowing. A fishing expedition, as I said, nothing more. If you hear anything of interest, then it gives me the juice to request the money and personnel to do a deeper dig. Nothing you hear will be on the record. No wire at times, like you had to do with Rizla. None of that. You just go in, listen, write in a diary at home, and if you hear anything juicy, you're out of there. And we'll put a proper operation in place, because at that point, my boss will give me resources. I'm not stupid. He's making this sound like it's safe, no big deal. It's not safe. It's the opposite. It's some off-the-books shit cooked up between Simon and someone in his circle, or worse. Maybe an intelligence, who he's admitted are compromised. Both these people are hoping juicy intel will help launch a real official investigation and give them kudos. What easier way for them to do it than a lowly street informant, as we're disposable to these guys. It means I'm going to be left twisting in the wind if it goes wrong. I don't know Simon all that well, but we've spent time talking in his car, and I have gleaned that he's super ambitious, ruthless, and sadly, not too bright. It puts me in a bit of a bind. You don't have to do it, but if you don't, things might not go so well for your brother. One of the other two goons with Simon snorts. Yeah, Be a shame if he had an accident in the shower when he only has 2 months of his prison sentence left. I signed all sorts of legal documents to state I only had to do the one assignment for Simon and his men to cut my brother that deal. Sadly, both Simon and I know that if he wants to fuck things up for my brother, he can do so without having to do anything official. He wouldn't have to add time to my brother's sentence. No, Simon could simply set him up for something that he hasn't done and let him loose in the wrong part of the prison. A rumor about being a woman beater or worse, a child abuser, and whoops, my brother could slip in the shower and crack his skull open. Louis only has 2 months, and then he's free. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to him. He might be a fuck-up, but he's the only family I have left worth a damn. Our parents are gone, and our older sister deserted us a long time ago. Bitch. My palms sting from where my nails dig into my skin. I want to scratch them down Simon's face and make him bleed. This is a limited-time offer, Sienna. I'm due to meet my wife in 30 minutes. If I walk out of here without a yes, well, I can't be held responsible. In my mind, I scream and lunge at him, scratching his cheeks with the acrylic nails Chloe bugged me to get, until his skin is running with red. I bite my cheek until it hurts as much as my palms. Are you giving me a fake name? Papers? He laughs. We don't do that shit. It's not fucking MI6. One of the hangers-on says with a sneer. Your records are already altered enough from the work you did with Rizla and his crew. You're only going to be working 3 days a week as a waitress for a short time. Replacement for one who is conveniently going to get sick at the last minute, right before her shift. He's already down an experienced staff member, so this is the perfect time. They won't be as careful and will need to fill any gaps quickly. We have a person inside at the recruitment firm the club sometimes uses who will put you forward when they call. I doubt very much this Volkov is going to investigate you that closely. Just do your work, but keep an ear to the ground. Write anything interesting you learn in a diary. That's literally it. Okay. The words are out before I can stop them. I can't let Louis have an accident so close to him being released. Good girl. He pats my head, and I want to bite his hand. What if he finds out I speak Slovakian, or that I'm taking classes in Russian? I ask, the thought suddenly coming to me. What if, somehow, he finds it in my background? Won't that make him suspicious if he has Russian guests? My degree is in art history, but I focused on Russian art for my final year dissertation, and, at my tutor's suggestion, I've been taking night classes in the language to bolster what I already know. My plan had been to apply for a master's in art history after gaining my degree and to specialize in Russian futurism. I'd been looking into the possibilities of getting a visa for 3 months. You know we got rid of all your paper trails when you began collaborating with us. You are nothing but a student in art history who waitresses on the side. The Russian night classes have been erased. We did alter one other thing. Simon scratches the end of his nose, a nervous habit when he's getting stressed. We did change the time you spent at the pizza place spying on Rizla and replaced it with 4 months in a Michelin-starred restaurant. Volkov's club won't hire some fast food slinger, so your past is tidied up, okay? Not my babiska, though? Why would she be of any interest to the County Lines gangs you had me spy on? I bet you didn't remove her. But if this Volkov person investigates my past and finds out I have a Slovakian grandmother on my maternal side, that will be dangerous. The County Lines gangs are English organizations which deal drugs across county and local authority boundaries, not international criminals. We've already erased our links to you, Simon states. Your grandmother is now British. His words cut deep. My God, it's bad enough she's dead, but now she's officially erased, or at least her official role as my dearly beloved grandmother is. I've lost so much in the past 10 years. My mother to cancer, my brother to prison, and my babiska. But this cuts deep. It feels as if my family, my past, all my heritage is slowly fading away. The hatred breathes its fire deep in my belly again. One day, I vow, one day I will make Simon pay. I don't care what it takes. I will make him pay. I might sleep with him when this is said and done. Grit my teeth, screw him, and record it so I can play it to his wife and leave him without his family. Leave him alone, the way he keeps threatening to do to me by harming the only family I have left. Lewis. For now, I must do what Simon asks, but I will never forget this. I will never forgive. If it weren't for my brother, I'd march right into Volkov's club and tell the man that Simon and his cohorts are watching him, and let the cards fall where they may. I can't do anything yet, but in 2 months when my brother is free, then I will do everything and anything I can to hurt Simon. I might be powerless, but I will think of something. I've never experienced hatred so deep. How dare he dangle my brother's life and safety as if it's a mere nothing to him? This is where you need to be when you get the call. Don't be late. Don't fuck up. Don't do anything to draw attention to yourself. Don't wear a lot of makeup. He hands me a card. It's thick, black, with a chess piece nestled in a capital V. The V has a vine with thorns and roses wrapped around it. Club V, Gentlemen's Club. Just holding the thick embossed paper gives me a chill. I'm about to step into another world. One of serious money, privilege, and power. Simon's words about my appearance register. What? Why not makeup? If it's some posh members club, shouldn't I be all dolled up? Trust me, the way you look, Sienna, you get all gussied up and you will be drawing too much attention to yourself. Pull your hair up, wear a shirt that's a little loose so no one gets an eyeful of the goods. He breaks off to leer at my chest. Not much makeup, you know the score. Don't play up all this. He waves his hand in my direction. I frown, utterly lost now. You're too fucking hot for your own good. Tone it down. One of the hangers on supplies. Too hot? Are they nuts? I have a nice enough figure, but I'm hardly hot. I have weird coloring and a mouth that gives me, as my sister used to always remind me, a distinct resting bitch face. I don't understand. I'm not all that, and my alleged hotness wasn't an issue before with Resla and his gang. Simon laughs. Because they were 18-year-old dickheads. They hated gingers, as they called them, and wouldn't know real beauty if it hit them upside the head. You could send Rita Hayworth into their scummy little gang, and they'd call her Ginger and laugh at her. If it's not blonde, tanned, and wearing more makeup than a beauty counter consultant, Rizla and his lot aren't interested. Still thought her tits might have gotten them going. A hanger-on helpfully adds, nodding at my chest. Yeah, but her cover was a sexual tomboy. She wore dungarees most of the time. Simon laughs. Man repellent in clothing form. Couldn't really see the girls. All part of the plan. The girls? I file that away too as hate fuel. As for his idea of dressing me, it sucked. They gave me a style to stick to, and a box of clothes to fit that style when they gave me my cover. My work uniform at the pizza joint was hideous. Baggy black trousers, a black polo shirt, and a maroon apron over it with a maroon baseball cap. Hair had to be pulled back, and no makeup allowed, for hygiene reasons. Maroon does not flatter redheads. After work, Simon told me to stick to similar unflattering garb. Baseball caps, dungarees, Doc Martens, and, worst of all, tie-dye t-shirts in a range of horrible colors. The colors all clashed with my hair, being shades of orange, purple, and sickly pinks. I was into emo music from the early 90s, according to Simon, played Call of Duty endlessly, and worked at the pizza parlor where the gang used to hang out. It was a head fuck. I had to spend weeks playing Call of Duty before I started the assignment because I'm not a gamer. That was Simon's foolproof plan to make me man-repellent, dress me in dungarees, and make me a female gamer. He seems to think all men share his very narrow views of what is and isn't attractive in a woman. He's the kind of idiot that I bet believes all men love long nails, long hair, high heels, and lip gloss. No idea that there are such things as varied tastes. The brief was to befriend Rizla's girlfriend, Chloe. It was easy enough because the girl was lonely as hell. So many nights she'd sit at the end of the long table as the boys laughed and joked and left her out of it while they wolfed down pizza. One other member had a girlfriend, but she rarely spent time at the pizza place. She had strict parents and only ever joined us on the weekends at the house parties Rizla would have. His mother used to be in attendance, drunk out of her brains. No wonder those kids got so messed up. Never really had a chance. I didn't hate them. In some ways, they treated me well after a rocky start where the boys bullied me. If Simon thinks me having red hair and wearing dungarees saved me from their attentions, he's a bigger idiot than I'd realized. What saved me was Chloe's friendship and my own gift at telling tall tales. The first couple of weeks of hanging out with them were pure hell due to the wandering hands. My dungarees and love of Call of Duty got me picked on and laughed at, but it didn't stop some of the boys from pushing me against the walls of the council house we partied in and trying to get their hands in my pants. In the end, I invented a boyfriend who was inside for armed robbery, cried my eyes out on Chloe, which scared me because I put on the waterworks easily, like a sociopath. The ease with which I magicked tears still freaks me out. Once Chloe put the word around that I had a man inside, on armed robbery charges no less, I became one of the boys and they didn't touch me. I saved myself from being groped, not Simon and his stupid ideas about dungarees being man-repellent in clothing form. Got it. No makeup, hair up, hide the girls. I can buy a minimizer bra to help with that, I suppose, or even bind them down. I doubt, though, that the men at a club like this one will be impressed with little old me. I'm sure it will be full of models and, companions. Sienna, you're probably a good 7 out of 10 even looking like shit, so trust me. Those guys will notice you if you make an effort. You're unusual. Not many women look like you. Take my advice. Tone it down. I'd say an 8 out of 10, and that's with the shitty clothes and no makeup. One of his hangers-on supplies. Do the collars match the cuffs? He nods to my head and then to my crotch. Is it natural, that color? It looks like it, but it's unusual. Is that color on your pussy? I stare at him and add him to the list of people I want to fuck over big time once Lewis is free. The man stares at me, something mean and ugly washing over his pinched features. He moves fast, grabs me, and pulls me back into him, arms across the very top of my chest, holding me in place, while his free hand gropes my left breast. Fuck me, these are amazing. Shall we take a look? He pants. Simon's eyes narrow and his pupils darken. He stares at where his colleague is groping me. I don't struggle or cry out. I simply go very still. If I start to struggle, something tells me it will make this worse. Instead, I stare at Simon until his eyes roam up my body and meet mine. His cheeks flush as I stare at him, judgment beaming out like lasers. Leave her alone. Simon snaps as if he wasn't contemplating something really awful a second ago. She's a natural redhead. Of course it matches. Stop fucking around. What a dick. Sorry about that. He gets carried away. Simon shrugs. I bite my teeth together hard to stop me from saying anything. You're all clued up then. I nod. He sighs. Women always with the silent treatment. He turns to his men. Come on. They saunter out. See you later, alligator. The one who groped me pats me on the ass as he leaves. I want to punch him so bad I can taste it. The room is quiet when they're gone, and I finally let the tears I've been holding in fall as I bend over, cradling my sore breast. Chapter 3. Sienna. 3 nights later, and I'm in a seriously high-quality uniform. I didn't get the choice of baggy shirt or not, as the club provides a uniform for their staff, and it's better made than anything in my entire wardrobe. Navy trousers, a white shirt, starched and crisp, and a navy vest, along with low-heeled loafers made of shiny black leather, and a black belt on the trousers in the same shiny leather. The staff room is like a beautiful hotel room, too. Damn, this place is swanky. I stare at myself in the long mirrors lining the back wall of the large restroom attached to the staff room. When I arrived, a man named Miguel met me. He talked me through the role, told me all I had to do this evening was take drinks from the bar to the tables. No handling of money, no restocking of drinks. Anything other than fetching and carrying drinks on a tray, and I was to delegate the task. He said that would be enough for now to fill Reba's shoes, the woman who I'm replacing for the next 2 months as she recovers from her broken ankle. I nearly fainted when he said broken ankle and 2 months. Simon said a few weeks, and yet 2 months is the exact amount of time my brother has left. I wonder what has really happened to Reba, and what Simon and his cohorts have threatened her with to get her to play her part in this deception. Or did they facilitate an accident for her? I've always thought of Simon as scum, but maybe he's much more dangerous than I realized. I'm told in no uncertain terms that I mustn't make small talk with the guests. If they instigate it, be polite but non-committal. That suits me. I don't wish for anyone to notice me, and I want this to go by without a hitch so Louis is finally freed and I can start my life again. I mess with my hair. It's not as chic as I would like, but the wind outside is ferocious and I don't have the time to fix it again. My face is pale in this light. Which is about right, as I've not slept for the past few nights. I am wearing mascara and nothing else. My too tight minimizer bra means that even in the vest, my boobs don't stand out too much. I'm tallish at 5'8", but the heels are low and I'm not model tall. Hopefully, I can do as Simon says, keep my head down and avoid scrutiny. By the time I enter the main room with Miguel at my side, I'm a nervous wreck. My hands are sweaty, and even though the heel on the shoe is square and not remarkably high, I keep wobbling on it on the overly plush carpets and rugs. The early part of my shift goes without a hitch, despite my clammy palms and newborn full legs. Then he arrives, the man from the picture, Nikolai Volkov. Only in the flesh, he's so much more. My entire world seems to go into slow motion, and my heart picks up speed to a gallop. I spot him sauntering into the room as if he owns the place. Scratch that, as if he owns the world. And I stop and stare as he approaches the bar. I've never seen anything like him. Beautiful but dangerous, like an untamed wild tiger just strolled into the room. There's an air of menace and confidence surrounding the man, swirling around him like a miasma of threat. Unlike the boys in the County Lines gang, he has no false swagger. He's not exaggerating his walk to take up more space. This man doesn't need to take up more space. He occupies more than enough already. Broad shoulders, big arms that fill his suit jacket in a way that tells me he's all muscle underneath. I glance down at his hands and swallow. Ink. I can see a tiny bit poking out of the collar of his shirt, too, just like in the photograph. As I near, I duck behind a large palm, not wanting to go to the bar while he's there. I watch him, though, as he takes the drink handed his way and lifts it to inspect it briefly. He gives the barman a curt nod of satisfaction, and I see the hint of steel at his wrist. Rolex, I think. My brother was obsessed with watches. Used to keep cutouts of the ones he liked the most from the GQs he read. I blame those damn watches for him getting into so much shit. If he hadn't been chasing the finer things in life all the time, he'd have not been tempted to break the law and get involved with the Davis crew. This man is such an entirely different sort of creature to the street-level movers and shakers that I've been mixing with so far. It's not even funny. I sense someone next to me and turn with a slight jump. Sandy, the young, dark-haired waitress I met at the start of the shift, is standing right by me, smirking. Has that effect on all of us when we start out. Word of advice? Don't waste your time. He doesn't mess with the staff. Is that Nikolai Volkov? I pretend not to know. Yep, baby, in the fine flesh. He's hot as sin, hard as granite, and if you fuck up, he'll fire your ass in a heartbeat. So he's the owner, yes? I saw Nikolai's picture and Peter's, but I got more names. Vadim, Victor, and Valentin. They work for Nikolai, but Simon told me to write down anything of interest related to the middle-aged Russian, not these men. Peter frequents the club, and Simon believes the man to be running a massive drugs operation. I already knew Nikolai Volkov was a Slovakian crime lord, which is terrifying in and of itself, but now I've seen him in the flesh, sensed the air of danger he exudes. I'm petrified. Fuck my life, this is so dangerous. The man at the bar takes his drink and walks by us, not glancing our way. He heads to a table in the far corner where an icy blonde perches like a bird about to take flight. She looks pissed. "Yeah, he's the big kahuna." Sandy sighs. "Gorgeous but cold. Don't fuck up, and you'll never even speak to him unless he barks an order for a drink. Sadly, what I wouldn't give for him to order me to do other things." She chuckles and walks off, hips swaying as she carries the tray with confidence. I head to the bar and place my tray down. Taking the empty glasses from it to put on the bar, I wipe the silver down with a cloth once the tray is empty. "Can you take this champagne over to Mr. Volkov?" the barman Andy asks me. Oh, crap. I want to avoid his scrutiny as much as possible. Yes, of course." I wait as he loads the tray with the bottle and 2 glasses, then carry it carefully across the room. I approach the table and glance toward the couple, shocked to see Nikolai as a hold of the blonde's wrist tight enough to hurt. His big hand wraps around their pale, dainty wrist with a command that makes my knees weak. Oh, God. Why, oh, why did I have to end up working for the kind of man that makes me melt? I've always had a thing for domineering older men. Not that I've had a chance to put it into practice in reality, except for an ill-fated, short-lived, strange little fling with one of my lecturers. We never went all the way, thank the Lord, because he turned out to be an idiot. It still hasn't put me off older men, though. All my favorite books and movies have that dynamic. Daddy issues, my friend Sharon tells me. I can hear her now. It's because your daddy left, and then you had to be the one in charge, the adult. You cared for everyone, so now you want someone to take care of you. It's only natural. Volkov speaks to the woman, and despite his voice being low, I hear what he says. "In my business, you're used to being in charge, but in my club, and most certainly in my bed, you dance to my tune. If I say kneel, you kneel. If I tell you to suck my cock, you suck my cock. You will come when I say you come, and not a moment before." Holy shit. My arms shake and the tray rattles. I drop my gaze as his snaps up, his hand letting go of her wrist. I hope he doesn't realize I heard. Oh my God, who says stuff like that to a business acquaintance? That's a sexual harassment lawsuit all wrapped up in a pretty bow. Although, judging by the soft moan the icy blonde gives in response to his words, I doubt she'll be filing a complaint anytime soon. Focusing on the glasses, I set them out carefully. Phew, almost done. I can feel sweat on the back of my neck. I'm that stressed out. I make the mistake of lifting my gaze and glancing at Nikolai Volkov one last time. He's looking right at me. His eyes are intense. Such an unusual color. Amber, like the drink in his glass. The way they looked in the photo, but in the flesh, they appear lit from within. Tiger eyes. I thought of that beast the first moment I saw him, and now the description fits even more. As if time stills, I find it hard to tear my gaze away from his or remember what I'm meant to do next. As we watch each other, my cheeks heat and the damp at the back of my neck turns into a full-on hot flush. Take the tray away, idiot. I chastise myself. He's with a woman, so I need to stop making a fool of myself. I can feel her gaze on me too, ice to his heat. I straighten and hold the tray aloft like a shield against this man's magnetism. Amber eyes sweep down the length of my body, taking in every detail. He has no shame. He doesn't hide his open appraisal. My cheeks heat more, and I need to escape. I bow at him, then I turn and almost run back to the bar. Why did I do that? Why did I bow at him? I'm such a dork. I'm so hot. Placing the tray in the bar, I exit the club room and head straight to the restrooms. I don't go to the staff room, which is on another floor, but duck into the customer's restroom. Once there, I dab at my forehead and the back of my neck with an insanely thick napkin. Everything in this place is top-end, but I know a thug when I see one. My brother's friends, the County Lines gangs, Nikolai Volkov. They're all cut from the same cloth. It's just that Volkov is at the top of the hierarchy, the alpha male of the crime world. The opulence, the wealth, and his outrageous good looks can't change what he is. A highly dangerous man. One who turns my legs to jelly and my brain to mush. He noticed me, I do believe. Normally, I'd be excited by the fact. But with what I'm doing, him noticing me puts me in grave danger. I need to get out of this ridiculous task Simon has set for me. No matter what it takes, I must persuade Simon that I'm not cut out for this and to let me go. I'm not safe here.
Chapter 4. Nikolai. The air between myself and the blonde next to me turns to ice. It was already frosty, but now the fact that I've openly ogled my own waitstaff in front of her has put to bed any chances of Sylvia Rhodes and myself moving forward, either on a business or a personal level. Not that I can bring myself to care. I watch the redhead walk away and can't stop looking until she's out of sight. She's that beautiful. Once she's turned the corner and fled the room, I turn back to the blonde at my side. I was going to do a business deal with her tonight. First, of course, I'd have fucked her. She made it abundantly clear the last time we met she expected as much if she was going to invest. Her money would be helpful, her reputation as an investor even more so, but I'm not going to fuck her now. I'm done with her. What seemed like an amusing game 10 minutes ago now bores me. I noticed the redhead earlier when she first came on shift and wobbled around like a newborn deer. Her beauty struck me then, but up close. It was stunning in its sheer audacity. I almost laughed at how stupidly beautiful she was. Yet, because of her lack of confidence and her clumsiness, people might not notice her beauty at first. Her head is always down, looking at where she's walking, and her poise is terrible. I noticed. As a collector of fine and rare things, I always notice beauty in this world, even when hidden under a layer of dust or chips, or in this case, overshadowed by the owner's tripping, clumsy gait and red-cheeked, flustered air. There are a lot of beautiful women, and yet this one called to me. I'm surprised she's a fill-in, though, because she's not Miguel's type. He hires the staff. All the women in the club that he has hired have a similar look. Tall, willowy, with blonde-brown hair that isn't either-or and yet screams expense. They all have thick, perfectly shaped brows, aquiline noses, and those full yet oddly undefined mouths that come from a tad too much filler. All Instagram perfect. All the sort of women who would strike a man as beautiful, but wouldn't remain in his head 10 minutes later because at least 3 other doppelgangers had passed him by in that time. Red, though? She doesn't look like anyone else. Her eyes, so full of fear, despair, and yet something else. Something that grew when she heard what I said to Sylvia. A delightful submissiveness, perhaps? Then there's her mouth, so full but downturned like she's about to cry at any moment. It's not some put-on pout. It's just the way her mouth is. And it's beautiful in a strangely sad way. All before we get to her body. I'd bet good money the girl has a body to put any porn star to shame, and I would bet, too, that it is all real. And that bow. What the fuck was that? Hot. It was hot. The red-haired waitress, Sienna, Miguel said her name is, has me contemplating breaking all my rules. I don't fuck around with my staff. I've had plenty of sexy women working for me through the years, and I have never touched them. It's not worth it. I've seen men destroy their lives by shitting on their own doorstep that way. I've never been a slave to my impulses. I'm always in control. But damn, one look from the new girl and all the blood rushed south so fast my brain was left stunned. I want her. It's a primal certainty thrumming through my body. want, desire, need. My mind fills with pornographic fantasies of all the things I could do to her. She's hot as fuck and stunningly beautiful. But it's not that which has me all twisted up. It's the way she looked at me just now and her little bow. She looked at me as if she wanted to get on her knees right here, right in the middle of my club, and take me out and wrap those full lips around my cock as she worshipped me in front of everyone. I'd have let her too, while I wrapped my fist in her hair and whispered to her what a good girl she is. I need to get rid of Sylvia so I can contemplate this unusual reaction to Red. Our deal might be off, but I don't want to insult Sylvia. Like an angel, Victor appears at the side of our table.
"You have an urgent call,"
he says in English.
"Sorry to interrupt."
Then he adds quietly,
"It's Sylvanov."
"Okay," I say. I give my apologies to Sylvia and instruct Victor, in Russian, to make sure she leaves happy. Victor can fuck the ice out of her. I'm done with her now. It suits me not to have her as an enemy, though, so why not let my right-hand man take one for the team? As I head out of the room, I hear her laughter as Victor says something to her. Good man. I head to my office and pick up on the call. I'm surprised in the urgency from Konstantin Sylvanov. He's an ex-Bratva Pakyan who allegedly walked away from it all for love. Sappy fucker. We've been talking and developing something of a relationship, and I want to hire his men. He's training up private protection, and knowing him and his partner, Andreas, they'll be the best money can buy. I need a meet with Stamatis Kantos. He wants something from me in return, but I don't know what yet. But he clearly does because he's been throwing little sweeteners my way. One of which is getting his man, a top-rate hacker, to do a deep background dive on the staff in the club. I already have Miguel do so, and we hire any temps from an agency that deals with high-net-worth VIPs, who are both discreet and security-conscious. Still, it doesn't hurt to have more eyes on things, and this is how the game is played.
"You've got problems,"
he growls.
"We need to talk business, and then I have something to tell you. You might not like it."
Hang on while I connect us to Sasha, I reply. I patch the call through to my brother in Chicago, and we begin a three-way conversation. At first, it's business as expected. Konstantin talks us through what will happen in regards to a meet I need to set up with Kantos, a Greek shipping magnate. I need to use some of his lanes, and he needs for me not to tread on his toes, so we must come up with an amicable solution. Stamatis Kantos is the same as me, on the surface legit, but underneath most definitely not. Sylvanov informs me that Stamatis is happy to talk, but he wants to do so on his territory, which means a trip to Athens. I agree to it. I'd rather be in cooperation with Kantos than be his competitor. He runs arms, but mostly these days he's facilitating the movement of high-end goods for wealthy clients. Even if he did dive back into the arms side of things, it's a big world with lots of wars. There's room for the two of us. As we're wrapping up the call, Konstantin pauses.
"There's that other thing. There's a reason I didn't ask Andreas on this call. When Reese was looking into things for you, he did the extra deep dive on your staff as discussed."
"Yeah?"
"You've got a new girl, only started tonight. She's not what she seems."
He means Red. Fuck. I was suspicious when I saw her wobbling around with that tray, wasn't I? Miguel said he checked her. She came from our usual agency, and she had relevant experience. What is she? I keep my tone flat.
"I don't know, but Reese said her file is inconsistent, and he can't hack into areas of her data, which is a red flag in itself. Also, her brother committed a drug offense, got long-term jail time, but now his offense has been bargained right down. He's only serving a short stretch. Worse for you is the fact that the offense wasn't bargained down officially. and his time served has been changed on the records without any explanation or court approval. He's gone from major dealing as his original logged crime to some petty shit being logged now, and his sentence cut from 10 years to less than 1. Something stinks.
Fuck, gotta be an informant, Sasha growls down the line, echoing my thoughts. I keep my views to myself, thinking this through.
That would be my guess, Constantine says. You need to deal with it. It's only a matter of time before others find out you have an informant in your club.
Sylvanov is still talking, but I'm already trying to figure out a way to not have to kill Red. I want her lips on me at least once before I do that.
You know what this means, Sasha says. Yeah, which is why I don't want to know anything more, Constantine grunts.
Why are you telling me? I ask him suspiciously.
Because I sense storm clouds gathering, and I need as many friends as I can get. You owe me one now, no? Big time.
Yeah, I owe you. I do, too, because now I have this knowledge, and I can control Red's fate. I can make sure she doesn't get any information, and I can go digging deep on her. Whatever payback Sylvanov wants for this, it's going to be dirty and illegal. I don't give a shit. Dirty and illegal is something I can do.
I'll be in London very soon. Business and personal shit. Let's meet.
Of course.
Got more business to discuss with you.
Why do I get the sense he's going to be calling his favors in sooner rather than later? Okay. There's a wariness to my tone.
Great. Gotta go.
Constantine hangs up without a goodbye.
You okay to take care of it, or you need my help?
Sasha asks. Since when did I need his help with low-level shit like an informant?
I've got it,
I growl. I hang up on him. As if propelled by a force outside of my control, I head back to the club, take a drink, and observe Red as she goes about her business. What does she want? Who sent her? I wonder if she's undercover, but my gut tells me no. She's not a cop, and most certainly not intelligence. Not with her blushing, bowing, and her naivety. Unless it's all part of her act. She'd be an Oscar-worthy actress, though, if that were the case. Hell, Sylvia is far more likely to be someone reporting back to British intelligence than Red. I watch her, and her gaze once more lifts and finds mine. She is halfway across the room, and she stops walking as our gazes collide. Just stops, as if she can't move and look at me at the same time. I know the feeling. What the fuck is this? Trouble is, now that Sylvanov has found this information out about her, others can too. It will make me look weak, stupid, if I let her stay in our midst. She's going to be marked as an informant, and that means she must die. If I do it, I can make it quick. If others in our world do it, she'll suffer the agonies of hell. The only thing to supersede someone marked for death in our world is if they fall under someone's protection. That's a huge move, though. A Pakian in Scotland did that a while ago. He had a woman in his bed who turned out to be reporting on him to the local police, and instead of killing her, he married her. I met her once, and she didn't look so happy to be his wife. Still, she was gorgeous, so I understand why the man did it. The Pakian in question was 5'6", ugly, and with a personality only his mother could love. The woman probably hates her fate, but it's surely better than death. It brings me back to Red. If I took her as mine, marked her as mine, made her wear my ink, my crest, then she'd be safe. I admire her some more. Her waist is tiny, and the vest shows it off to perfection. Her hips flare out in a gentle curve, and then there's her long legs. She's tall and slender, but with curves to die for. Her full, downturned mouth opens as her lips part, and she sucks air in. Her feet finally start moving again, as if she's remembered how to walk. She passes me by, and the scent of something like the beach hits me. It's a little bit wild, but also soft, fruity and feminine, but in a generic way. Drugstore perfume, I think, not the expensive stuff. It's sexy entirely because it's fruity, cheap, and innocent. I imagine her buying it in a local drugstore, rather than having the money to go to the department store and purchase scent by Chanel. It shows me she's not used to seduction, that she's still young. Few women over the age of 25 would wear such a scent, I imagine. It reminds me of bubblegum pink and sunny days, innocence just begging to be corrupted. The fun I could have. She owes me now, the traitorous bitch. And I would so enjoy taking my payment with her on her back. I've never wanted a woman so badly, and from nothing but a few shared glances. My cock is so hard it hurts, and I know that 5 minutes from now I'll be taking care of myself in the bathroom. Red, red, red. I stalk out of the club and head to the elevators to take one up to the top floor. Walking into my massive suite of rooms, I close the door with a slam and stalk into my bathroom. I hiss when I take myself out. I'm so hard I could burst. My balls ache, and the head of my cock is wet with pre-cum. I want to smear it all over her face. I want to make her lick it off me while everyone watches. I want to hold her hair and force my cock in her mouth as she gags around me. That bitch thinks she can come into my territory and spy on me? I'm going to teach her a fucking lesson. I'm going to paint her fine ass as red as her hair. Jesus! I pant as I take hold of myself and jerk my length hard. There's no finesse in this. I just need to come with an urgency I've not felt since I was 13. I fuck my fist as if it's personally offended me, and I come with a groan, splattering copious amounts of cum over the tiles behind the toilet. I sag for a moment, then grab a tissue and clean myself up. After I've washed my hands and wiped the tiles, I shake my head at myself in the mirror and head back to the club. Time to get my business head on. I'm going to go over every inch of the new girl's file, and then I'm going to get a private investigator I use to dig deeper than he's ever dug before. I want to know what she had for breakfast this fucking morning. No one comes into my house this way to mess with me and my men. She might be gorgeous, but that doesn't mean she's going to get away with this. She must pay. I might alter the way I take payment, though, to make it fun for both of us. As she looks at me again, tray so precariously balanced, I know if I winked at her, she'd spill her drinks all over. I bite back a smile at the red that flushes her cheeks almost instantly. Christ, who thought it was a clever idea to send someone so young, naive, and easily readable into a den of wolves? It might not be official, as Constantine says, but I am powerful and feared. If I take her as mine, she'll be safe. I can mark her as my own, ink her, own her. The thought makes my cock twitch. Poor little Sienna. She's well and truly screwed.
Chapter 5. Sienna. This is my only chance to get myself out of the hell I'm now in. I arranged the meeting with Simon, praying that he'd listen to reason. So far, he hasn't. No, you don't understand, I insist. I can't do this, Simon. He's too dangerous. He scoffs at me, taking a bite of the sandwich. His car stinks of beef and onion, and I swallow down the bile rising at the stench. I can't eat. Haven't eaten properly since 2 nights ago when Nikolai Volkov pinned me with his gaze, trapping me like a butterfly on a board. The magnetism of the man was beyond anything I've ever experienced before. And the things he said to that woman? I would be lying if I said I hadn't touched myself at night imagining him saying such things to me, which is exactly why I can't do this. I'm in over my head. He only has to look at me to have me flushing and sweating. I bet if he'd asked me in that deep voice of his if I was spying on him, I'd just blurt out, yes. He's not the main target. Peter is, you know this. I didn't hear anything, I tell him truthfully. It's a ridiculous idea sending me in there. Look, you ingratiate yourself with them. Get extra shifts. Make yourself indispensable, and who knows, you might end up doing back office work. They run poker nights, too. Some of the female staff get to serve at those. Keep your head down and your ear to the ground and see what comes up. If nothing comes up in the next couple of weeks, please, will you let me stop this? I am telling you, Simon, my senses are screaming at me that this is dangerous. I can't explain fully the sense of foreboding I have about this, but it goes beyond Nikolai and his laser beam gaze. Simon turns his face to me. His eyes are a nondescript blue. His features are blandly handsome. His hair is thick and clearly styled with gel or spray. His tie has a stain on it, which belies the smooth appearance he tries to maintain. He turns my stomach. Everything about him makes me sick. Still, I must try to appeal to his humanity. I smile at him, softly, hoping it will reach part of his soul. Please, Simon. I widen my eyes. What is it worth? What? I should have expected this, but I'm still shocked at the blatancy with which his indecent proposal finally appears. He throws the half-eaten beef sandwich in the back and wipes his hands on the napkin. He leans in close and cups my jaw in his hand. You are very beautiful, Sienna. I might be able to get you off this assignment, but it's gonna be a massive hassle and will have to be worth my while. He leans in and licks his plump lips. I hadn't realized until this moment just how full his lips are, and red, too. They aren't sexy to me, but disgusting. I must do this, though. I can't risk Louis being hurt, but I know that if I stay in that club, something bad will happen. It's the oddest sensation, but it's as if a warning is crawling around under my skin every second I'm in that place. Simon's bulbous lips come crashing down on mine, and he shoves his fat tongue deep in my mouth, so far it chokes me. Onions, beef, mustard, and wet all hit me, and I only have time to tear my mouth away before I vomit. Oh, shit. I stare at Simon, who is dripping in my sick as his face turns puce. It's not just his repulsiveness to me that has me so sick. It's my terror and fear and the fact his tongue went so far down my throat he hit my gag reflex. I try to open my mouth to explain that I am so stressed I can't eat or sleep, but he holds his hand up. Get out of my car, you fucking little bitch, he says, scarily calm. I'm sorry. My stomach hasn't been right. It's not you. Get the fuck out, he roars. I do as he says, moments before he hurls a bottle at where I was sitting. It hits the door as I slam it closed and run. Oh, God. My stomach is still heaving, and now I know that Simon won't do a damn thing to help me. Worse, he's a man with a fragile ego. That's obvious enough to any woman who has to walk on eggshells around similar delicate male creatures. He's not going to let this go, which means even if I do everything he wants, I might just have placed a target on my brother's back. I'm more screwed than I was before. This can't be happening. Once I get home to the apartment I once shared with my babiska, I head to the kitchen, open my fridge, and pour a massive glass of white wine. Yeah, I might have just been sick, but I need something to take the edge off before I crack up. If you didn't want me to be sick on you, you shouldn't have stuck your fat tongue so far down my throat, should you? I say to an imaginary Simon as I recork the wine and shove the bottle back in the fridge. Now I'm totally screwed. All because of men. All men. I throw my hands up in the air, then I pick the wine glass up and swallow a third. I need someone to talk to other than the empty kitchen, so I speed dial my friend Sharon. She doesn't know what's going on because I can't risk telling anyone. But there's no reason she can't know I have a job at Club V, right? She picks up on the third ring. I head to the lounge and sit, legs curled under me, on the hard two-seater. I got it from a low-end furniture store for less than £100. And you can tell because it hurts your ass every 5 minutes. "What's occurring?" she asks me, our usual silly greeting. I am so fucked, I moan to her. "What? Why?" "I took a part-time gig at this upmarket place, and I think it's run by Slovak gangsters. Seriously." "What? When? Who? Okay, back the fuck up. Where are you working?" "Club V? Never heard of it. Is it a dance club?" I laugh. "No, it's a gentleman's club." There's a beat of silence. "You're working in a strip club?" "No." I sip at my wine, slowing myself down. It's a proper old-school gentleman's club, like something from the Victorian era. Men only, except certain nights. Old walnut tables, Regency oil paintings in the walls, fires, books. Christ, sounds boring. Why would gangsters run a place like that? Are you sure it's not run by a quad of eaten toffs pretending to be hard? The British establishment needs bringing down. You could do an inside job. Sharon is political with a capital P. She's been going on demos with her mom since she was a baby. Her mom carried her on the famous anti-Iraq war protest in a papoose. I'm not at all political. I love art and history, and the history of politics fascinates me in a broad brush kind of a way. But politicians are scum. I think they all suck when it comes down to it. Sharon despairs of me. She's currently a Green and trying to recruit me to the climate cause. No, they're not eaten toffs. The guys that run it are Slovakian. The club is named after Nikolai Volkov, the owner. I think he's a very bad man. There's silence and tapping. "What are you doing?" I ask. "Looking him up." More silence, then a long, blown-out breath. "Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Shit on a stick he's fit. Okay, it's just a load of boring business stuff, babe. He's a capitalist, big time, super wealthy, so he is a gangster because all capitalists are, but nothing here about actual crime. However, Cece, you have my permission to climb that beautiful bastard like a tree, capitalist scum or not." I burst out laughing, the wine and her talk relaxing me. This is why I love Sharon. She always lifts my mood. "Would you forget your principles for a night with him, then?" I ask her. "Forget them? I'd burn them." She cackles. "Ooh." "What?" "There's a picture of him in a t-shirt and I've zoomed it in. Interesting ink your boy's got." "Yeah, lots of it." "Yes, indeed. Ooh, I like him increasingly. I need to come to that club. Do you think I could get away with a false mustache?" Sharon is 5'4" with curves to rival Marilyn Monroe and blonde wavy hair down to her waist. I doubt that will do it. If you don't fuck him, I will. He's not an inanimate object. He gets a say in who he fucks, you know. Seduce him. I'll get sacked. I laugh, sip at my wine, but a vision hits me so hard I lose focus on the phone call. It's me on my knees doing exactly what Nikolai Volkov orders me to. If I seduce him, I could find out more information. Or maybe I could fuck Simon over and tell Nikolai that the police are looking into him. He's wealthy, powerful. I've seen some of the people who go to his club. Could he pull strings and get my brother released? Even if I don't tell him but still seduce him, would it mean he'd be less likely to hurt me if my cover got blown? I couldn't go through with sex with Simon. The man makes me puke. Literally. I could never be a sex worker. Not because I judge them morally, but I simply couldn't physically get to it with someone I find repellent. Nikolai Volkov, though, is the farthest thing from repellent I've ever seen. It would be worth it, Sharon says with a dirty chuckle. I'm in trouble, Sharon, I say. I can't talk about it, so don't ask, but my life is turning to shit. I'll bet it has to do with your brother, she states. I can't say. You know, you've spent your life caring for him, covering for him, putting him first. I get it, but you need to cut those strings, Sienna. He's an adult now. What? Barely. He's the boy. He should have been the one to take care of you. Well, that's an awfully patriarchal suggestion for one so feminist, I observe. She giggles. I can be a hypocrite when I want to. I'm so torn. Do I join the revolution or find myself a hot, rich bad boy and become his whore? Modern life decisions. You are one of the few women who really has a choice. I bet if you went to Monaco and wore a bikini, you'd be sequestered on a yacht within an hour. She laughs again. Sharon goes through men like a knife through butter. She's always on at me to hand in my V card, but the only time I got close proved disastrous. I sigh and think back to my dilemma. We both know that Louis isn't caring for anyone anytime soon. He's incapable of looking after himself, never mind anyone else. Our mother's death screwed him up. It hit at an age where he was old enough to understand, but young enough not to understand how to process it. I was focused on my studies and close to Babiska. Louis, not so much. Our father's parents were cold people, and we only saw them once or twice a year, and that slowly stopped and trailed off after he left us, making us effectively estranged. Babiska was my beloved relative, and now it feels like I have no one. But Louis, his only male role models were a cold and distant grandfather and a dad who ran off with another woman and bankrupted the family. No wonder he's a mess. Listen to me. Sharon's voice turns serious as she carries on speaking. You can't fuck up your studies. They matter to you. It's your passion. When you talk to me about Russian art or show me something you found, some unique little painting, your whole face lights up. That's what matters. You have a future where you could do something you love, a vocation, a purpose, you know? We all need that in life, more so if we don't have our family around us. Sharon gets it because she's an orphan too. Lost her parents in a car accident when she was 12. Raised by her aunt, who she doesn't speak to now. Sharon felt treated as second best, as an imposter in her aunt's household. She hated her cousins too, so now Sharon, like me, barely has family. I read this thing the other day, she carries on. It said that purpose matters more than anything in keeping people going through all the shit. I have my purpose, and you have yours. All my joking aside, I'm going to be a politician, and I'm going to make a difference. We both have things we are working toward. We must cling to that and not let anything get in the way. In 5 years' time, I'll be running my constituency surgery, and you'll be on the BBC talking about Russian Impressionism or whatever it is. You'll be the hot new doyenne of art. I crack a laugh at that. If you're really worried about this guy, leave. They'll find someone else. I was only joking about sexing with him. He's stupendously hot, but truthfully, he looks a bit too much for you. I mean, even I'd pause to be honest before taking that on. I think he's too much for most women. Yes, so best not let him pop that cherry, eh? Get out of there. I think back to the ill-fated affair I had with my lecturer. Thank God. I never went the whole way because he was not worth it. I've never told anyone about what happened, not even Sharon. It was epic in its weirdness. We'd been dating for a while, and we'd had oral sex, lots of fondling, and even some mild kink. He knew about my fantasy of being controlled, bossed around, even forced, and we role-played him ordering me to my knees. But I never felt any real threat from him, which ruined it. Yeah, I need therapy. On the night in question, I turned up at the apartment he rented in London, and he seemed off, a little nervous. In the end, he drank enough wine for 3 men and told me that he'd been accommodating my fantasies, and now it was my turn to accommodate his. I sip at my own wine and enjoy the warmth on my empty stomach, already a little buzzed. Fuck it. Why don't I tell Sharon this? It doesn't reflect badly on me. I never told you what happened the night I broke it off with Hugo, did I? Hugo. Ugh, such a pretentious prick. You said he was obnoxious, which I can well believe, and you felt bad for his wife. Guilt hits me because I never really did feel bad for his wife, which is so wrong. At the time, I was in the maelstrom of acute grief, and I believe now, not in my right mind. His wife was a shadowy nobody, not a real person to me then. I just needed a connection with anyone. The reason I broke it off was far simpler. I got there, and he was being all squirrely, acting strange, kept bringing up how he'd tried to accommodate my fantasies. "The make me shit," she asks with a soft laugh. We've talked about it before. Her fantasy is 2 men at once. We don't judge. Yeah, that. Bet he sucked at it. Yeah. I bet that Volkov dude wouldn't suck at that kind of play. Her voice trails off at the end of her sentence as she loses herself in the thought. My stomach does a somersault, and I drag us away from discussing him further because, me too. I would bet a lot of money Nikolai wouldn't suck at that stuff. Anyway, so I'm there, and he's being all weird, and suddenly he takes all his clothes off, brings out this tarpaulin thing, the sort of thing you might use going camping. Okay. And he lies on it naked. He's hard as nails, and his chest is all flushed red. I'm thinking, what the hell is this? I don't think I want to know. Sharon makes a retching noise. He says to me, "I did what you wanted, now I want you to do something for me. I want you to go to the toilet on me." Oh my God, he did not! She squeals down the phone, and I hold it away from my ear for a second. He did. When I said no, he got angry. I mean super mad. He started to shout at me, said that it's not as if he'd asked to do it the other way around, and he couldn't see my issue with it. What a freak! I burst out laughing. Oh my God, I know. I told him we were over. He called me frigid, prudish, and every other word you can think of, and I laughed. That was that. You know, this is why I don't date. I just have casual encounters with guys I meet in bars. I don't even use the apps. You go on Tinder, and it's like a laundry list of perversion that men expect. Must do anal, must be into choking. I had one guy message me and asked if I squirted. What the hell? What's wrong with him, old Cece? You warm up to those discussions. I'm going to be single forever. One day you'll find your prince, I tell her. She laughs. You too, babe. You too. Listen, stop fretting about Lewis. If you're in shit because of him, stop. Just stop. Let him deal with whatever it is. If you're really convinced Slovakian Mikhaili is a bad boy, and not in a good bad way, leave the job. Focus on your goals. Don't make me come over there. I love you. I blow a kiss down the phone. You too, gorgeous. You too. We say our goodbyes, and I hang up feeling better. I can't leave my job, and I probably won't ever have the nerve to seduce Nikolai. But I can do something. As we were talking, an idea came to me. I'm going to do what Simon has ordered. Keep a diary. But I won't write down anything I hear which could either get Nikolai or his customers in trouble. Simon can't prove what I have and haven't overheard. I'll brazen it out and insist nothing of interest was ever said when I was there. Then I can leave Club Volkov, will never have to see Nikolai again, and Lewis will be free. Simple.
Chapter 6. Nikolai. Heard a rumor the other day that there's some fucking narc copper sniffing around here, or sending someone in to sniff around. Peter fixes me with his yellowing gaze. Fuck, this is not what I wanted. I have already done enough digging to figure out that Sienna must be a street informant. She's not working for intelligence. She's not undercover police, and her brother is a petty crook, which leaves only one option. What I didn't know was who had sent her and why. Now, thanks to Peter, I do. I wanted to deal with Sienna on my own terms and in my own time. I should have known, though, that Peter would have ears everywhere. This moves the Sienna problem up my to-do list as urgent. It's all under control. I shrug, maintaining total calm. Really? So you know. What is going on? Peter, this is my club, my business. Let me manage it. If it threatens me, it's my business too. His face turns red. A narc? They aren't after you, Volkov. Narcs are after me. I come here for a safe place to do business. This does not reflect well on you. So stop coming in for a bit. Jesus Christ, it's not as if you're forced to carry out your business here. I pause. Or take the narc out. I don't have his name, only know that he's a narc, and he's interested in what goes on in here. He purses his lips. He's pissing me off. This is where I've been meeting certain people for a long time. His eyes narrow as he stares at me. As I stated, it's under control. I hold his gaze. It most certainly isn't under control, and it won't take long before Peter finds out exactly who is the risk to him and others. It means I don't have the time to sit on this and formulate a plan the way I had believed yesterday. I either take Sienna out myself, or I make her safe the only way I can. Leave it with me. I assure you, there's no risk to you. He sighs, rolls his eyes, and walks out of the room without any niceties. Shit! I slam my hand on the table, frustrated. I pick up my cell and call Miguel. When is the new girl in next? Sienna. Tonight. I hang up and smile grimly. Sienna is going to find her world changing tonight, in a way she most certainly won't like. Can't be helped. She set this in motion, not me. She'll do well to remember that as this plays out. If you don't want to find yourself prey, don't walk into a den of wolves when you're a lamb. When she arrives at the club, she's already in her uniform. Her hair is neater tonight, scraped into a tidy bun. I hate it. I want to take it down and mess it up, have it hanging all loose around her gorgeous face. I've instructed Miguel to send her up to my study, the private space where I meet people I don't want to risk talking with in the club, not the general office we all use on the lower floor. It's swept for bugs daily by one of my team. The walls are soundproof, the windows triple glazed, and you can only see out one way, from the inside. Anyone looking into this room from the outside gets a mirror effect. Not that anyone should be looking in. This is on the top floor, next to my private rooms. I pace the floor as I wait for Sienna. I'm thinking of all the ways this could go wrong. My life is already a complicated mess and getting worse daily. Vadim has lost his head over some Greek girl. I get it. Sophia is beautiful and defiant, and she looks at Vadim like he put the stars in the sky for her. He saved her from a nightmare. But the woman has baggage. A husband in Greece who is mobbed up and may want her back one day. Vadim loves her and I've accepted it, but it could come back to haunt us. Basically, it's messy. Sienna is just more mess, an ungodly mess wrapped in beauty. I can't let her go and be killed, but I can't keep her locked up here against her will because she's going to have to report back to her handler. I can't go with her when she reports in or fit her with a wire. Until I find out who is pulling her strings, I can't exert pressure on them. If I ask Sylvanov to get his guy to look even deeper into this, I risk that fucking knight in shining armor, Andreas, finding out about it. No fuck you very much. So I have my own investigation into her running with the guy I've used before, but it will take him time. I know one thing already, who her brother is. He's in prison, which means he's most likely why she's here. Extortion, a common thread amongst the cops and low-level informants. Most informants don't come to it willingly. The fact he's in prison means I can protect him, which is good news for her. To protect her, I need more information. There's two ways this can go. I can force Sienna and risk a ton of shit coming down on me at a sensitive time, or I can persuade her this is in her best interests. I'm not very good at persuasion. Brute force is more my jam. It would be easier if I didn't want her with the ferocity of a supernova. I'm itching to strip her clothes off the minute she walks in here and see what really lies underneath her uniform. Does she wear sensible underwear or sexy stuff? I'm betting sensible. I wonder if she likes to play rough. I doubt it. I can introduce her to the wilder side of things. The idea has me hard, and I don't need to be making her this offer with a giant boner. Fuck. I think of vile things, trying to temper my lust. When the knock comes at the door, I've managed to will my dick into behaving, temporarily at least. I open the door, and Miguel ushers Sienna into the room. Nodding my thanks at him, I wait until he's gone and the door is closed before I offer Sienna a seat. She stares around the room, eyes wide. I take it in myself as if for the first time. I can see how she'd be surprised. It's very different from the club downstairs, which she might have thought was my taste. It's not. It's what the people who come here to sip expensive whiskey at the club like. This room is me. The floor is brushed oiled oak parquet and costs more than her year's rent, I'd bet. There's a hand-knotted silk Parisian rug under my chair and desk. My desk and the chairs either side of it are bespoke, made in Italy. They're modern, all sleek lines and curves. There are 2 Eames chairs either side of a table by the window. Floor-to-ceiling lamps provide light for the recess where my desk resides. They provide daytime equivalent light in the dark days of winter. A small Chesterfield sofa takes up the farthest, darkest corner of the room, and in front of it is a low coffee table with an antique chess set laid out. I'm in the middle of a game with my brother. I have 2 sets, one in here and one in my living room. And I play both my brothers. It's one of the few things Maxim and I still have in common. To one side of the Eames chairs there stands a Peloton bike and treadmill. I run on the treadmill every morning, looking out over the city I want to own. I don't do it for too long, though. I prefer interval training, lots of sprints to hour-long jogs. Then, later in the day, I hit the weights. I'm big, but I'm also agile. I can pull myself up on the bars with the best of them. I'm not one of those lumbering steroid heads who is massive but can't lift their own body weight or move quickly when needed. Strength alone isn't enough. You need to be quick and smart to win in a street brawl. Maxim used to be the quickest among us, but these days he's massive. He's the youngest, but he's the biggest. He must spend hours training to have the physique he does. Still, it's better than him drowning in drugs or drink, as so many do in this life. The treadmill is silent now, standing like a sentry before the window, and to the side, a bar with 4 stools and an array of drinks with a large fridge that contains water, juice, champagne, beer, and fruit. The freshly stocked ice bucket gets refilled regularly, and the massive TV screen above the bar is turned off. The back wall opposite my desk is lined with long, built-to-order shelves full of books and things I've collected on my travels. Red stands in my space, looking like a queen, not a captive. But her eyes give her away. Her gaze is fearful as she glances all around her. She takes it all in as her gaze lands on the painting behind my desk, and her jaw falls slack as her mouth opens comically. Her reaction has me on alert immediately. The painting is by one of the Russian Impressionists, Nicholas Roerich. He's not someone most people who aren't either seriously into art or Russian history and art would know. Oh, wow. Is that original? She walks toward the painting as if in a trance. I feel the same way, trance-like, only I'm mesmerized by her. This is the real Sienna. The girl has been wearing a mask in my club, and she's let it slip. If I thought she was beautiful before, she's sublime now. Her eyes are alive, the strange gray of them suddenly filled with a hint of warmth. Her cheeks pinken as she stares at the painting. Her full, pouty mouth is glossy where she's licked her lips as she focuses on the artwork. It is. I love the painting. Cost me over $500,000 at Sotheby's and is one of the higher prices for his work, but I had to have it. The stunning simplicity of it is deceptive because the light in the painting is astonishing. God, he had such a way with light, she says. For the second time around this damn woman, my world stops. My thoughts exactly. I don't talk about art with anyone else. Sasha only sees it as an investment. Maxim doesn't care at all. And as for Vadim and his crew, as if. Simple yet technically adept. He's one of my favorites. She turns to me, and I'm shocked to see a veil of tears shimmering in her eyes. Wow, talk about unexpected treasure. It's as if she suddenly remembers herself and her face shuts down. Sienna schools her features into something much more composed and crosses her hands in front of her. I'm sorry. You called me up here for a reason, and here I am gushing at your art. How do you know about obscure, to most people anyway, Russian impressionists? She opens her mouth, closes it, and then looks at the floor. Oh, Sienna, you beautiful mystery, you. I'm going to own you, claim you, and crack you wide open like a safe I need to break. I, study art. She shrugs and looks at me. Art history, to be precise. I'm at university. This is a job to help pay my fees. Her color intensifies as she stares at me. There's something defiant in her gaze. I think she's telling the truth, and her background so far says as much, but there's something there. A lie, or a bending of the truth? I know she's an informant, but the best covers are mixes of the truth and lies, so she probably is an art student. However, her interest and knowledge of Russian masters, at a time when a Russian guest in my establishment is monitored, immediately has me suspicious. You have an interest in Russian masters? Yes. No, not particularly. Which is it? Mr. Volkov, did you want to tell me something? I will be late for my shift. Oh, I'm about to tell her something. Don't worry about your shift. I walk to the bar, take down 2 heavy tumblers from the shelves, fill them with ice, and pour vodka over them. The vodka is chilled anyway, but something tells me she'll choke on it neat. I add a splash of soda to hers and a twist of lime. When I hand the drink to her, she takes it, surprising me. I thought she'd object. Sit, I order, pointing at one of the 2 chairs facing my desk. She does as directed, sitting on the edge of the chair and placing her drink, untouched, on the coaster on the desk in front of her. I don't take my place behind it, but instead perch on the end, right in her space. My leg dangles only inches from her crossed knees. She squirms in her seat and moves farther back in it. I tamp down a smile. This is fun. Take a drink, I order. I shouldn't. I must work. I lift the glass and pass it to her. She takes it automatically. For a beat, she simply holds it, staring at me. God, those eyes. Drink, I snap. She slowly lifts the glass to her lips, and all the time holding my gaze, she takes a long, steady drink of the vodka. She doesn't pull a face or cough. When she's done, she places the glass back on the coaster and looks back at me. This is interesting. She's interesting. She seems submissive at times, then at others shows a rich seam of defiance that I want to mine. Easy submission is boring, but hard-won dominance over someone is always a thrill. I like the fight. Sienna does too. There's a challenge in her gaze, a dare screaming, "Make me." The air around us crackles with anticipation. It's as if she wants nothing more than for me to force her to drink it all, and then, when she's done, purr at her what a good girl she is. Could be a trap. Still, the idea of someone liking the battle as much as I do makes my mouth water. She glances up at me, and it is undeniable. Her gaze is daring me. Oh, I want to. The things I want to make her do. Not yet. Good, I say lightly, sipping at my drink before placing it next to hers. I have something I need to discuss with you. I must warn you, it's serious. Are you firing me? There's hope in her voice. It's as clear as a bell. Maybe she isn't playing a game. Maybe her messed up responses are real, who she is, and she can't handle it. For some reason, I find that even hotter. I ought to simply fire her. If I fire her, she gets out of whatever mess she's in. If I fire her, she can't spy on me. If I fire her, she's no longer my problem. She's marked, though, Eventually, her name, whatever her real name is, and her image will cross Peter's desk, and she'll be hunted down. A week, maybe a month later, a Jane Doe will be found, unidentifiable. A hit. That will be the end of Sienna. For a moment, I'm caught. I have plans, things to do, urgent and important things. I ought to fire her and let the chips fall where they land. She lifts a hand to her hair, brushing one loose strand from her bun away from her eyes. Her fingers are shaking. Slowly, she lifts her gaze to me again, and for a brief, blinding moment, she doesn't guard herself. I read utter hopelessness in those big eyes of hers. Fear. Despair, too. This girl, deep down, is terrified. What in the hell is she messed up in? As our gazes continue to clash, her eyes brighten, hope replacing the fear as a tiny Mona Lisa smile begins to form on her lips. She thinks I'm going to save her. I'm not a hero. I'm no one's savior. She needs to stop looking at me like one. I can't let her find the end in a dump somewhere, though. The idea of her remains all mangled, lying amongst the rotten food and toxic plastics as the seagulls pick at her bones, is not something I can let happen. I sigh and take another drink. She follows suit and does the same, and this time she takes more. "You're not firing me, are you?" Her voice is soft, the hope fading. "No." "I'm in trouble, aren't I?" "Yes." She nods, places the tumbler down, and once more gives me her eyes. This time a tear falls, and I clench my fists to stop myself from wiping it away. "You're an informant. You're here to spy on me." I lay it out, bold and true. She sniffs, and her face kind of crumples in on itself as she really starts to cry. I don't have any tissues, so I take my monogrammed silk handkerchief out of the top pocket of my suit jacket and hand it to her. "Here, listen to me. I can help you." She wipes at her eyes and sniffs. "I doubt it." "I can. There's a price to pay, though." She laughs, and it is bitter and far too jaded for someone of her youth. "Isn't there always?" "You're what we call marked. You've been identified as an informant. There are people who will get to you. It's only a matter of time. In our world, once you're marked, that's it. Nothing can save you." "You said you could help." I sigh, impatient at her interrupting. "Nothing can save you, except taking another mark. A different kind of mark." "What kind?" I lean into her, and with 2 fingers move the collar of her shirt, exposing the flesh at the base of her throat, her collarbone, and part of her shoulder. I let my fingers touch her skin for longer than necessary. Her mouth falls open, and the smallest sigh of air escapes her lips. "My mark," I murmur. "I don't understand." She leans into me as I remove my fingers, as if she's chasing my touch. "If you wear my mark, ink stating you are my property, no one will touch you." "Ink? Like a tattoo? Wait, property?" I nod at her incredulous expression, and this time I can't keep back my smile. "Yes, you wear my mark, the Volkov ink, and everyone will know you're mine. That makes you untouchable, to most. Definitely to those you might be informing on. You will have my protection, that of this club, my name, my family, all the men who work for me, and those I do business with. Anyone would be a fool indeed to touch a hair on your head if you carry my ink." "What do you mean, property?" I stand and pull her up from her chair. Tipping her chin with my fingers, I give her a long, serious look. "It means I will own you. You will come and stay here of your own free will. You won't talk about me to anyone. You will tell me who you were working for, and I will sort them out, so you don't have any more trouble from them again. Then you will stay here with me. Be mine." "Be yours? I don't understand." I smile at her. "Oh, I think you do. You simply don't want to understand.
You will be mine in all ways, and I will keep you alive. Get whoever is on your back off it. I will keep you safe. Quid pro quo. You want me to be a prostitute? I laugh. Such a vulgar word, and no, I won't be paying you. Her face hardens. I soften my voice. Anyway, is it prostitution if you enjoy it too? She flushes. I don't think I will enjoy living in captivity with you, Mr. Volkov. I'm not sick. I shrug. You might surprise yourself with just what you will enjoy, Sienna. Still with my thumb on her chin, I angle her head and brush my lips over hers. She stiffens, but her mouth parts slightly. She tastes of mint and vodka. I want to take her to the floor and fuck her brains out right now. But I'm going to take my time with this one. I'm going to unwrap her bit by bit and torture her until we're both so desperate we are driven mad by it. I'll have her panting, moaning, and begging. Or, if my instincts about her are correct, I'll have her clawing at me like a wildcat while we fight one another for the best sex we've ever had. For now, I step back. You have until the end of your shift to decide. If you come to me, you do so of your own free will. But once you're mine, you are mine. Understand? She nods, her face blank. There are tears shimmering in her gray eyes again, though. Go, work. Come to me at midnight and give me your answer. I hold the door open for her, ever the gentleman, and resist the urge to slap her plump ass as she walks by. When I close the door, I lean against it and wonder how the hell I'm going to pass the next few hours until I have my answer.
Chapter 7. Sienna. Work, he said. Work. As if I can focus on carrying and fetching when I've got the sword of Damocles hanging over my head. I'm damned if I do, and screwed if I don't. Part of me wants to take Nikolai up on his offer. From the moment I saw him, the man made me tremble for him. I wanted him like I've never experienced before. But, and it's a huge one, him making this offer is a really shitty move. If he were half decent, he'd have said, "You need to wear my ink, but it's just for show until you are safe." He never said that. He simply stated that I would be his. I know exactly what he means. If I retained any hope that part of this bargain with the devil would remain innocent, his kiss and the words he threw at me at the end of our chat burned that hope to ashes. Either I take my chances and let the cards fall as they may, or I give myself completely to a man I now hate. I do hate him too, the same way I hate Simon. Well, not the same way. I hate Nikolai more because I also want him. I've never experienced this. The cognitive dissonance of both wanting to fall to my knees and beg him to take me, and while he's at it, stabbing him in the neck with a pin, is a mindfuck. The trouble is, if I let the cards fall as they will, it's not only me affected. Louis will be too. If I get myself killed, Simon won't give a shit what happens to my brother. He'll lose all his protection and probably end up having to serve his full sentence. As I place glasses on tables and listen to murmured conversations in the club, my mind runs a million computations of the issue. Always, it comes back to the same ending, the same output. Me dead and Simon screwed. The only way that doesn't happen is if I let Nikolai screw me. How bad can it be? Mere hours ago, I was going to let Simon have his way with me, and he repulses me. Nikolai most certainly doesn't repulse me. I am fairly sure I will react to him sexually, even as I hate him. It could really make your fantasy go off with a bang. My inner minx points out. A little bit of hate in the mix, some make me play. All that anger could be hot. Shut up, I mumble at her. Excuse me? A frosty male voice to my right has me jumping. I turn to see a gentleman sitting in a corner alcove. Oh, crap. I said that last bit out loud. Sorry, thinking out loud, I say. First sign of madness. Do I know you? The man is in his mid-30s, average height, quite good-looking in a polished way. His skin shines as if he's had a facial recently. His hair is sandy, and his eyes are very blue. I do recognize him, but from where? Latest imaginative slogan. A red-faced man grumbles as he joins the guy with light sandy hair and sits heavily on the sofa. The red-faced man slams down a small poster, stating Secretary for Health, not Wealth. Oh my word. I do recognize the man with the light hair. He's a government minister, the Secretary for Health. Take a load off, Bertram, and grab a drink. The minister orders, the red-faced fellow huffing and puffing about the protesters and the posters. Bertram, what an old-school name. I'm sure I recognize you, the health secretary says to me again. Did you go to Oxford? No, I'm studying here in London. Oh, what? Art history. How wonderful. Say, there's a gallery opening in a few days. Private, exclusive, a little gathering before the public opening at the weekend. Would you like to accompany me? I look at him. He's handsome in a non-threatening way, pleasant enough looking. I don't agree with his politics, but so what? He's not a gangster. The man is married. I've seen his wife enough times. She's a journalist for one of the broadsheets. She writes about things like setting up her own cottage chocolate-making business during the last recession, and how young people would be able to afford houses if they worked harder. She's blonde, willowy, and good-looking in the same way he is, with that polished upper-class sheen. I bet Nikolai could buy the pair of them 10 times over. He's not good-looking in the same way. Nikolai is handsome, one of the most handsome men I've ever seen, but it's entirely overshadowed by his build, his charisma, the air of danger, and all his ink. You see the threat long before you see the beauty. Could the health secretary be my ticket out of this? My choice seems limited to either running away, getting on a plane, and never looking back, letting myself get killed, or whoring myself out one way or another. I can't do it with Simon. I'll only likely puke again. I could do it with this man, the health secretary. He's powerful and probably could pull many strings for me. Or I let Nikolai own me, claim me. Worse, I let him mark me. His ink etched on my skin. Like livestock branded by the owner. The thought makes me want to throw the glass in my hand against the wall and smash it. It also has the skin at my collarbone tingling where he touched me so lightly. The idea of his brand on me has liquid heat pooling between my legs. I am so effing screwed up. The health secretary's name eludes me. I lick my lips, my throat so dry it hurts. This man is waiting for an answer, looking at me as if I'm not right in the head, which he is not wrong about. I'm sorry, we aren't allowed to date customers. I smile at him and hope it will go some way to appeasing him. Would you come if you were allowed to date customers? He asks. Of course. I answer blandly, not wanting to offend him. Miguel. The man snaps his fingers over toward the bar. Go fetch Nikolai. Oh, crap. What? Oh, no, please, listen. I glance around me as if I can find an escape route. It's fine, I know him well. The MP for some safe rural seat, where he'll always win, sits back and gives me a Cheshire cat grin. Sutton. That's his name. Andrew Sutton. Andrew, what a pleasant surprise. Nikolai's heavy vowels and rough voice are so different to Andrew's crisp, cut-off words. Nikolai, pleasure as always. Listen, this young lady here is interested in an art gallery opening. It pertains to her course, and I've asked her along. She can't say yes despite wanting to because she's a member of staff. I am sure it can be smoothed out. No? Andrew states all this with the confidence of a man who never has anyone refuse him. In fact, he says it with such confidence, I fully expect Nikolai to give him permission, which puts me in a bind. Will Nikolai give me rules to adhere to when I go? Oh, God. What if by owning me, Nikolai means he can whore me out? Use me to get intel on those he wants to extort. How had the thought never occurred to me? I'm nowhere near alluring enough to grab the attention of a man like Volkov and hold it. Shit. I want the ground to open up and swallow me. No, she cannot. Nikolai states the words as if they're one of the 10 Commandments. Excuse me? I'm sure we can work this out. Gentleman's agreement. Andrew laughs, but it holds a nervous edge now. Nikolai looks at Bertram, who is back hovering. Piss off, he growls. Bertram looks to Andrew, who nods once. He sighs, gathers up his papers, and slouches to the other side of the room. No, she can't go with you. Okay, fire her. Andrew sets his jaw and stares up at Nikolai, who is towering over him. Fire her, then she can come and you're not breaking your rules. She can't come because she's mine. Nikolai stares at Andrew. I'm sorry, old chap, but you might have missed the part of history where we don't outright own our employees anymore. They don't belong to the mill these days, or the chocolate factory. He gives a small laugh. She doesn't technically belong to you. This is why you need the ink. Nikolai deadpans to me. Do you want to go? His tone is curious. He's not pissed. I decide to play with him. I like art. I'd like to see a new gallery. Fine, I'll take you. You. I want to laugh. Him and a swanky art gallery full of pretentious journalists and academics. Oh, Lord. Yeah, me. Forget it. I don't want to go now. Fine. He turns to Andrew. She doesn't want to go now. Oh, you're impossible. I seethe. For a moment, I forgot my fear of him and get right up in his face. You're so arrogant. And you're so much fun. I pause then, stilled in the heat of my outrage because I am having fun. In a weird, twisted way, I'm enjoying this. It's like a bracing run on a cold morning. All the blood is pumping around my body. My heart is beating fast. I feel alive. I'm sorry. Clearly, I had misunderstood the nature of your relationship, Andrew says smoothly. He's giving Nikolai a speculative look, trying to figure this all out. I expect Nikolai to downplay the idea we have a relationship. Once more, he surprises me. It's okay. We haven't told anyone yet, have we, baby? He takes me by the nape, pulls me into him, and in his...
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
club in front of everyone, Nikolai Volkov truly claims me. His mouth takes mine and owns it. His lips command mine, and his tongue sweeps into my mouth, dominating, tasting, conquering. Worse, I can't fight it. I don't want to. This is like being swept out to sea. Battling against the current only makes things worse. Instead, I go limp. I give in. I let the marauding warlord vanquish my lands as he kisses me like I've never been kissed before. The room fades. I don't care who's watching. Nothing matters but his mouth on mine. When he pulls his mouth away, he takes his silk handkerchief from his pocket, the same one I used to wipe my tears, and dabs at the corners of my mouth, then wipes his own, removing the lip gloss I'd stained his lips with. Back to work, Nikolai orders. Well, can't say I blame you. Andrew Sutton says to Nikolai as I walk away, my face on fire. Everyone is staring at me. Everyone. Shit. Panic starts to rise, and I head to the bar, place my tray down, and run to the toilets. Once there, I race into a stall, grab some paper, and sob into it as I try to figure out what I'm feeling. Holy fuck, girl. Oh my God, you are a lucky, filthy, dirty bitch. Sandy bursts into the room like a mini tornado. Jesus, when did that happen? My days, I am so jealous. She stops as she sees me crying into the tissue, and her face becomes serious. Babe, what's going on? I can't tell her. She's lovely, but I barely know her, and she works for Nikolai. I can't tell anyone what he's offering, demanding. Instead, I go with the deeper truth, the fundamental basic facts of my situation. I'm in over my head. I sniff, trying to calm down. Oh, yes, you are. That kiss? My God, you could just play that into couples' bedrooms at night and Viagra prescriptions would half. It burned. I felt it down to my toes. I hate you, but yeah, I do feel sorry for you too. Why? She comes over to me. I'm not saying this to be cruel, but Volkov? Not the marriage and white picket fence type. It means at some point this crazy ride will end and you'll be left to pick up the pieces. You're stunning, Sienna. I don't think you see it, which probably makes you even more attractive to men. Let him enjoy all this. She waves her hands over my body like a magician. Whatever happens, you protect this. She places her hand on my heart, right at my sternum. Otherwise, when he's gone and this is over, all you'll be is scorched earth. You need to protect the green shoots of your heart, so you can regrow. Trust it. Take it from me. I've been where you are, and my guy wasn't half the inferno that Nikolai Volkov is. You ever need to talk, you know where I am. She surprises me by pulling me in for a hug. Now, dry those eyes, do not let him see how he affects you, and go finish your shift. Everyone is going to be talking. Let them. If their lives are so sad they need to gossip, that's on them. Hold your head high and finish your shift. I smile at her. Thank you, Sandy. Anytime. When she's gone, I do as she says. I dry my eyes, splash water on my burning face, and calm the fuck down. Then I go outside and somehow manage to spend another 2 hours fetching and carrying, all the while with my head held high.
Chapter 8. Nikolai. What the ever-loving fuck am I doing? I thought I was in control of this little game, but that down there? Not in control. I kissed her in front of everyone. Worse, the way she responded to that kiss, it set my blood on fire. I was seconds away from bending her over the health secretary's table and fucking her as he watched. I need to slow this down, regain some equilibrium, for a whole number of reasons. Firstly, me owning her is one thing. Her owning me is quite another. The jealousy I felt at the mere idea of her going to an art gallery with that politic shapeshifter was off the charts. That's a bad sign. Secondly, I haven't marked her yet. Now she's twisting in the wind. Every second between that kiss and her carrying my ink, she's vulnerable. Even if someone has no idea of her involvement as an informant, she'll be singled out as the woman I've taken an interest in and yet haven't claimed. There's a reason those in our world keep their affairs quiet and only announce someone once she's a wife or a fiancé. Wives and daughters are off limits for any retaliation, as are those who carry our mark. Flings? Not so much. What the fuck? Vadim comes storming into the office without knocking. That's okay. I'm in the downstairs one, full of monitors, filing cabinets, and boring gray carpet. If he'd entered my sanctuary upstairs in the same manner, I'd have knocked his teeth out. Let me get this straight. You give me crap about Sophia, and then you end up tongue-massaging the tonsils of Sienna, who is a waitress, which is against all policy? There's a difference between winning someone in a card game and kissing them, Vadim. I sigh and pinch my nose. But you're right. I am?
He frowns and cocks his head to one side. Yeah, he might as well be confused. It's not often I'd tell him that. This is complicated. Sit down. You need filling in. He takes one of the bigger, squishy chairs and crosses his leg over the other at the knee. Go on. She's an informant. What? He jumps up and starts to pace. Fuck! Did you kiss her to take the heat off when she's found dead? I didn't do it, officer. I loved her. Risky. If you just disappeared her, then no one would have linked her to you over and above her working here. No one is killing her. I growl. No one is to touch a hair on her head. But you said, I'm going to mark her as mine. What? This time he's utterly incredulous. Fuck off. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I keep it simple for the hard of hearing at the back. Why? You don't know her. Why would you claim her? That means she's your responsibility. She's an informant. That could bring down so much shit on our heads. I'd leave her to her fate. No can do. For a start, Sylvanov has given me this info, and if I let her get herself killed and or maimed, it will cause him epic amounts of crap with his partners. Secondly, I don't want her maimed or killed. Boss, I don't get it. She's mine now. That's all you need to know. You gave me so much shit, he growls. He means about Sophia, his lady. And yeah, I did, but it's different. He won her in a card game. I'm doing this to protect Sienna. I either mark her or she's dead. I have no choice, I tell him, unless we want her dead and buried somewhere. You can walk away. What does Sasha think? It's nothing to fucking do with Sasha. And unless I gave you a promotion I forgot about, you're overstepping. Okay, boss. He holds his hands up, but his face is a frowning scowl of pissed off. Do you want me to tell Victor and Valentine? Nope. More than capable of doing that myself. Keep this on the down low until I get her marked, okay? He laughs. Yeah, but you blew that with your me Tarzan this Jane she mine routine, boss. But don't worry, my lips are sealed. He does that thing little girls do when they pretend to lock their lips, then winks as he saunters out of the room. I should backhand him for that, but I grin instead. Vadim is a fucker, but he's my fucker, and he's a brilliant right-hand man. He can make anyone go away, quietly, and with minimum fuss. By the time evening ends, I'm experiencing something weird. It's like a knot is in my stomach, and I realize with a sense of awe that I'm nervous. Jesus, I haven't felt this in ages. Impatient, pissed off, angry, bored. I run the gamut of emotions, but this? Nervous? Not something I feel often. Not for the longest time. I kind of like it. Reminds me of being a kid and my first ever ride on a big roller coaster. That feeling before you go over the top and ride the big dip down. It feels like that. What if Sienna tells me no? What if she says she'd rather die? She won't. Still, the niggle is there, the doubt. Will I simply take her? I could keep her prisoner at my country home, or even the smaller one by the ocean. No one for miles around there. A cottage, the sand dunes, the ocean, and the other side of the massive bay, the mountains of Lynn Peninsula. It's beautiful and wild and remote enough. The knock at the door of the study is tentative. I'm back upstairs, in my lair, where I feel most in control. Come in. It opens, and Sienna walks in. What was that? Excuse me? That kiss. Why did you do that? You didn't like it? Her cheeks warm to a nice tone of pink. Christ, my palm is itching to slap her ass and see if it does the same. That's not the point. I hadn't given you my answer. You had no right. The man is a prick. He's married. He's also the Secretary of Health, which makes him one of the most powerful men in the country. I'm sure he could protect me. I laugh. Do you know who owns him? She shakes her head. Who pulls his strings? You, I expect. She feigns boredom.
Oh no, not me. I have no need for him. Now the defense minister, he's a different matter. The man you think is powerful is owned by a variety of interests. He does what they say, when they say it. He has no integrity. And he'd screw you over rather than have to grow a backbone.
Whereas you are honorable, I presume?
I laugh at that. Absolutely not. But I am loyal, and I do have integrity. I don't do things I don't want to, and I don't dance for anyone else. No one is pulling my strings.
I don't know how this works. I take your mark, then what?
Then you're mine.
I have a life. I study.
You can still study.
Will I still have to work here? She asks.
I bet the rest of the shift was torture for her. That was a sadistic asshole move on my part, making her complete it. No, you won't work here. You'll live here, with me. You can go to classes, with protection. She flinches as if I've hit her.
Are you insane? I can't turn up to college classes with protection.
Of course you can. Happens for the kids of diplomats from certain countries all the time. She starts to pace up and down, wearing a path over the parquet flooring.
Yes, and I expect your protection looks just like a diplomatic security detail?
We can make them look that way if you'd prefer.
Okay. She stops pacing and gives me her beautiful gray gaze. I go to class, live my life as normal, then what? Come back here and service you like a good little concubine?
Concubine, huh? Don't go giving me ideas. I smile at her. But yeah, that's the general idea. Don't worry, Kisa, I'm not an animal. I won't expect you to suck my cock in bed right this minute. I smile at her. We can work up to it.
I hate you, she seethes.
Do you? I rub the stubble at my jaw and watch her. You didn't kiss me like you hated me.
I didn't kiss you at all.
Then she changes the subject.
What does Kisa mean?
Kitten, kitty, pussy. She rolls her eyes at me, and I admire her spirit.
Do I get to go home and gather my things?
No. I shake my head.
I have no clothes.
I'll send Vadim to pack up your place. Next question.
Where is this mark going to go? Does it have to be a tattoo? Can I use, like, semi-permanent stuff instead?
It must be a tattoo. It needs to be somewhere prominent, your shoulder or upper back, perhaps the top of your arm. You'll also get a bracelet you must always wear. It will also carry the Volkov insignia on there.
How medieval. I'm surprised you haven't ordered me a dog collar with a D ring and a tag.
Don't tempt me. It can be arranged. She scowls.
Are you going to make me have sex with you tonight? Her face loses all of its anger, and for a moment, she looks so young it pulls on my heartstrings,
what few I have left.
I study her and see how hard she's trying to be brave and how scared she is.
No, Kisa, we won't be having sex tonight. Tonight you can sleep and rest. You've been through a lot. She swallows hard and nods. Why don't I show you where you'll be sleeping and living from now on? You can take a bath, relax, have some wine. She nods again, but suddenly she looks broken, and I don't want that. I want her to submit to me from a place of strength, defiance even, not from a broken place. I think she likes the fight, and I think she wants me to push her, but I don't want to break her. I want her to come at me like a wildcat. I'm fucked up that way. If I break her in now, there's no fun for me. I can have any woman on her knees for me, paid, not paid, forced, or of her free will, but I want this one, and I want her to be fucking dripping for me, not terrified. I tip her chin and brush my thumb across her jaw. How about this, Kisa? I will make you a bargain. I won't force you into anything unless you come to me first. Once you break that dam, though, all bets are off. But you must make the very first move. How does that sound?
All bets are off?
You make a move, and yeah, all bets are off. You don't make a move, I won't force you. She lifts her head a little, and she's wary.
You do realize if I never make a move, which means I sleep in your bed, eat your food, and enjoy your protection, and you get nothing in return?
You'll make a move, I say.
You're very confident.
I get to do one thing before our pact starts, I tell her. This is going to be the only time I touch you, okay?
What are you going to...
Yes or no?
Yes. Her lips part as she whispers the word, and I feel a rush of victory at the way her chest rises and falls rapidly. I grab her, hold her hands behind her back firmly, and push my other hand down her trousers. My fingers slip into her panties with ease. A barely there touch, and the victory morphs into outright triumph. She's slick, wet, and hot. Desire burns through me, and I use all my willpower not to take this further. She's been as horny and messed up all night as me. I pull my fingers free and let her go. I hold the 2 digits up. Barely a touch, and look at them. They're shiny with her desire. Sienna stares at my fingers, and as she watches, I lift them to my mouth and suck for a moment, then let go of them as she sways like she's about to pass out.
I don't think all this is for the Secretary of Health now, is it? He's not the one who has you so wet you're going to need to change your panties.
I take out my handkerchief and wipe my hands on it ostentatiously.
You know, I'll never wash this. It carries your tears, your lip gloss, and now your juices.
This bit of silk is soaked in you, Sienna. She doesn't say a word.
I'm a betting man, Sienna, and I will bet my whole fucking kingdom that sooner or later you make that move. Just be aware that once you do, then I'm in charge.
Still no words from her.
Come, let me show you to your new living quarters.
I take her hand, but she pulls free. I let her. She can have her temper and her brooding because I know, deep in my bones that she will break. And when she does, I'll show her the depths of hell and the heights of heaven.
Chapter 9. Sienna. I follow Nikolai in a daze. How can this be happening? I could call Simon and tell him I've been made and he needs to get me out. Beg him to come rescue me. But I can't trust that sexually harassing piece of shit. He's the whole reason I'm in this mess. The man is as trustworthy as a snake. He reneged on his promises to me and threw me into the lion's den. I despise him. And for some very screwed up reason, I don't despise Nikolai Volkov even though I ought to. I steal a glance at Nikolai as he leads me out of his study and down the corridor. His jaw is sharp and his cheekbones high. Full lips soften the angles of his face. And then there are those eyes. They glow both from the unusual amber color and the furnace that burns inside him. This man is ambitious, ruthless, and vicious. And yet, I get the feeling he's a damn sight more trustworthy than Simon. Something about Nikolai tells me he doesn't break his word. He claims he won't touch me first. I must make that move, and unless I do, he'll simply keep me a prisoner here but won't lay a finger on me. I might be naive, but I believe him. I also believe him when he says I'll break. He's not wrong about needing to change my panties. They're soaked. It's so uncomfortable. I'm a wet, needy mess, and it's all because of him. I want to experience what being taken in hand by him is like. God help me if I do. If I could have one night where all the rules were off, and I did whatever the hell I liked and damn the consequences, I'd spend that night with him. He's a tiger wrapped in a suit, a damn wild animal in the zoo of the human world, and I want to come along for the ride with him, even if only for a short while. This might be my one and only chance to take a walk on the wild side. Plus, if I'm being calculating about this, the man is much more likely to do things for me if he's getting a little something-something in return. And I need Nikolai. I need him to help my brother. He thinks I'm naive, that is obvious. Probably thinks I'm stupid too, the same way Simon does, the way most men do. I can be smart when I need to be, calculating even. I glance at him again. I want him as much as he claims I do, and yet, if I want to do this right, I have to make him want me even more. I doubt the man has met few women who resist him, few who take control of the games he plays. Something tells me when I give myself to him, he'll be hot and heavy for me, but then he'll get bored. If he thinks I'm just giving in, something tells me he'll get bored very quickly. This is a man who will regularly have women far more beautiful than me falling at his feet. I need to stand out. He wants me now, but given easily, and I'll be nothing more than another past lover. Oh, I'll have his mark and be as safe as that makes me, but I won't be his priority in the way I need. A man like Nikolai Volkov could move mountains for someone if he wanted to. I need to make him want to. Therefore, I surmise, I need something about me to stand out from all the other hangers-on. And what stands out more than withholding something from the man who gets everything thrown at his feet? He thinks he's in charge here. Nikolai thinks he is controlling this game. In reality, I think I decided to sleep with him given the chance the moment I saw him. But he doesn't need to know that. Now, I'm going to make him work for it like he's never had to before. And even when he gets it, I'm going to keep a part of myself back from him and make it so obvious he'll know he's won my body but not my heart. For a man like him, he won't be able to stand it. It will drive him crazy, wondering why the little mouse he thinks he's batting about with his big paws isn't madly in love with him. It will make him crawl in deeper as he tries to crack me. I can play games too. I'm good at backgammon, great at poker, and even better at chess. My babiska loved to play a variety of games and told me that she was the only girl in the village who played outside the cafes with the old men in the summer and often won. She loved chess the most, and we would regularly sit together in the tiny kitchen in her flat, drinking tea while we had a game running. I have her sat, kept safe in her sideboard. I want that sideboard here if I'm going to be living in this opulent cage for some time. I want all her things. It doesn't matter now if Nikolai sees my babiska Slovakian books, because he already knows I'm an informant. I've already been made. However, I'd like to keep some mystery from him. And I hate the idea of his big goons stomping around the place that holds so many memories. When I think of my tiny living space, I get an odd pang of nostalgia. I wonder if I'll see it again. I could be dead within a week. Somehow, I've got myself in a position where a variety of powerful men have noticed me. It's not good to be noticed. Not by criminals, gangsters, and crooked cops, which I'm now convinced Simon is. We walk along the long, thickly carpeted hallway, and I stop. Nikolai turns to me. I have a demand. If you want me to wear your mark, I have a request of my own. He raises one brow and stares me down. That's an awfully presumptuous tone for you to take. He purses his lips tight. I'm saving your life by giving you that mark. You make it sound as if you're the one doing me the favor, not the other way around. I take a significant risk, a huge damn risk. Then kill me or let me go and someone else can kill me. I have a request, something I want if I'm going to agree to your terms. He sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. What? I want to go and pack my things up. Your men can come with me. They can sit at the kitchen table drinking my tea while I do so. But I want to be the one to go through my things and collect what I want. To my horror, tears fill my eyes. Damn it. I blink rapidly. There are things in there which hold precious memories, and it might be the last time I see the place for a long while. Surely you understand. He swallows and watches me as I struggle not to cry. I'd like to say there's sympathy in his gaze, but it's more intrigue, as if I'm some interesting creature he can't quite work out. You can go and pack your things yourself, but you go with me and Vadim. I open my mouth to say more, but he raises one finger and slowly wags it from side to side. It's so condescending, I want to kick him in the balls. But instead, I take my win and nod. Being strategic means picking your battles. He grabs my upper arm and moves me to the end of the corridor, where there's a dark wooden door. There's a box outside the door. No visible keyhole, and Nikolai presses his palm against the box. The door swings open. Fancy. I stroll inside, and only 3 steps in, falter. Holy hell. This is an old building, but you wouldn't know it in this space. Right where we entered is a small hallway, and to one side of it, a spacious kitchen. But what has my jaw hanging open is a living area dead ahead. I don't wait for an invite. Drawn by the space, I walk toward the room. I try to take it all in. The entire back wall of the massive living section is nothing but floor-to-ceiling windows, with views of London laid out beyond. It's dark, so the city shines in a way it doesn't in the daytime. At night, you can't see the grime and the gray, only the lights shimmering as the city sprawls before you. The ceiling is high as befits older buildings, but there's no fancy plasterwork or any of that Regency or Victorian or whatever era it is stuff here. No. The ceiling has a large square section cut out and raised higher than the rest, and within it sits a massive chandelier. It's modern, a work of art almost. The chandelier cuts across the space like a wave of light, all glittering curves and lines. It appears liquid, not solid. Below this work of art is a round marble table, and surrounding it, a curved sofa with 12 seats marked out. I count them all. I've never seen a sofa that can seat so many. 2 bright cobalt blue modern chairs finish the seating area. Beyond it, toward the wall of glass, is a bar made of white marble with gray and gold veins running through it. The thing is gorgeous. 5 stools in front of the bar provide seating. Beyond the bar is another seated area, on a rug right in front of the windows. It's a gray rug, and the table is not marble, but a rich wood, and the chairs are soft gray. The view from there must be incredible. To one side is a telescope. Then finally an alcove with another table, this one smaller, with 2 comfy-looking chairs around it, and a bookshelf lined with reading material. The table has a chess set upon it, a game in motion. Holy shit, I think for the second time. I feel like I've been stolen away from my drab life and given a new start in the most opulent surroundings you can imagine. It's a trap, I tell myself sternly. You're not here of your free will. We don't care, my inner devil replies. We like it here. I wander into the room and walk toward the windows, drawn by the view beyond. When I reach them, I glance at the bookshelves and notice the chess set again. Black is winning. Who are you playing? I ask. Nikolai regards me with surprise. My brother. Why? I shrug. Maybe we can play one day. You enjoy chess. I love it. Huh. What sort of reply is that? I ignore him and continue to look around. Come, let me show you the rest of it. He takes me back through the living space and into the kitchen, which is all big, shiny, and impressive if you're into that sort of thing. I'm not. Kitchens don't do it for me. I suck at cooking and baking. Now show me a heavenly bathroom, and that's a different matter. Nikolai shows me the fridge, stocked with everything one's heart could desire so far as food goes. He shows me the coffee maker, the tea things, and where the wine lives. Rack for the red, small wine fridge for the white and champagne. Then he leads me back into the hallway and opens a door I hadn't noticed. It leads to a long corridor with discreet lighting. Storage room, he says as we pass one door. The den. Den? Yes, it's where I spend a lot of my time. He opens the door and I peer in. It's basically another living room, but this one is without the mahoosive windows, the chandelier, the fancy-schmancy stuff. It's a simply decorated room with a sectional sofa dominating one side of the space, which faces a TV that's like a small cinema screen. A square window with blinds half closed gives glimpses of the epic view from the main living room. It's cozy, not opulent, Guest bedroom." He leads me out of the den and shows me a beautiful room, all soft browns, golds, and cafe au lait colors. Bathroom. I poke my nose in and sigh internally in happiness. This is where I can waste time. There's a cavernous square bath. It's modern and it has holes down the sides, so I assume it's a hot tub style setup. Nice. His and her sinks and a modern sleek shower finish the room. Toilet. He doesn't open that door. My room. We stop at the last room in the corridor, and he ushers me inside. I stare at the space in front of us. This is even better than the living room. It's gorgeous. It's also surprising compared to the rest of the house. It is thoroughly masculine, but in a darkly decadent way. Dark gray, light gray, and every tonal shade in between make up the decor. The rugs, carpet, bed linen are all in one shade of gray or another. The deep gray walls have shelves built into them, and various objects fill the alcoves of those shelves. Warm brown and wood accents in the lamps, the coffee table, and the bedside table stop the room from being too cold. The only real color is above the headboard. A striking big canvas dominates the space. The picture is of a woman wearing cherry pink lip gloss and heavy eye makeup, but she's crying, and the eye makeup is running down her face. I step closer. "Is that a Cecilia Ragnar?" I ask Nikolai. "Yes, it is. Somewhat of a unique style to your other art in the club and the piece in your private study." He shrugs. "I like all kinds of art. Must have cost a pretty penny." He smiles at me. "It was a gift." I picture Cecilia Ragnar. She's as famous for being hot, young, and controversial as she is for her art. Long blonde hair, body of a supermodel, and the inherited fortune of an aristocrat. The meaning behind his words isn't lost on me. If he expects me to be upset, I'm not. I'm impressed. "Way to stake a claim, Cecilia." I nod. "What do you mean?" he asks. "Tell me, did Cecilia suggest where this went?" "Yes. Every woman you screw finds herself looked down on by one of her works. Like I say, way to stake a claim." "I never looked at it that way." He inspects the picture as if it can speak and give up its secrets. "She was possessive, though. Jealous." "What happened?" "How do you mean?" "Why did it end?" He barks out a laugh as if the question is ludicrous. "Baby, it never began. She was a bit of fun, nothing more. They're all a bit of fun." "Me included? Do you always mark your bits of fun?" "Oh, Sienna, you're going to be the most fun of all. And no, I don't. But the alternative for you is death, and it might be a cliché, but you're too young and far too pretty to die. If I were ugly, would you let me be killed?" He examines me and gives a one-shouldered shrug. "Possibly. Probably." God, you're a pig. I question my desire for this man. He really is horrible. Been called far worse. He leads me out of the room and we go back into the hallway and through another door. For a moment, I find myself disoriented and think I've entered the outside hallway again. But I realize this is still part of his living space. "This is the guest suite. This is where you sleep." Ah, so not in the guest room in his own quarters, which means no hot tub. Damn. Still, I step into the suite of rooms and smile. It's astonishingly opulent. The taste of the decor is different to the rest of his living space. It truly is a living area apart. "Different decor," I muse. He shrugs. "This is purely for guests, and you must impress them. I paid some woman a shit ton of money to make this place look like I imagine most people believe rich folks live." I laugh because it does look like that. Opulent, decadent, but always just the right side of tasteful. I prefer his own taste, as evidenced in his personal space, but I don't tell him as much. He's already too big-headed. "You never leave this place without an escort of one of my men. The guest suite only opens into the hallway of my rooms, and to exit these rooms entirely, you need the passcode. You won't be getting it. You want to leave, even to simply explore inside the rest of the building, you call down for one of my men to be with you. I open my mouth to argue, but he holds up one hand, cutting me off. That's my final word on the matter. Don't make me regret my choices in life thus far. I can always let fate have her games with you. I sigh. This is the guest bathroom. He leads me across the room and into a space that's possibly bigger than the bedroom itself. It's quite simply the most beautiful bathroom I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot because my babiska used to have a subscription to 25 beautiful homes. Every month I'd feast my eyes on a parade of luxurious bathrooms and daydream. But this has them all beat. There's a hot tub here too, just like in the spare bathroom in his own set of rooms. This place is like a TARDIS. There's Nikolai's rooms with the living space, kitchen, bar areas, the cozy nook, and then his bedroom and bathroom. And the guest rooms there, plus this entire separate guest suite. A whole warren of rooms for him to house himself and any guests. Why do you have a guest room in your own space and then this separate suite? I ask him. The guest bedroom in my own space is for family, close friends. This is where I put business acquaintances and casual friends. I thought you'd prefer your own separate space. It's a nice thought. I do feel safer having my own little enclave, I suppose. You can take a long bath, soak, wash the day off while I send one of my men to gather you some clothes for the next few days, until we can go and fetch your own. Nikolai's voice is low and close. I almost jump but school my response. I'll send a personal shopper to see you too, but for now, something they can grab at this time will have to do. Thank you. The bath has jets, unlike the one in my personal bathroom. I've been reliably informed by more than one lady friend that if you sit opposite one and spread your legs just right, it will give you the most wonderful orgasm. I keep staring ahead, determined not to acknowledge the flush I'm sure is creeping up my neck. Just a suggestion. Thought it might help you get rid of that ache between your legs, soothe your poor, overheated pussy. And what will you be doing to soothe yourself? I snap and regret it immediately when he moves in front of me. His amber eyes grow fierce. I'm going to fuck my fist, not for the first time. Only tonight I'll use shower gel, and I'll imagine that all the slippery wet is your throat working to take my cock. Okay, I did ask. Not yet, though. I must take care of business first. The door to the outside will be locked. Don't try to get out. What if I need to? You won't, and if you do, use the phone by your bed. Dial 5 and request one of the men to come and get you. What if there's a fire? There's an alarm, sprinklers, and a fire escape. The door opens automatically if there's a fire. He pauses as if thinking of something. You start a fire as a means of escape, and you won't like what happens. What will happen? If I burn down his club, what would be the consequences? Death, surely, but slow torture first. The sprinklers will put it out quickly, but that will drench my things, and I won't like that. There's always a guard on the door of the fire escape where it exits on the ground floor, because we can't have anyone getting up here via those stairs, which means you have no way out, and I will still own you. But now I'll be pissed at you. You'll have to pay. I'd have some very creative ways of making that happen. Probably cut off a few fingers, I muse. Oh, God, don't go giving him ideas. He bursts out laughing, and it's deep, rich, and true. You know, Sienna, I've never met anyone quite like you. He takes hold of my hand and holds it to his mouth as he places a chaste kiss on my knuckles. I wouldn't harm a hair on your pretty little head, or any of your fingers. He chuckles. But I would make you pay. You might not be able to sit down for a month. I've already had some fantasies about putting you over my knee, but in those you enjoy it too. You fuck up my things, and you won't enjoy it. My advice, don't test me and find out. I swallow hard. Right, work for me. You do what you want, except for starting fires. I suggest you focus on putting the fire in your pussy out. Get some relief. I don't want you all squirmy and needy whenever you're around me. He smirks. You've got a mighty fine ego. I roll my eyes. Do we need to do the finger test again? He moves closer and I step back. I can smell you from here. You're delicious. It's fucking with my head, though, so take care of yourself. That's an order. Then he's gone, and my head is spinning, and my pussy is, as he says, all hot and bothered. Still, first things first, now he's gone. I'm going to do what any normal woman would do. I'm going to snoop.
Chapter 10. Nikolai. I hang up on my tattoo artist. He's going to be here to begin work on Sienna's tattoo next week. I had him rearrange his working week next week so he can leave his studio and come here. Taking an old wooden box out of the top drawer of the desk in my private study, I place it carefully on the lacquered surface. The old, worn wood contrasts with the high-shine modern finish. My fingers run over its smoothed-out curves, and I smile. In a fit of nostalgia, I lift it to my nose and inhale deeply. The scent of pipe smoke is ingrained in the wood, a living part of it now. In his older years, grandfather settled into a quiet village existence at the behest of our grandmother. It wasn't always that way. In his younger years, he worked his way up to prominence within local communist politics and in the government. Then our father took a government job, which gave him access to a large stash of arms when the Velvet Revolution of Czechoslovakia happened and the communist government collapsed. They both cherished this box, but it predates them, as our great-grandfather made this box and the contents of it. Opening the lid, I reverentially touch the cards within. I take out the top card, the Ace of Spades. On the back of it is a pattern my great-grandfather drew on all the cards. A chess piece, the king, nestled in a V with thorns and roses winding around them, and underneath, in Russian lettering, is the word honor. The letter V with the thorns and roses and the chess piece is now our family insignia, and about to be inked on Sienna. Anyone who sees that emblem knows it is the Volkov crest. Ours is not a crest of a long lineage of blue blood, ancient mansions, and titles. No, ours is a crest born of blood, war, the Gulag, and survival. It still sends shivers of fear down the spine of those who see it. As well as the ink, Sienna will wear a bracelet with the crest hanging from it like a charm. That charm will act as a repellent to any who might wish her harm. It tells them, touch one single hair on her head and you deal with me and my enforcers. Speaking of the lovely Sienna, I wonder what she is up to, and tap on my laptop to bring up the camera feed from my rooms. No one else has access to this feed, only myself, and it is firewalled to hell to protect from hackers. Normally, I delete it at the end of the day, and it's only useful in case of a break-in. However, I find myself grateful for it now. I laugh softly. Nosy little bitch. She's in my bedroom, not the guest room's, and she's laid on the bed, looking in my bedside drawer. I don't care, as there's nothing of interest there. Anything important resides in my private office, and no one is ever alone in that sacred space. She rummages through the magazines and takes out a GQ. Leafing through it, she reads for all of 2 minutes, then throws it to one side. I turn on the sound, just in time to hear her dramatic sigh. "Fucking flashy fucker," she mutters. I laugh again. Oh, she's as entertaining as I thought she'd be. My cell vibrates and dances on the desk. I glance at it. Sasha. Fuck. I don't feel like talking to my brother right now, but we need this conversation at some point. I answer. "So, this informant," he begins, no preamble. "What are we going to do about them?" "I told you I'm handling it." She's rolling around on my silk sheets now, crumpling them. "I want to know how, brother." Fucking family. I'm the head of things, or had you forgotten? Fuck you, I'm the eldest, and I put a ton of money in. Burners, I snap. I reach into the lowest drawer on my desk, take out the burner, and ring the number I have committed to memory for Sasha's latest throwaway. As soon as he picks up, I speak. Did you gut Marlon Vinograd? Did you cut off his pinky with the family insignia, take it to his fucking mother, and lay it on her breakfast plate? Did you? Or did I fucking do that? I don't recall you ever getting your hands quite as dirty as I did, brother. I might not have cut the fabled finger off Marlon, but I've done my fair share of dirty work. He has, I'll give him that. But I'm the one who cut the proverbial head off the snake of the Vinograd dynasty and took over their operations. Me. I'm the one who made a spectacle of the man who dared plot against our father, so no one else would. I built things bigger and faster after our father died. I used that to find us a foothold in America. Okay, Sasha has been instrumental thus far as a veneer of respectability out there, and with the money side of things. But ultimately, there can only be one chief. Are you challenging me? I ask, deadly serious. No, I simply want to say in things. Imaginative use of profanity. You have a say. Okay, so what are you doing about the informant? I rub my temples and sigh. Jesus, Sasha, why are you so obsessed with this? He laughs. Because I know you. I could tell instantly by your tone of voice that there's something more the minute Sylvanov brought it up on our call. Come on, Nick. I grew up with you. We were close. You think I don't know? And more to the point, when did we start hiding things from one another? We're close, right? Maxim, he's the fuck-up, the odd one out. We're thick. So why the secretiveness? A punch of guilt hits me. What chance did Maxim really have? No wonder he's a screw-up. A cold mother, disinterested father, and two brothers who were close, leaving Maxim alone. Artistic, quiet, introspective. Father disliked him and took his worst rages out on him. And truthfully, instead of protecting him, Sasha and I let him bear the brunt because it gave us freedom from scrutiny. Maxim stopped being artistic and became withdrawn and, over time, brutal. The guilt is like a sharp-beaked bird clawing and biting at my stomach. So I do what I always do. Push it down. Repress that shit. I focus back on Sasha. I don't want any crap from you, I tell him. I'm not gonna like this, am I? Not one bit. Okay, give me a moment. I hear clanking, what sounds like ice in a glass, then the pour of liquid. I'm prepared. Hit me. I laugh, but then sober as I face his wrath. I'm going to mark her as mine, the informant, as in, under our protection. You're fucking what? His shout has me moving the phone away so as not to damage my hearing. Yep, the explosion is as epic as I was expecting. No, you're cunting not, he snarls. Stop using the word that way. It's not correct English. I tap my fingers on the desk in impatience. Screw you, you pedantic motherfucker. No, you are not. Yeah, I am. I forbid it. I bark out a hard laugh. You don't get a vote. You're going to screw everything up. I guarantee I'm not. How? I don't want her dead, yet. I put out the lie I've already formulated for this very moment. I need to find out who she's working for. There's no point in merely getting rid of her when whoever it is might send someone else. Get Victor to work her over. She'll sing like a canary. This way is better. She'll sing for me. Trust me. There's a long pause. Are you in love with her? I'm sipping my own drink when he asks me that, and I snort old-fashioned through my nose, which burns like hell. After a vigorous coughing fit, I finally answer. Don't be ridiculous. Then I don't understand. It is simple. She's young, naive, beautiful. I think I can get information out of her if I get her to trust me. I'm going to give her my mark, gain her trust,
Yes, I want to fuck her because she's the hottest thing I've seen in years. No, I'm not in love with her. Could this go wrong? Yep. However, it's way less likely to go wrong than either torturing her or killing her. More silence, and then, okay. He takes a sip of his drink, and the ice clanks as he lifts the glass. I'm telling Mother, though. He starts to laugh. She'll be on a plane to come check out the woman wearing her precious favorite son's mark. You tell Mother, and I'll have an assassin come for your balls in the dead of night. That's a promise. I've already got to deal with her shit about letting Maxim come here. I don't need her here, too. Christ, if Ma comes over here and starts poking her nose into things, Sienna will choose death after about 2 days of her interference. Okay, I won't say a word. For now. You fuck this up, though, and I'm not going to sit silently by. I love you, brother, but I want the respect I'm due in this operation. You've always got my respect. I say seriously and truthfully. Sasha might not have got his hands quite as dirty as me, but he's no pussy. He's hard, focused, and in some ways, probably more ruthless than me. Ditto. Are you taking her tonight? This morsel you've gone gaga over? No. Jesus, you've got it bad. No, it's not that. Then what? I want to wait. I'm enjoying the game. Like I said, you've got it bad. Don't mistake enjoyment of the game for feelings. He snorts. Okay, bro. Gotta go. Got my own bit of fun waiting. He hangs up, and I lean back in my chair. My focus is back on the screen in front of me. Sienna is now rummaging around under my bed. She kneels and lifts the mattress. What the hell does she expect to find under there? I'm not a teenage boy hiding porn mags so Mother doesn't find them. She leaves the bedroom and walks across the carpet barefoot into my attached bathroom. If I thought the guest bathroom was nice, this is even better. She flings her arms out to the side and twirls around as if she's dancing. He might be a flashy bastard, but right now, I'm grateful for it. She starts moving around the bathroom, touching surfaces and trailing her finger along them. Snooping little minx. I'm so hard watching her, though. I love everything about the way she moves, the things she does. Perching on her toes, she slides open the glass fronts of the cabinets above the sink and starts to investigate the various bottles and tubes in there. Taking out a bottle of cologne, she smells it and smiles. Placing it carefully back, she slides the door shut and walks over to the huge clawfoot bath. Wow! I've always wanted a bath in one of these, she says. Does she always talk to herself? It's a little strange. I hope she's not crazy. I've had 2 certifiable exes, and I don't want to go there again. One of them burned my car out, took my Aston, my pride and joy, and burnt it when she found out I was going to end it. Crazy women are always hot at first, but the wild emotion swings get old fast. I'm hardly the most stable person myself, so 2 fucked up people? Not a good idea. I find well-adjusted people boring, though, so there's that. This is a much nicer bath than the one in the guest room. I'm going to take my bath here. Ha ha! Fuck you, Mr. Volkov. Christ, she's still at the monologuing. I lean forward, keenly interested when the meaning of her words hits. There are cameras in most rooms in this building. The only place there aren't any is my private study on this floor, and that is alarmed with more security than a safe. The cameras in the bathroom within the guest suite are politely angled so that I can only see the doorway, but not the bath or shower. The small toilet has its own room, through a door, and there are no cameras in there. I'm not a pervert who wants to spy on my guests. The cameras and mics are only there to ensure I can see if anyone breaks in, and to hear everything guests say, just in case. The camera footage is wiped daily and only reviewed if we've been under attack or someone has breached my security. The audio tapes get wiped too, without being listened to.
Sometimes, however, a guest of mine is someone I need to get information on, and then I will make sure to review the tapes. In my own bathroom, the cameras cover all of it. After all, same as the rest of my living space, I'd only review the footage normally if we'd had a break-in. However, it means that Sienna's decision to take her bath in my restroom means that she's going to give me a show. Yes, indeed. I think I'll take my ablutions here, Sienna says to herself with a small laugh. In the bathroom of the great Monsieur Volkov himself. Asshole. Fuck pig, as my dear mama would say. Creative language the girl has. She thinks she's being defiant and somehow gaining a tiny bit of power back, but instead she's about to give me the treat of my life. She turns the taps on and walks across the bathroom to the cabinet, where she inspects the contents for a moment before taking out a dark glass bottle that I know contains bath oil. It's not actually mine, but belongs to an ex-bit of fun. In fact, it belongs to the artist who left the painting above my bed that Sienna noticed. It costs over $100 a bottle, and it's 1,000,000 miles away from the drugstore scent I've smelled on Sienna before. Pouring a liberal amount of the oil into the bath, Sienna takes the tie out of her hair, shakes it loose, and then pulls it back up into a much messier bun than her earlier work arrangement. It balances in loose tendrils on the top of her head. I liked seeing it down, even if only for a moment. It's long, thick, and luxurious, and I want to run my hands through it and then wrap it around my fist. My heart rate picks up when she begins to undo the vest she's wearing as part of her uniform. She unbuttons it quickly and efficiently, not in any sexual way, but my mouth still runs dry. Dropping the vest on the floor, she shimmies out of her pants, letting them fall to the floor and then kicking them to one side. Now she's wearing only her panties and her work shirt. As she unbuttons the shirt and drops that too, I focus on her breasts, but not in a lustful way, more of a curious one. The bra she is wearing looks more like a torture device. I realize when I look closer that, in fact, she's wearing something that seems to bind and flatten her chest. Why would she do that? She turns and unwraps the bandage-like bra and throws it to the floor. She sighs and rubs her hands over her breasts. Her back is to me, so I can't see them. However, I can tell she's holding herself. Her sighs and moving of her back tell me that she's sore. My mind scrambles as I try to figure out why she would be hiding her bust to the point it hurts. Maybe she's been teased about it or something. She turns to the bath and bends over, swishing her arms through the water and adding some more cold. Then she turns both taps off and gingerly tips one toe in. Clearly, deciding the temperature is correct for her needs, she pulls her panties down, giving me a fine view of her stupendous ass. I take a good look. I could be a gent and turn off the feed, but she's spying on me. And now she's arrogantly using my bathroom in some sort of defiant fuck you to me, so fair is only fair. Anyway, her ass is far too incredible for me to look away now. It's curvy but firm, and her skin is as smooth and pale as I'd imagined it to be. For a moment, I think she's going to get into the bath the wrong way because she still has her back to me. It won't be comfortable as she'll be sitting with the taps digging into her shoulders. But then she turns and gives me the most glorious view I've ever seen in my life. I've been to the South Pacific and seen the whitest of beaches known to man. I've visited mountain ranges and lush forests the world over. I've been on a helicopter ride over the Alps and the Grand Canyon, and I've kayaked down the Amazon. And I can honestly say that I've never seen anything quite as breathtaking as a naked Sienna. Her breasts are mouth-wateringly full, and so pert her rosy pink nipples tip up toward the ceiling. Her stomach is smooth and her waist petite, and between her legs there's a tiny patch of red hair. She stretches again, and once more runs her hands over her stupendous tits. I swear, part of me is wondering if this is a honey trap, and I'm doing exactly what her handlers want. Perhaps she guesses I have security cameras? This is far too good to be true. But then she grimaces in a decidedly unsexy way and mutters, "Fucking tits! Bane of my life!" Maybe not. Clambering into the tub, she lays down as the water covers her. Her mouth tips up to a smile and her eyes drift closed. Her sad mouth looks so different when she smiles. Tiny dimples at each corner of her lips only add to her beauty. I examine her features, watching the way her eyes flicker under her lids. Her nose and cheeks are lightly freckled, and she even has a couple freckles on her right eyelid. Her lashes are long and darker than her hair. I've never been with a woman who looked so radiant with so little artifice, and I've dated some allegedly stunning women. I realize something with a jolt. Sienna is laid out for me gloriously naked, and yet I've been focusing on her face. Holy hell. As if I need to prove something to myself, I tear my gaze away from her features and sweep it down her body. The water laps against her shoulders, and her nipples poke out of the water, hard. "Touch yourself, Sienna." She mimics me, her voice stupidly low and gruff, and then she laughs. "Fucking asshole. Honestly, who does he think he is?" Then she answers herself. "He's a gangster, that's who. And he will probably kill you, despite what he says. Fuck my life. Fuck it 1,000,000 times over." She sighs, her eyes opening as she looks around the room. "He's a hot gangster, though." Then she starts singing, and her voice is not good. She's singing Bad Guy by Billie Eilish, and I can't help but laugh. When she gets to the chorus and sings the duh, she slaps the water with one hand. I ball my hands into fists because, damn, I want to march into there and take her out of the tub, soaking wet and all, and put her on my bed and show her just how rough I do like it, just how bad I can be. This girl is something else. Her beauty is refined and yet wild, but her personality is like nothing I've come across before. Fuck me. She's a bit crazy in all honesty, but I like it. Dropping her head back again on the tub, she trails off halfway through the song, and for a while she simply lies there, her eyes closed, the water slowly lapping from her impromptu karaoke moment. I watch her, mesmerized. My gaze mostly stays on her face, unable to tear myself away from her features. They have me hooked. I drink her in, and it's never enough. After a while, I turn to the ledgers on my desk and go through the figures for a guy who is collaborating with us, and who I suspect might be skimming off the top. For a period, I get so involved I forget about the guest in my tub, until a soft moan reverberates out of the laptop. My eyes snap back to the screen. Dear Lord, she's doing what I told her. Eyes still closed, Sienna has one finger dipped between her legs, stroking. I can't see it too clearly because the water is distorting the view. Her lips part, and her breath escapes in small puffs. She doesn't seem far from coming. How much of the show have I missed? Damn. My balls ache, and I don't even think about not doing what I do next. I unzip myself and take out my hard cock. It's so hard I hiss when I take hold of myself. I'm big, not small at all, and Sienna is curvy but petite. Her wrists are small, her dainty ankles too. which right now are resting out of the water by the cold tap, her legs to one side of the bath. I wonder if she's small down there, too. Tight. I bet she is. All snug, wet, and hot. So hot. For me. The same way I'm hard and leaking at the tip for her. When she comes, it isn't with a scream or shouting or the theatrics I've often witnessed in my bed. She comes with a soft, whimpering moan, and her free hand grips the side of the tub as she rubs her little pussy faster. Her fingers don't seem to be inside, but purely stimulating her clit. I move my gaze to her face to watch the emotions chase over her features. Eyes glued to her face as she rides out the waves, I come too, with a grunt as I spill all over my hand. I'm panting when I finally stop, and I shake my head. Fuck me. That was more intense than any of the actual sex I've had in years. I take out a different handkerchief to the one I have with Sienna's essence on it and wipe myself down, and then clean my hands before zipping back up. The silk Hermes handkerchief goes straight in the trash can under my desk. Sienna's breathing is deep, and I get a panicked moment when I think she might have fallen asleep in the bath. Can you drown in a tub? But then her eyes snap open, and she sits forward, swirls the water about through her fingers for a moment, then hauls herself out of the bath. Wet skin, water droplets, curves, and hidden valleys. It's all so enticing. Beautiful. Normally, I'm a come and done kind of guy. I don't want to linger and cuddle, and once I've come, and she's come, I lose all interest until round 2. If this were any other woman, I'd be back at work now, letting her get on with dressing herself. It's not just any woman, though. I think Sienna is possibly one of the most beautiful women in the world. A rare, exquisite, and unusual beauty. I glance at the painting behind me, the one she recognized, but so few do. My lips twitch. I know if I put Sienna in the right clothes, the right makeup, the right shoes, every man in the room would want her. Men with fucking supermodels for wives would look at the woman on my arm and be jealous because their wives would have no tits or fake tits and lip filler or Botox, and they'd all look similar. Every one of them would have that look. Instagram perfect and bland as fuck. It's as if we've decided to stamp out authenticity these days in so many ways. Not Sienna. Sienna sings out of tune in the bath. She talks to herself a lot. She has freckles on her shoulders and a few on her décolletage, but the rest of her skin is creamy, pale, and blemish-free. Her features are delicate, but at the same time almost too big for her face. Huge eyes, pouty, pillowy, sad mouth, high cheekbones, pointy little chin. Her nose is small, but it tips up at the end, the same way her gorgeous tits do. She wraps the big fluffy towel from the heated rack around herself, grabs her clothes from the floor, and sweeps out of the room. I track her progress through the house, watching as she enters her own small set of rooms. She saunters into the bathroom and goes off the screen, but I turn the sound up. She's singing the chorus of Bad Guy again, but this time it sounds sad. You've really gone and done it this time. How will you get out of this, huh? I wish I could see her. My heart squeezes, and for a moment, I'm tempted to walk down the hallway and tell her she can leave. Then I remember, if I do, she's a dead woman walking anyway. I'm being the hero here. Her breathing is fast now, as if she's running. Nope, not gonna have a panic attack today. Fuck it. I take over the camera lens and angle it from the computer so I can see her. She's standing by the sink, staring at herself in the mirror, eyes glassy. She shakes her head bitterly, mumbles something I can't make out, applies some lotion, then throws her clothes on. I swivel around in my chair and look out across the city. This place isn't my home, but then Chicago wasn't either. Sasha has made that place his. Vadim had too. He misses it all the time. If I must hear him talk one more time about a Chicago dog, I'll cut his tongue out. Me, though? I don't fit in anywhere except back home. I miss it. Slovakia is in my blood, and I miss the mountains. The Tatra Mountains are stunningly beautiful and high for Europe. Grandiose, harsh in winter, and wild. My father had a wooden fishing hut on a lake out there that he added to, and we used as a basic holiday home. The solitude was amazing. I still love solitude. Unlike Vadim, who seems to live for the bustle and hustle of city life, I never feel I can fully breathe until I'm away from it all. Luckily, here in the UK, I found a place in Wales, Snowdonia, which reminds me of home. The mountains aren't as high, but they're beautiful, and the coast is wonderful. I go there often. I'll visit soon and take Sienna. It would be easier to break down her barriers there than here. There, we could be like two normal people getting to know one another. Here, I am always a Volkov, a feared man who people either bow and scrape around or plot to harm. There's extraordinarily little middle ground. Deciding impulsively to head there when the weekend arrives, I fire off a text to Valentine, telling him to prepare to have a few days away and to take 3 men off the schedule here to come with us. They can be replaced by the security we hire from an agency here in London for the club. Generic, but excellent. Pricey, but discreet. They don't guard me personally, though. I always have one of my 3 main men, Vadim, Victor, or Valentine, the 3 Vs, and 2 or 3 of our permanent detail with me always. When Konstantin Silvanov gets that venture of his up and running, I'll be hiring a few men from him. Ex-Spetsnaz, and trained by him and Andreas. I can't think of a higher caliber of guard. They've got some SEALs involved from what I hear, and even SAS and SBS. In the meantime, I'm going to take Sienna to the mountains of Wales.
Chapter 11. Sienna. Will I still be working in the club? I asked Nikolai. My head is splitting. I slept for shit last night. The bed was comfortable and the room opulent, but I'm a prisoner, and I have a lot on my mind. What about my brother? My flat? If I am not there for months on end, or however long this lunatic plans on keeping me, I might lose my tenancy. He snorts. Of course not. You'll be wearing my mark so you can only be a waitress. We've been through this. He stares at me as if I'm crazy. Don't you remember? Excuse me if I'm confused. It's a lot to take in. You'll live in your rooms. You'll only leave this building with my permission and security. You can study if you so wish, so long as you always have security with you. And yes, they will look the part. You can say you witnessed a crime and are under protection. Is that clear enough? What's going to happen to my brother? He's in prison, and as soon as the man who sent me here finds out you figured out I'm spying on you, my brother is dead. I shake my head, determined that I will not cry. My plan to twist Nikolai around my little finger so he rescues my brother will take time. But what about the here and now? Who sent you here? A cop, I'm sure. Can't you find out? The big bad gangster can't figure it out. He narrows his eyes and sips his coffee. Stop annoying him, Sienna, I tell myself. You need him to help you. We're breakfasting together at the bar in his opulent kitchen. Toast for me, scrambled egg whites and smoked salmon for him, which she eats quickly and efficiently. A woman in her mid-50s awakened me at 9 in the morning. She handed me a shirt dress, panties, and a strappy camisole with a built-in bra, as well as flat shoes. The dress looked simple, but as soon as I put it on, I knew quality when I felt it. Where did the clothes come from? Your previous concubine? He smirks. No, this place where they sell things. They call them shops. Ha ha. Who sent you, Sienna? His face grows serious as he watches me over the rim of his coffee cup. Those eyes of his never seem to miss a thing. They're so beautiful, but deadly too. For such a warm color, they sure do hold cold calculation. I can find out, but it will take me time. Time your brother may not have. If you tell me, I can ensure your brother's safety. You can really do that? Hope fills me as we watch one another. The air between us is still, as if waiting for his answer too. He puts his cup down on the saucer. The tableware is almost dainty, and the coffee cup looked ridiculous in his massive hand. Yes, I can do that. I promise you that your brother will be safe. I can't promise yet that I can get him out of prison. Keeping him safe while he's in there, though, that I can do. If I receive all his details, and the name of the person who sent you in here to spy, then I can ensure your brother's safety. I cannot do it, however, if I'm operating half-blind. Who wants information on me, Sienna, badly enough to send someone like you to get it? Someone like me. What does that even mean? Naive, young, not cut out for this at all. You don't know anything about me. I sip at my orange juice. He has no idea just what I can do. What I did do to get Simon the information on the County Lines gang. I know you're not someone who finds lying and cheating second nature. Oh, really, Great Oracle? How? He laughs, and the smile makes him more beautiful than ever. In fact, he looks so gorgeous laughing that I automatically look away, glancing down at my plate. A laughing Nikolai is akin to staring at the sun. It will blind you if you look for too long. For a start, you flush red whenever you tell an untruth. It's a bit of an issue having a lie detector for skin. He laughs again, but it's a softer sound this time, almost affectionate. You bite your lip, too, and when you're unsure or perhaps lying, I'm not quite certain which yet, you glance down to the right. See, spotting a liar isn't some black and white science as Google might have one believe. You need to get to know an individual's tells. Yours are scarily easy to decipher. It means you aren't a good liar, and as such, you're hardly an ideal candidate to spy on me. You're young. You don't seem the sort to stick a stiletto heel in my throat and have me bleed out. I flinch at the thought, and my eyes snap up to meet his gaze. See, that imagery made you react. You didn't like it, and you couldn't hide your dislike. If I told you some of the things I've seen, you'd react with fear, horror, disgust, maybe all three. You have terrible balance, too. I frown, confused by the non sequitur. This makes me believe you are not an accomplished waitress as your resume would have Miguel assume. When you walked over to me on your very first night, you overheard something, didn't you? Me talking to a woman. Oh, Lord. He means the things he said to the blonde. I nod. No point in lying if he can read me every time I do so. My cheeks still heat at the memory of what he said. What you heard me say to her shocked you enough you almost spilled the contents of the tray, yet it was bland. Was it? I didn't think what he said was bland. Certainly not the way he said it, with so much authority. Did you like it? His voice is a mere murmur, so low I strain to hear. I look down, unable to let him see my vulnerability as I nod again. His big hand wraps around my wrist, holding it the same way he held the blonde's. It doesn't hurt, but it's tight enough I doubt I could yank myself free. His thumb brushes over the inside of my wrist, soft compared to his harsh hold. Who looks after you, Sienna? Who takes care of you? His words hit deep. I'm shocked to find tears filling my eyes as I swallow hard and focus on the pattern on the plates. No one takes care of me. I have nobody left to do that. Not wanting to show the mild, deep vein of vulnerability he's just mined, I compose myself and plaster on a cool smile before lifting my face. I don't need someone to take care of me. I'm an adult. I disagree, he says. You're sad, I can tell. Lonely, I think. Certainly you're vulnerable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Who looks out for you? No one, I whisper. There is no one. No one. My mother is dead. My father doesn't care now he has his new family. My brother cares, but he's a screw-up and is in jail, and my older sister is a bitch who washed her hands of us. You have an older sister. He frowns. Yes, I don't see her, though. I think she feels we're beneath her now that she's married some guy with a half-decent job and got herself a house in suburbia. His gaze clouds, and for a long beat he looks off into the distance. Older siblings should take care of the younger ones, but often they don't. They see the younger children as an inconvenience. You sound as if you speak from first-hand knowledge. I have a younger brother, and he's messed up, you might say. I take some of the blame. I wasn't a good older brother. A sibling isn't a parent, Nikolai. Don't put that responsibility on your shoulders. No, they are not, and we don't have perhaps a responsibility, as you say, but I should have done better by Maxim. He lets go of my wrist finally, and I resist the urge to rub where his hand has been. That's your younger brother? He nods and sips at his coffee again. I sip at mine and nibble a bite of the toast I had requested for breakfast. My appetite is AWOL due to the anxiety turning in my stomach every minute of the day. Maxim is something of a fuck-up, and I take a share of the blame, I suppose. Anyway, I shall soon be taking my share of the fixing of the mess, too, as our mother wants him to come work with me. I raise my brows in surprise. You don't strike me as a man who does what his mother tells him, I say. All good Orthodox boys do what their mother says. He replies with a self-effacing grin. Anyway, she's right. I need to spend time with him and try to straighten him out. If I don't do it, she might come here herself. Trust me, that would be way worse than my annoying younger brother. Why? I ask, curious. Because she's as cold as a dead frozen fish. His words shock me. It's not a very nice way to talk about his mother. On the surface, at least. He does that shrug again. It's almost French in its insouciance. Deep down, she loves us all, but she's hard. Had to be the way she grew up. I open my mouth about to ask him more, but he puts one finger over my mouth, hushing me. It's a dick move, so I narrow my eyes. Enough about me. Back to you. We have established you have no one to look out for you, to care for you, to guide you. I don't need guidance. I bristle. His mouth tips up a little at the corners. Once more, we must disagree there. I think you most certainly do. No wonder this policeman, I'm guessing it was a man, picked you to be the one to spy for him. He considers me for a long time, the seconds stretching into what feels like minutes. Did he try to have sex with you? The way he asks is direct and no nonsense. Those damned blushing cheeks of mine heat again, and his face hardens. I didn't let him. Well, I cannot tell him what happened. It's so mortifying. Tell me. It's an order, not a request, and is made with such certainty that I find myself speaking before I consciously make the decision to. When he said I had to spy in your club, I was terrified. I begged him not to make me do this. I was supposed to be out and free after the County Lines gang, and my evidence helped him get a conviction. I thought it might make him grateful enough to truly leave me be. He's selfish, though, and I should have known I wouldn't be free of him. When I begged, he propositioned me, threatened my brother unless I either did this or slept with him. Those were my choices. His expression is hard to decipher. You chose this instead of sleeping with him. Once? Yes, once, or at least that's what I took his offer to mean. Is he hideous? No, not really. I suppose many women would find him rather handsome. I watch his face, but it's carefully blank. Unlike me with my lie detector cheeks, Nikolai can be awfully hard to read. What? I demand. It just seems extreme to risk so much danger, your death, to not sleep with a man once. A man you say is handsome, no? Firstly, I hate the idea of him coercing me into doing it. That's rape if you're not aware. He seems as if he's going to speak, so for once, I give an order. It is, and don't minimize it. Secondly, it's not as if I didn't give it a thought. I went so far as to let him kiss me, but it went wrong. horribly wrong. How? Oh no, not going there. He leans over the counter and tips my chin up, forcing me to meet his gaze. How did it go wrong? I threw up on him when he kissed me. His eyes widen. You what? Yeah, I was sick all over him. In my defense, he was an awfully bad kisser. Not that I have much experience, but his fat tongue made me gag, and he stank of beef and onion and mustard. He pulls a face, that universal expression for disgust that all cultures have. You know that face you just pulled, the disgusted one? It's the most recognizable human expression. I blurt out the fact. It is. He seems genuinely intrigued. Supposedly, scientists did experiments, and it cuts across most cultures. It's also recognized from a really young age. They figured it must be a survival mechanism to be able to understand it. If something is disgusting, it's bad for us, right? What did he do? What? I've lost my train of thought now we're talking about disgust. The cop, what did he do when you threw up on him? I shrug. Oh, he screamed at me to get the fuck out of his car. It's probably for the best. I'm almost talking to myself now. I'd have sucked at it. Then he'd have probably still made me do this, and I'd have ended up having sex with a stinky onion breath asshole and giving him my virginity for nothing. I bite the toast and roll my eyes. Men, I mutter under my breath. What did you just say? Men. He shakes his head and stills my hands that are now ripping at the toast. Before that, the bit about giving him your virginity. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Shit fucking bollocks. Me and my inability to keep anything inside. My father used to say I was an embarrassment. People would ask me how my day had been at a family party, and instead of saying, fine, which is the correct answer, I'd give a running monologue of the day's entire events. It only gets worse when I'm anxious, which these days is 99% of the time. Joke? It's a lame attempt, and he clearly sees right through it as he shakes his head. You haven't had sex before. He's staring at me as if in wonder. How old are you? In my 20s, don't worry, you're not about to get arrested. How did you get to be in your 20s, in Britain, and not have sex? Everyone has sex in Britain by the time they're 18, it seems. It's not like back home. Well, we don't all have sex. I snap. It's nothing to do with morality either before you decide I'm a prude or something. It just never happened that I found anyone I liked enough to go that final step with. For much of my life, from aged around 16 to now, things have been nonstop stress. My mother dying, my grandmother too, my sister being such a bitch, my brother getting arrested. Between all that and my studies, I barely dated. The one time I believed I might have fallen for someone, he turned out to be a weirdo. How? Nope, not talking about it. He smirks. Okay, for now. Sighing, I glance down at my plate. Will he want me more or less now? Or will it make no difference? I decide to ask him. Why the hell not? Is it an issue? Me being a virgin, or are you one of those guys who thinks it's a big deal, a good thing? He gives me a gaze, open and direct. I don't think it changes anything either way. I already desire you more than any other woman I've ever met. I doubt there's much you could do to change that negatively. As for making me want you more just because you're a virgin, not really, because I don't think it's physically possible to want you more. Holy hell. I stare at him as he seems to snap out of the daze he's in and finish his coffee. I must get to work. Feel free to use the gym and the pool in the basement. But if you do so, you must have someone accompany you and stand guard outside. There's many people who come and go in this building, and one can't be too careful. Call the number 5, remember, from the house phone, and request an escort. Same if you want to come and see me. Otherwise, there's a TV, a wall full of books, a games console, and the treadmill up here for you if you wish to run looking out over the city. There's all you could want to eat and drink. Tonight, we will go fetch your things. But I have a lady coming to see you today at 2. She's a personal shopper, and she will take your measurements and buy you things you will need. I don't want you buying me things, I say. He blows out an annoyed breath. You are mine now. I promised I wouldn't make you fuck me. I didn't promise anything else. If you think I'm gonna have you on my arm wearing anything but the best, you're mistaken. You will let her measure you, and she will supply you with the clothes you will need. I expect you to be polite and thank her. Understood? You're bossy, I snap. He sweeps his phone from the counter and pockets it. Yes, I am, but you like it, I think. I want his name, the policeman. Write it down for me and anything else you know about him. His warm palm cups my cheek, and my breath stills in my chest. You aren't used to being taken care of, but perhaps you'll enjoy it. I could take care of you. If you gave yourself to me in all ways, I would look after you. I would make the tough decisions and take the worry from you. With a soft brush of lips to my forehead, he leaves me with nothing but his lingering scent. So tempting, that offer of his, and yet a trap. Like a tasty lump of cheese, the little mouse just cannot resist. But when the mouse takes a nibble, the trap slams shut. That's what he wants. Me in his bed, in his life, on his terms, as his prisoner. I won't do it. Or at least not entirely the way he thinks. I fancy him enough to bet him, I'm sure of it. I might be a virgin, technically, but I've done most other things. I'm not some innocent waif who doesn't know when she finds someone gorgeous. What if I sleep with him, do the things he wants, but I'm pulling his strings right back? I bet the great Nikolai hasn't thought me capable of such things. He's in for a surprise. Chapter 12. Sienna. When 2 p.m. arrives, I'm waiting in my rooms like a well-behaved little captive for the personal shopper. She arrives 5 minutes late and is not what I was expecting. Someone stern, middle-aged, and prim was what my imagination had conjured. The woman in front of me looks to be early 30s at the most and is utterly gorgeous. "You're stunning," I blurt out. She laughs. "Thank you, so are you. I'm Tabitha. I need to take measurements, and we can discuss your personal style. But I asked Mr. Volkov for an estimate of your size and have things with me we can try." "Have you dressed women for him before?" I ask her. She laughs. "No, I've dressed him, never any women." "He has a personal shopper?" "Yep. He doesn't have time to go shopping. He hates it too, he says. Also, he's not that interested in clothes, from what I can gather. To him, they're nothing more than a part of his business, an extension of the persona he puts onto the world." "You seem to know him well," I observe. "Trust me, when you dress people, you get to know things about them. Mr. Volkov doesn't care about clothes, but does use them for effect to look both smart and intimidating. Whereas another client I have is delighted if I find him something he loves. For Mr. Volkov, a well-fitting suit is simply part of the uniform." She eyes me critically. "Okay, you're very beautiful, but you dress terribly." "This isn't my choice of clothing. It's what I've been given until I can retrieve my things." I panic. Shit, is that saying too much? What if she goes to the police? "I'm staying here as protection," I add. She nods once, uninterested in my slip. "I don't care why you're here. I must be discreet when it comes to my clients. Nothing I see or hear in this room leaves this room." Her words are loaded with meaning. She's telling me that even if I were to throw myself at her feet and beg, she couldn't or wouldn't help me. "What sort of clothes do you wear normally?" "Jeans, t-shirts, casual, dresses in summer sometimes." Her face brightens a little. "What sort of dresses?" "Oh, you know, capped sleeves, buttoned up, just above the knee mostly, flower patterns, that kind of thing." I mention a couple of stores I go to, and I swear she grimaces. "Oh dear, we can do better than that." Thanks?" "No offense, it's just, you're gorgeous. I've not seen anyone as sexy as you in front of me for a long time, and I dress movie stars. Dressing in jeans, t-shirts, and prairie chic isn't playing to your attributes." "Prairie chic?" "We can play around with prints, but not flowers. Nope, too ditzy. You need something either subtle or full-on. Poochie would look great with your coloring. Green is the color of this season, and for a redhead, that's fabulous. She comes closer and inspects me. Your hair natural? Yes. Stunning shade. It really looks like you've had a color put on there. And you've got incredible eyes. Never seen a shade of gray so cool with red hair before. The cool eyes and skin tones you have, along with your warm hair, means you can wear cool or warm shades. I nod, utterly lost at this point. I want to dress you in a way which feels like you, but amazing you. Does that make sense? You like jeans? We can do jeans. You like t-shirts? We can do that too. But they will be fabulous t-shirts. Logos. I laugh because she means logos. Ooh, look at me. I can afford a t-shirt with Dior on it. No, darling, I would never dress a client in logos. She shudders. Okay, firstly, let me show you some jeans and tops we can try. Opening one of the 2 suitcases she brought with her, she begins to rummage around inside. I take my time to examine what she's wearing. Heels, but not too high, and a weird shape where they're like stilettos at the top but square at the bottom. Then she's wearing a pair of loose, floaty trousers in the most amazing shade of shocking pink, with a matching top, but an orange belt. I'd never think orange and pink could look good together, but they do. Jeans, she states, holding some up. You've got a perfect hourglass going on, so let's show it off. High-rise, slightly flared jeans. They will give you such a great shape. Then we can pair them with trainers, but ones with a little height. Stella McCartney, I think. I don't have any on me, but I will bring them next time. Finally, a t-shirt. She takes out an emerald green t-shirt with turned-up sleeves. Okay, try these on. I take the clothes and step into the bathroom. When I get to the t-shirt, I pause as I pull it on. It's the softest thing I've ever felt. What sorcery is this? When I exit the room for my inspection, I must pass muster because Tabitha smiles at me. Lovely. The t-shirt is comfy, I say. Cashmere, sweetie. Okay, keep the jeans on, but try these 2 t-shirts next. One is silk and the other is leather. Leather? Yep, it's all the rage. It sounds sweaty and hot. It's not plastic, she says, sounding offended. It's the finest thinly cut leather. When you try the leather on, put this belt on the jeans. She hands me a belt with a buckle that is a big gold V. Is this Versace? I ask. One designer I know the name of. No, sweetie, Valentino. She gently pushes me toward the door. Firstly, I try the silk t-shirt, which she approves of, and then I pull on the dreaded leather t-shirt. Again, what sorcery is this? It feels like soft, buttery cream against my skin. Wow. I tuck it into the jeans and fasten the belt through the loops, clicking it into place, and step out for her perusal. Oh, now we're talking. Look at you. She claps her hands briskly. Pop these shoes on for me, darling. They are block heels, black with a gold part on the inner heel, which catches the light and gold buckle. Simple, but I have to admit lovely. When I have the shoes on, she messes about with the t-shirt, pulling it around until it hangs just so over the jeans and belt, and then she leads me to the mirror. I stare at myself. How can something as basic as jeans and a black leather t-shirt look so good? The material falls so flatteringly over my breasts, and the belt highlights my waist before the jeans hug my hips, making me for once not despair them. Oh. My confidence gains 10 points immediately. Then it hits me. If Volkov can use clothes as a uniform, so can I. Everything I do now, here in this place, can be a part of me that no one else knows. A secret part. None of it has to be real. It's something I am doing for now to keep my brother safe, and when he's free, I will be too. This can all be put behind me like a surreal dream. The clothes can be part of that. A glamorous uniform to help me play the role I need to dangle Nikolai on the hook and secure my brother's safety. Oh, indeed, she says. This is only the start. I already know what you will look marvelous in. Listen to this. We'll build a base of jeans, smart but comfortable trousers, and t-shirts, along with light sweaters. Comfortable but very stylish. Then we'll throw in accents of color. Rich purple, Bottega green, even red. Red? Yes, you'll be surprised. I don't ask her what Bottega green is. I'll look it up later. Dresses. We need simple shirt dresses for daytime. Simple but beautifully made. Gray fabrics. A few in muted colors, then a couple of bright. I think around 10 for now. 10 dresses just for the day? She nods. Yes, we can add more later. More? I have 3 dresses at home. 2 pairs of jeans, a bunch of t-shirts, some sweaters, a cardigan, which I never wear. Who invented cardigans? Why not simply put on a sweater? A pair of cords, some black trousers for anything formal. I think I have 3 blouses and a collection of jogging bottoms. That's my wardrobe. The one weakness I do have is sneakers. I love my Converse and Vans. I can't afford them often, but I grab any in the sale bin and have found a few thrift shopping, so I have quite the collection now. What about sneakers? I ask. I like Converse. Oh, that works. Some black suit trousers, man style, baggy, sneakers. Looks great. Okay. She scribbles something on the iPad in her hands with a stylus pen. So far, I have 10 or so day dresses, a mix of high and low fashion, mostly high, but a couple of high street things will shake it up. 4 pairs of men's style trousers in black, navy, and green, various materials. T-shirts, at least 20. Assorted colors and materials. Sweaters. I think we can begin with around 10. Blazers will need at least 5 to start with. I think camel always looks great on redheads. Green, black, and classic Balmain in black. And a tweed. Not Chanel, though. I think it is too old for you. My head is spinning at this point. Something funkier. Balmain again. She bites her lips, taps at the screen with one elegant long finger, then goes back to writing. Sneakers to include Stella McCartney platforms. Converse, definitely Nikes. Loafers, 2 pairs. Gucci, of course. Todd's 2, maybe. Low heels and some high heels, but block or platform. I take it you don't normally wear stilettos. Ugh, no. I hate them. I shake my head. Louis Vuittons are out then for now. It's okay if you never perfect walking in stilettos, as there are more than enough thicker style heels in right now. Men like them, though. She arches her brow at me as if I'm a failure to women because I don't wear shoes that men like. They won't like me in them, trust me. I'm a klutz naturally without balancing on a needle. It seems insane to me that women do that for men. Do you wear them? Smiling, she nods. On occasion when they suit. Not for men, though. I prefer the company of women, so I wear the clothes I do for me, or for other women. But if you're wearing them for you, why go to so much effort? I'd rather be comfortable. She shrugs. It's my passion. I see an art in fashion. I love the catwalk shows. The color palettes they use, the shapes, and the way you can see something on the catwalk on Monday, and by Friday it will be in the fast fashion stores. It intrigues me. Always has done. It says so much about a person. Clothes can be a disguise, a defense, a bold statement of, this is me, a shield, a celebration, you know? She pauses for a moment. My mother has dementia. She doesn't know me, doesn't recognize me. She is locked away in her own world by that dreadful disease. I had to move her into a care home as Daddy couldn't cope, and even if I had moved in with him, we were told it wouldn't be safe. Do you know, she's still glamorous. She doesn't know what day of the week it is, but she knows every morning what she wants to wear. No jogging bottoms for Mother, no. She picks out her favorite jeans or pair of linen trousers. The staff help her dress, and she puts her jewelry on. She remembers her favorite earrings, but not her husband. I don't know what it means, but I know that seeing my mother still looking so glamorous and still able to tell the staff she wants the Chanel perfume today, thank you, lifts my mood. It's a tiny part of herself she hasn't lost. I blink away the tears that seem ever threatening these days. I'm sorry about your mom, I say. I lost mine. It's not the same, but I understand. You lost your mother? How awful. You are so young. It's my turn to shrug now. I don't think I have the careless art of it mastered the way Nikolai has, though. Right. Tabitha becomes all business again. Let me see. The only thing left is handbags, jewelry, and evening gowns. Do you trust me to order a couple of evening dresses to begin with? And if you like them, we can get more. Yes, of course. I don't know why she's buying me evening dresses. I'm not going to be partying anytime soon. Jewels. We will mostly go for fashion jewelry, but I'll ask Nikolai if I have permission to purchase a few simple fine pieces. Diamond studs for your ears, a simple eternity ring, a Cartier watch I think will suit you. Bags will mostly go with Bottega. I prefer them to any other bags right now. The colors and the leather. Chef's kiss. It has a younger vibe, too. We'll add in some classics, though. A Lady Dior, something by Celine. What kind of bags do you prefer? I use a cotton tote or an old crossbody. That's it. She stares at me like I'm an alien. Don't tell me you don't like bags either. I don't really care about them one way or another. Oh, Lord. Okay, crossbody is good. We can work with that. Totes, too. Then perhaps an evening clutch. She puts her iPad away in her massive purse, which is woven bright-colored leather, and comes to me. Show me your hands. I hold them out, puzzled. Those cuticles. She shakes her head. Stop nibbling. I'm going to book in some beauty treatments for you tomorrow. Mani and pedi, a conditioning treatment, although your hair is glorious. Facials and a massage. You seem tense. Being held hostage will do that to a girl. The clothes you tried on today, keep. Oh, how could I forget? Lingerie. Mr. Volkov was extremely specific. La Perla, a jean provocateur. Only the best. Have a look at the websites and pick styles you like. I prefer simple things. I'm a 34C, so... She laughs. No, you are not. I think you are 32 double D. You've got a small back. I'm going to measure you now anyway. Then you can pick underwear out in styles and colors you like. I have things on the list already from Mr. Volkov. Am I to understand he gave you a specific list of what to get for me when it came to the underwear only? Yes, and nightwear, she replies with a small smile. Cheeky bastard. Her eyebrows shoot up, but she doesn't say anything. She makes quick work with a tape measure, jotting my measurements down in a tiny notepad now, not on the iPad. Why are they in a little book? I nod at it. I don't put vital measurements in my iPad, only on paper. And I use a pseudonym that only I will know in case my little red book gets stolen. Imagine if the paparazzi got a hold of my iPad and found out the vital statistics for a variety of stars, singers, models, and royalty. My career would be over. What's my name in your book? Red. She grins at me. All freckles. You have stunning freckles on your nose and cheeks. You've got some too, I point out. She laughs. Fake, sweetie. It's a makeup pen. Fake freckles? I have learned so much in the past hour. Can I ask you something? In confidence? She pauses. So long as me answering it doesn't betray anyone else's confidence, then yes. Do you know Cecilia Ragnar? She purses her lips. Okay, I lied. Her? I will betray confidences. She's a grade A bitch. The woman thinks she's better than anyone else. Being the enfant terrible of the art world went to her head. And, of course, she's very beautiful in that haughty way she has. So the media ate her up. She isn't nice, though. I don't work with her, never have, and never will. She doesn't need me anyway. She has a very strong sense of her own style, but I know her socially. And all I can say is steer well clear. She's poison. I was going to ask if you knew about her and Nikolai. I think they were together for a while. That I don't know about. Watch your back if they were, because she doesn't like to share, and she's not nice. Oh, he and I aren't, you know. And anyway, as you say, she's very beautiful. She reaches out for me and tips my chin up gently with one finger. Sweetie, trust me when I tell you this. Yes, she is beautiful, but you are 10 times more so. She will hate you for it. Be careful. There aren't many people who give me the creeps, but she's one of them. Okay, until we meet again, take care. Next time you see me, I'll have a lot more clothes for you. She air kisses me either side of my cheek and stalks out of the room, dragging her cases on wheels behind her, as regal as a queen. I barely know the woman, and she said harsh things about my style, but I like Tabitha. Her words about Cecilia ring in my ears, and I vow to keep my wits about me if I ever do meet her.
Chapter 13. Nikolai. Dusk envelops the city laid out before me, my new playground. I had intended to come here and conquer, but now the city doesn't interest me as much. The woman in my spare room consumes my every thought. My personal shopper, Tabitha, came and measured Sienna 2 days ago, and today she arrived with bags of clothes. Some were delivered separately from fancy stores prior to Tabitha arriving. I stepped into my apartment to collect something I had forgotten, and I could hear Sienna protesting that the clothes were far too expensive, and she'd be scared of wearing them. I'd smiled to myself and left. She wrote down the name of the pathetic cop who has her putting herself in danger to do his dirty work. Simon Barlow. I've passed it on to my men to get as much information as they can on him. There's a knock on the door in my office. Come in. She's done, sir. Tabitha enters the room and stands by the door. You added in clothes for the beach as requested? I ask. Of course. I'm taking her to the coast this weekend. It won't be all that warm, but still. I've helped her pack. I taught her about layering for the coastal weather. She's only been to the coast a couple times for day trips. Margate. Her nose wrinkles. I don't know the place. Trust me, you don't want to. I smile at her. Tabitha is a horrific snob, but she has great taste in clothes, and so she's perfect for me, because I don't give a shit about them, but know they say a lot. I use Tabitha to convey the messages to the world I wish to, without having to bother with shopping. When I'm at the coast, and just being myself, I live in jeans and a sweatshirt, or joggers and a t-shirt. She's uncomfortable with the cost of clothes and says she's scared of the fabrics. Scared of fabric? What the hell? As in, there's a lot of silk and cashmere, and she's scared of ruining it. Says she's clumsy, spills things. Does she? I shrug. I don't give a fuck if she spills on every single thing she wears. I'll simply get you to replace it. She's beautiful, and she should be shown to her best. She is beautiful indeed. It's been a pleasure dressing her. It is rare I get a client with such a perfect figure. You dress supermodels and movie stars. I know my prize is better than any model, but I want to hear someone else say it. She nods. Yep, I do. And none of them have a figure as perfect as hers. Talk about the quintessential hourglass. I could dress her forever. She has awful style and taste, though. I bristle at those words. A sense of needing to defend stirs in me, something new and alien. The thing is, Tabitha rambles on, not aware she's stirred my wrath. Sienna is stunningly beautiful, the sort of beauty that a discerning person could see if she were wearing sackcloth. But I want everyone to see her beauty. I want her to be the brightest diamond in the room. The thing people can't stop looking at because she will be sublime in the right clothes. She has earned my forgiveness because her thoughts echo my own. She purses her lips. Do you know what she was wearing when I arrived today? Out of all the things one of your men had grabbed to tide her over, she had chosen a mustard t-shirt. With her coloring. She looked pale and sickly. I told her to burn it. She laughs. I will burn it, I decide. Nothing will go next to her that makes her look anything but glorious. I'll redecorate my whole fucking club if needs be. Christ, I need to get a grip. Now, greens, emeralds, purple, deep blues, wow, she pops. The thing is, one can have the world's finest painting, but if you put it in a frame that doesn't match or clashes with it, or even worse, overpowers it, no one will see the painting. That is how I think of Sienna. a bold and beautiful work of art in a terrible frame of her own making. I'm not an artist, she says with a self-deprecating little smile. Nature is the artist. I simply am a picture framer, but one of the best. Of course, it is easier when one works with a masterpiece to begin with. She casts me a shrewd glance. Speaking of masterpieces, I saw a suit that would fit you to perfection. Oh? I glance at my screen, growing bored now that the conversation has moved on from Sienna. Can I get it ordered, made to measure? Of course. Bill me for it in advance. Do I owe you anything for Sienna's wardrobe? No, sir. You gave me more than enough. I owe you some back. Keep it on tab. I glance up at her, and my mouth twitches. In case she's as clumsy as she claims. Yes, sir. See you soon. She leaves, and I lean back in my chair, clasping my hands behind my head as I think about the upcoming 4 days. I'm taking Sienna to my bolt hole in Wales. It's a home on the North Wales coast, with views out over the ocean and some of the lower mountains of the Snowdon Range, and the Lynn Peninsula on the opposite side of the large bay. I could have rented something suitable for my wealth and status, but decided instead to buy a cozy place. The house has 4 bedrooms, with an outhouse that was converted into 3 apartments, where my security stay. 2 are 1-bed studios, and the 3rd is a 3-bed apartment. All are small and simple, but comfortable. The main home has a large living room, with views out across the country cottage-style garden, full of flowers at this time of year. The gardener I hired was beside himself with happiness when I told him to replace the boring, manicured lawns with a traditional British country garden. And I let him plant one area off to the right with a small wildflower meadow. He said it is good for the insect life, so why not? There's a dining kitchen, cottage-style too. It's warm and inviting, and reminds me in some ways of Slovakia. Then there's a study and a large hallway with stairs leading to the 4 bedrooms, one with an attached bath and a second family bathroom at the end of the hallway. No pool, no sauna, none of the things I have in my country house in England or at the club. When I leave the UK, I think I'll keep this house and come visit often. I like Wales. It's wild and beautiful. The mountains remind me of home. I wonder what Sienna will make of it. Something tells me it will be much more to her taste than the opulence here or at the country house. I pause at those thoughts. Most women I would take to the mansion in Surrey. It's like something out of an Austen novel, and women go gaga for it. I prefer the house in Wales, and the fact I believe Sienna will too tells me something. My phone rings, grabbing my attention. Yeah, I bark into it as I answer. Boss, Simon Barlow is in Vice. Runs a small gang unit. Nothing to do with arms or weapons dealing. Smaller fry than us. And he's got a real thing about anyone dealing spice in his community. Kind of don't blame him. That shit is fucked up. Rumor has it that Peter has a small side buy-in with someone dealing that stuff. He's not interested in you. He's interested in Peter. You were correct. Victor takes a drag of his cigarette, the sound an irritant to me because I hate his habit. You smoking? Only one today, boss. You will kill yourself. He laughs. Got shot at last week. I think it's the least of my worries. What do you want me to do about the cop? Nothing for now. I have protection in place for Sienna's brother, Louis. I have a file on her being delivered to me by the PI, so I'll have all the info I need anyway. Don't do anything, but maybe give him a warning. A shot across his bow, as it were, to make him think twice before he fucks with me again. Nothing that he can concretely tie to us, but that scares him a bit. I'll be creative, he says. Good. I hang up. I'm curious about Sienna's life, but I'm hoping she will tell me most of it herself. It would show that she's gaining trust in me. That's wishful thinking. The day drags, and by the time evening arrives, I decide to leave today and drive at night while it is dark and the roads are empty. It means I must put off my meeting with the investigator until early next week, but that's okay. Anything super urgent and he has my number and strict instructions to call. Otherwise, I will find out all about my pretty little new companion's life when we return. Next week will be busy. I have the tattooist arriving to work on Sienna, and a fuck ton of shit to deal with. I need the break by the ocean. After organizing the security detail, phoning my live-in housekeeper in Wales, B, and texting my dog walker/dog security, Jordan, I knock on Sienna's door. I could simply walk in. I own these rooms. They're a suite within my apartment, but I want to give her the illusion of control for a while. Back off a bit, see if it brings her out of her shell. What? She opens the door and regards me as if I am a lowly servant. Nice attitude. Are your bags packed for the weekend? Yes. Tabitha helped me pack them, so I had all the things she thinks I will need to please you. Aren't I a good girl? Right now? No, I'd say you're being a brat. Luckily for you, I find it hot, in an amusing way. Get changed. Put something comfortable on. We're leaving in an hour. What? Her look changes from painted-on arrogance to panic. I thought we were going tomorrow. What difference does it make? I haven't mentally prepared myself. I regard her for a long beat. What the hell do you mean? We're going to Wales. You're not about to join the army. It's just a long weekend by the coast. Downtime. No prep needed. I need to prepare for time with you. She blurts the words out, and the bright red flush and wide eyes that follow them let me know she didn't mean to say them out loud. You'll have your own room there too, don't worry. There's B there as well, the housekeeper, although I am giving her a couple of days off. But I won't cross your threshold, I swear it. I make a cross, and Sienna growls. I can ask B to stay if you'd prefer. Make you feel safe. You'll love her. There will be security with us too. You are like royalty, aren't you? I bet the Queen has fewer staff. No, don't ruin her time off on my behalf. Oh, great royal one. Get ready, I order. In 1 hour, we leave. Yes, sir, she says with a mock salute. The words go straight to my dick, and for a long moment, I consider simply taking her. Fuck my promises, and fuck this game. She must sense the dark turn of my thoughts because she automatically takes a step back. I swallow, regain my famed control, and offer her a tight smile. One day you'll say that to me and mean it in the way I want you to. Then I walk away before I do something I'll regret. 1 hour later, and I knock on her door again to find her ready as ordered. She's wearing cashmere sweatpants and a light sweater, loose on one shoulder so it shows the strap of the top she has on underneath. Over her arm is a light jacket. You won't need that in the car, I tell her. She ignores me and grabs her hold-all, which I take from her immediately. It's heavy and I don't want her straining her back. Thank you, she mutters. We leave the room, me with her hold-all slung over one shoulder and mine in the other hand. I put my bag down for one moment to close the door and type in the code. Then I press my thumb against the keypad and wait until I hear the bolts sliding shut. Okay, let's go. I grab my bag again and stalk to the elevator. She presses the call button for me, and we wait in strained silence. I must report in and meet with Simon by the end of next week. If I don't show up, he's going to make things hard for my brother. We'll be showing up, I tell her, making the decision on the fly. Fuck it. I want to see his face when he realizes how much in the shit he is. He'll already be scared if Victor does his job well. And Victor is very effective. We? Yes, we. Simon will no longer bother you. The doors slide open, and I enter, dropping the bags either side of my feet and holding my hand out for Sienna. She glances either side of her, and I know she's about a second away from running. I hit the hold button. Don't even think about it. My voice is low. You can't get anywhere. I have men all over this building. If you did escape, where would you go? If you piss Simon off, he'll make sure my brother is in danger. Your brother, who, may I say, is not worth your love and concern, is safe. Cast iron, fucking guaranteed safe for life. He's what? Safe for life. I guarantee it. She sags and puts one arm out against the wall as if to hold herself up. When she raises her gaze to mine, it's watery with unshed tears. Truly safe? He's safe as fucking houses. I lean forward, take hold of her arm, and pull her into the space with me. She falls against me, and for a moment I hold her there, my arm around her waist, her soft breasts pressing against my hard chest. Then I let go. I press the button for the basement and stare determinedly ahead as we ride down. The doors open, and we walk to the push-bar security doors and out to the parking garage where my security detail is waiting. Valentine will take the first car, the BMW. I'll take my Range Rover, just Sienna and me. The 3 regular security guards I use will bring up the rear in another BMW. A nice security sandwich with Sienna in the middle. You want me driving up front as usual? Valentine asks. Yes, and don't fucking speed. Last thing we need is the cops on our asses. Welsh fucking police are so pedantic. He's got me 2 speeding fines, and if I get a ban, I'll throttle him. I'll put the cruise control on at 70 the minute we hit the freeway like a good boy. He smirks. Motorway. Sienna corrects him. It's a motorway in this country. Same bastard thing, he snaps. Then he looks at her for a long beat. You look very beautiful, Miss Sienna. Put your eyes anywhere but on her, I order. Oh my God, is this the Middle Ages? He can look at me if he wants, she says to me. And if anyone is offended by being gawked at, it should be me, not you. I didn't gawk, I merely glanced. You're not my type, Valentine shrugs. One more word and I'm cutting your tongue out, I warn Valentine. She's not his type, though. He likes his women extra curvy and thick, and with dark hair. I don't think I've ever seen him date a blonde or a redhead. He's got a type, and the type is... fuck me. I've never realized it. I turn to him. They're all the same as Kira, I say. The realization, now I've had it, won't leave me. Every woman you've dated looks like Kira. Boss, not in the mood to discuss my romantic life. He stalks off to the BMW and climbs in. Who is Kira? Sienna asks me as she follows me across the garage to the Range Rover. A girl he was gaga over. He was with her 5 years ago, then she left him, married a boring accountant, and had a baby. He's been dating carbon copies ever since. What does she look like? Short, plump, dark hair, pretty, sweet. She looked sweet, but she wasn't. She broke his heart. I hold the passenger door open for Sienna, and she climbs in. She has a small, tan, leather crossbody bag slung over her body, and she sits forward to take that off and drop it in her lap. Then she wiggles in the seat and leans back. Holy fuck, she breathes. What? Oh my God. What is it? I glance around, wondering if there's something she's seeing in the parking basement that I've missed. What dark magic is this? I've never sat in anything so comfortable in my life. How can this be a car seat? I could sleep in this. Feel free to. It's a long journey. I close the door, walk around the car, and get into the driver's side. Are you always so rude? Sorry? I glance at her as I put my belt on and start the car. The way you worded that sounded as if you want me to sleep so I don't talk to you. No, that's not how I meant it. I'm simply direct, Sienna. I don't sugarcoat things, not used to it. Talk if you want, sleep if you want, listen to something if you want. Like music? Yeah, music, audiobook, podcast, take your pick. What do you like to listen to? She asks as I smoothly pull out of the parking spot and follow Valentine out of the garage and onto the late evening roads. The journey shouldn't take as long at this time of night.
podcasts often. There's one all about ghosts. I laugh. I fucking love it. Don't know why, but it intrigues me.
Ooh, put that on. I love anything like that.
So I do. I put on the podcast, and we drive in what feels like companionable silence. Halfway through the journey, we make a stop so Sienna can use the bathroom, and I buy her a frappuccino. Then we set off again. We reach the cottage around midnight, and I help Sienna out of the car, leaving the bags for Valentine to fetch. The door opens, and B stands in the light thrown by the hallway lamps. She beams at me. I found B in New York, and she was so damn good at her job, I took her to Chicago. And when I moved here and found this house, I asked her to come be the housekeeper here. This is the place of my heart here in the UK, and I didn't want it empty when I wasn't around. I wanted it taken care of, cleaned, warm. Also, the dogs stay here, and Jordan lives in the house with them, sleeping in one of the guest rooms, so B cleans and cooks for him during the times I'm away. When I arrive, Jordan gets time off to do what he wants, and I get to enjoy being with the dogs. Barking from the far corner of the house has me grinning. Oh, Lord! B stands to one side just in time, as the 3 Rottweilers barrel down the hall. I crouch and laugh as my arms are filled with squirming, panting canines. Okay, girls, calm down, I tell them. They don't listen and carry on dancing as they greet me. I stand and glance at Sienna. The dogs scare a lot of people. The breed has a bad reputation, and I don't want her to be afraid of them.
Oh my, what beauties. Can I say hello? She asks me.
Of course.
Hey, ladies.
She steps into the hallway and holds out the back of her hand for the dogs to sniff.
Aren't you beauties?
The dogs greet her, tails thumping, bums wiggling side to side. They approve.
Ah, you're gorgeous, all of you. Hello there.
She strokes them in turn, and I grin as I watch. They like her, a deep voice says from down the hallway. Jordan walks into view and watches as the dogs greet Sienna, introducing himself to her. Seems that way. I laugh as I watch them loving on Sienna. Thanks for taking care of them, Jordan. Enjoy a few days off. Can you be back around 2 in the afternoon on Monday? I must return to London that evening.
Of course. See you, girls.
He gives them each a head rub in turn and then heads to his car.
The spare room is ready for your guest, Nick,
B says with a smile. B is one of the very few people in this world who shortens my name and gets away with it. Sasha used to call me Nick in a disparaging way when we were kids, and if most people call me it, they get short shrift, but B is an exception, mostly because the way she said it the first time was so affectionate. She apologized immediately after, saying she thought of me as a Nick because I reminded her somewhat of her nephew, Nick Jr. I said it was fine, and she's called me it ever since. Thanks, B.
The meals for the next couple days are cooked. The house is cleaned. I'll be in the studio apartment, so you can have some privacy, but on call if you need me.
No, I tell her. I already booked you 2 nights in the spa hotel down the road. A thank you. Go tomorrow morning. They're ready for you. I booked treatments, too. Go pamper yourself and take time off.
Oh, that's lovely, Nick. Thanks very much.
She gives me a peck on the cheek.
I'll be in the studio tonight, then, if you need anything. And I shall see you in a few days.
She walks across the gravel, waving a hello to the security who are taking their bags into the 3-bed apartment. Bring our bags in, then piss off, I tell Valentine. I still haven't forgiven him for telling Sienna she's not his type. Rude fucker. Sienna is staring at me with a perplexed expression on her face, as if she can't figure me out. When Valentine has dumped our bags, I close the door. What?
You are an enigma, all right. You are sweet to B, but a bastard to Valentine. Polite to Jordan, but rude to Vadim.
Don't try to figure me out. You'll only give yourself a headache.
What does Jordan do exactly?
He takes care of the dogs during the week. I don't think the club is the right place for them.
My apartment is not on the ground floor, there isn't much of a garden behind the building, and the roads are busy. If one got away, they'd probably get run over. Plus, I work long hours, so don't get time to walk them. Here is perfect. They have a fantastic garden, lots of beach walks. So I hired someone to be with them in the week when I can't. Your dogs have a manny? Her lip twitches. I don't know what a manny is. My dogs have someone to look after them, though, if that's what you're asking. You know what that is? She asks, coming closer. So close I can smell her perfume. And it isn't the cheap drugstore stuff this time, but must be something Tabitha added. It's rose, I realize, but a sexy rose. I breathe it in, liking the scent on her. That's a sign of a heart beating somewhere in there. She rests her hand softly on my chest, and I cover it briefly with my palm. Her lips part, and her body language seems to be screaming, "Kiss me." My mouth waters at the thought, but she steps back, pulling her hand free and glancing away to look around her. You going to give me the guided tour? Sure. I let her pull away. For now. For tonight.
Chapter 14. Sienna. I almost kissed him, which is not part of my seduce him slowly and keep him on edge plan. The man gets to me, though. Whenever I'm too physically close, it's as if my brain short-circuits. The guided tour is a good distraction from my needy self. Nikolai's holiday home surprises me. I had been expecting the same kind of opulence and finery displayed in London. I'd envisioned manicured lawns for miles, a pool, a sauna, glistening kitchen units, and chandeliers that cost more than my entire possessions. Instead, he has a welcoming, friendly place. Yes, it is still large, despite him calling it a cottage. It has 4 bedrooms, for God's sake, and guest rooms in outbuildings. I reckon the garden must be half an acre or so at least. It is, however, cozy despite the size, because of how it is decorated. The rooms are comfortable with squishy sofas in the living room, a bookshelf full of well-thumbed paperbacks, not showy coffee table books, and a games console by the television, along with a super expensive-looking sound system. The kitchen is cottagey in its overall feel, but masculine too. The fridge is a silver gray smeg, but the stove is a huge modern thing with massive gas burners. Nikolai had told me it used to have a range in there, but he'd pulled it out to put the modern thing in. I could have wept. That's an act of vandalism so far as I'm concerned. My mother's dream in life was to one day own a house with an aga cooker. That was her version of having made it. Upstairs, Nikolai had briefly shown me around, before guiding me to the guest room I'm in now, unable to sleep. A large king bed, matching bedside drawers, a dresser under the window, and a double closet make up the furniture. On the dresser is a vase full of fresh flowers that I guess must be Bee's handiwork. Nikolai also showed me his room briefly, and it's bigger, darker, more masculine, but still simple. I noticed the chess set in the corner. As I'd moseyed around his room, he'd gone and moved some pieces about it until it matched the board in his apartment. The man likes his chess for sure. Cursing my inability to sleep, I get out of the insanely comfortable bed and pad downstairs. I'm all worked up on edge, and, if I'm being honest, desperately horny. The scent of Nikolai's aftershave in the car on our journey messed with me. Watching his big hand casually rest on the steering wheel, even more so. His hands are so sexy. I want them on me. Everywhere. You need to think about Simon's big fat tongue and put all thoughts of Nikolai's hands, arms, eyes, jaw, lips, scent, voice, and any damn thing else out of your mind. I grumble to myself as I enter the kitchen and head to the sink. I pour a drink of cool water from the tap and startle when a low growl disturbs the air. Oh shit, the dogs. My heart starts to pound and I freeze. They are big dogs. Guard dogs. I read something once that a Rottie won't bark all showy like a shepherding breed. Instead, they'll simply issue a low, grumbled warning. Crap. I put the glass down slowly and let my eyes adjust to the dark. The 3 dogs lie curled up near the back door to the utility room in their various baskets. I can't see which one is growling, but all 3 are watching me. To my right is the fridge. Carefully, without moving my feet at all, I reach my arm out and open the door. It gives much-needed light. On the top shelf is a platter of cooked meats. I smile and grab a massive handful of what looks like dark beef. Turning to the dogs, I lower my voice. "Hey, ladies. Sorry I disturbed your sleep. I'm a friend, not a foe, I promise. To prove it, I'm going to come over there and give you some of this lovely sliced beef, okay? Now, I'd really prefer it if you'd eat the beef and not me." Scared, but trying extremely hard not to show it, I slowly walk over to the dogs, hand out. One of them scents the air and I smile. Yes, see? I bring treats. We met earlier and you liked me then. I crouch to their level and drop a slice of the beef on each basket. The dogs wolf it down. The growling has stopped and it doesn't start up again. "I have some more. You want that too? Am I going to have to bribe you with food every time I come down here?" I drop some more beef for each dog. "Are you feeding my dog sliced wagyu biltong?" The deep voice makes me jump, and I fall back onto the hard floor, my ass stinging. I'm wearing a t-shirt nightdress, and the tiles are cold against the backs of my legs. God, I need to calm down. I put a hand to my chest and take a breath in. Do you always lurk so silently in doorways? I haven't even seen the man yet, but the voice alone, deep, a little gruff, a whole lot sexy, gives away that it is Nikolai. "Why are you feeding the dogs beef that costs 200 pounds per pack?" "What? Are you insane? Who pays that for beef?" "Taste it." "No, I brushed my teeth. I couldn't sleep." I explain as I pull myself up, keeping a wary eye on the dogs, who are all chilled now. Came to get some water and one of the dogs was growling. He walks into the room and I turn to face him. Oh, Lord. Now I don't want to drink the water in the glass. I want to pour it all over myself to calm my overheated skin. Nikolai's beauty is highlighted by the cool glare streaming from the fridge, and he looks like a superhero from a movie. Larger than life, too good to be true. He's wearing low-slung sweatpants, and his body is insane. Big slabs of muscle make up his pecs, dipping down to a furrowed 8-pack. His pants are low-hung on his hips to highlight the V-shaped muscle running down from his waist to dip into his pants. What is that muscle called? I have no idea, but now I need to look it up because that muscle is hot. Really hot. My gaze travels back up via big arms, over massive shoulders, and defined traps to find his amber eyes trained unwaveringly on me. I fucked him. Shit. My cheeks heat. I look away, but in doing so, my gaze catches on something I missed the first time. The distinct bulge in his gray pants. Oh, Lord above. He's big everywhere. Really big, because he doesn't look hard. But the outline means if he's a grower at all, I'm dead if we ever do the deed. He'll destroy me. Not sure where to look, I turn around and grip the counter. Resisting the urge to grab the glass of water and throw it all over myself, I take a sedate drink instead. See? I'm a lady. Heat at my back has me stiffening. "Can't sleep," he murmurs, his breath tickling my ear. He's so close but not touching me. "No," I squeak. God, why do I end up sounding like Minnie Mouse around this guy? Why is that? Oh, I don't know. Being held hostage by a crime lord tends to throw off my sleep patterns. Big hands cover my wrists, and his warm mouth must be mere millimeters from my ear. Because when he speaks, I can feel the words he's making as well as hear them. You are free to go anytime you want, Red. I warn you, though, it's not safe out there. You're hardly a hostage, more under my protection. Leave if you wish. I just don't want to see you all cut up like that beef in the fridge. The imagery is brutal and jarring when he murmurs the words so soothingly. He's a psychopath, and I tell myself, yet again, that I hate him. Liar, whisper my painfully hard nipples. Liar, liar, agrees my tingling neck. Triple liar, pants on fire, joins in my aching pussy. I want him so badly it hurts. My body doesn't wait for instructions from my mind, and I find myself pulling my wrists free and turning, until my nipples are brushing against his hard, massive chest, only the thin cotton of my nightdress between us. His arms are still bracketing me, and I can't resist a moment longer. I run my fingers up their length, mapping the thick cords of muscle and sinew lining them. God, he's so big, and I bet so very strong. He makes me feel tiny and weak, which I should hate, but a sick part of me likes it so very much. What are you doing? He asks, his voice low. I don't know. I answer truthfully. He leans down and gives me his intense amber gaze. Red, you need to know what you're doing. Don't start something you don't want to finish. Part of me wants to throw all caution to the wind and finish it, right now on this kitchen counter, but I know that's not wise. I've never had sex before. He's massive, and I am nervous and out of my comfort zone. Maybe we can just mess around a bit? I half joke. His eyes narrow. I'm not some teenage boy in high school, Red. I don't mess around. He licks his lips. But if you're asking me if I can make you come without breaking your pretty cherry, yes, I can do that. My breath hitches. I struggle to suck in air as he moves an inch closer. The heat radiating off of him is insane. He could warm a house. Do you want me to take care of you? He murmurs. It might be nice. I try lamely. He moves one arm out of my tentative grasp and tips my chin up. Sienna, use your words properly. Stop talking like you're 15 and making a joke of this. Do you want me to make you come? I flush and my heart speeds up as my panties dampen at his words and the command in his tone. Yes, I whisper. Yes, what? Tell me. Yes, I want you to make me come. I half sob the words, and I feel as if I might cry, but also as if I might come anyway, without him even touching me. Good girl, he says low and diabolical. Oh, my God. My breath catches again as I grip the countertop behind me to steady myself. You like that, huh? Being my good girl. I can't speak because, yes, I do. I like it more than I knew I could or would. Girls, hallway. The dogs leave the room on his command. Seems they obey him naturally, too. He picks me up in one arm as if I weigh nothing. My legs automatically go around his waist, and my arms around his neck. With the other arm, he sweeps the crockery off the table, and I gasp as it hits the floor, breaking. Placing me on my back on the wooden tabletop, he towers over me. My throat is dry, every inch of skin tingling, as a mix of fear and excitement burns bright in me. I've never felt more alive. I think he's going to push up my nightdress to reveal the silk panties I'm wearing, but he takes hold of it at the neck, tight in his big fists, and rips it right down the middle. I scream, the noise reverberating around the room. The action is such a shock, the sound is out before I can stop it. His big hand covers my mouth. Shh. Unless you want all my security men to come investigate and find you laid out like a buffet for their gaze. I nod, heart pounding, and he smiles down at me, his grin gorgeous but unhinged. What am I doing? Frozen in a moment of indecision and terror, my body prepares to run. His hand leaves my mouth, and I suck in air. I didn't have my nose covered, but I couldn't get enough oxygen in as I seemed to be slightly hyperventilating. My panties get the same treatment as the nightdress. Nikolai simply grabs them in his big hands and tears them down the middle, leaving me exposed to him entirely, with bits of ragged material clinging to my thighs. "That's better," he murmurs. I brace myself for rough handling, but his touch is so soft in juxtaposition to how he handled my clothing. He reaches out with his pointer finger and runs it softly down my throat, down past my collarbone, through the gap between my breasts, and down to my stomach, where he rests it for a moment. I'm still on edge, scared, turned on, unsure. He watches me, his fierce gaze roaming my body as if he can't get enough. His eyes move around me restlessly, mapping every single dip and contour. "You are the most fucking beautiful thing I have ever seen," he murmurs. "You are the first man to see me entirely naked," I whisper. He smiles at that. "Technically, this is the second time I've seen you nude," he says. "What?" I start to sit up, crossing my arms over my breasts, confused. He pushes me back down firmly, one heavy palm in the center of my chest. "You took a bath in my bathroom, remember?" I nod. "Security cameras." "You spy on your guests? Are there cameras in my bathroom?" "There are cameras everywhere. I'm a paranoid man. The ones in the guest bathroom, however, only cover the parts of the room where you can't watch people bathe, in case there's a break-in. You chose to bathe in my room, though. The cameras there cover the whole room. Your choice, your consequence. I enjoyed seeing you make yourself come." My face heats as horrified shame fills me. He watches me for a moment, eyes firmly on my face now. "Hey, don't do that. Don't be embarrassed. You were glorious. You're the most exquisite creature I've ever seen. I want to make you come, but not like that, so contained. That's how I come. You ever had anything inside you?" He changes the topic fast enough to make my head spin. "I have a toy," I admit. "I thought you said we wouldn't be—" "No fucking, princess. I made a promise. Now, relax." "Relax?" I huff out a small laugh. He just ripped my clothes from me like a marauding Viking, and he's telling me to relax. He bends his head and kisses me right on the collarbone, planting tiny kisses all along it to one shoulder, then back to the center and to the other shoulder. This is not what I was expecting. His hands trail up either side of my stomach, making me shiver as they brush underneath my breasts, but not touching them. He trails his fingers back down again, exploring me, sensitizing my skin. When his fingers move back up and trail along the underside of my breasts, his mouth starts to kiss the top of them. His touches are gentle, reverential. When he palms my breasts together, he doesn't grope them in a way that hurts like other men have, but pushes them together before sucking one hard, aching nipple into his hot mouth. He sucks for a moment and then adds a scrape of teeth. It hurts, but in a good way. The best way. My back arches a little as I make a small gasp. He does it again and nips a little. Oh, I like that. I push my breast further into his mouth, demanding more, and he gives me it. He sucks me in hard, and my clit thumps in response to the way he sucks on me. He moves to my other breast and gives it similar treatment. I never knew why they were so damn sensitive. I'm whimpering and writhing as he builds tension within me. "One day, I'm gonna fuck these tits." He growls, and I moan at the thought. His hands skim down my body, over my hips, and he reaches under me, lifting me up. When his mouth descends on me, I let out a whimper. Oh, hell. I am so wet. Will he mind? Christ, your taste is enough to make me come. He pants against my thigh. My worries disappear, and I let my head fall back as the sensations bombard me. He eats my pussy like he's a starving man. He does this thing with his tongue where he flicks it now and again, side to side, not up and down over my clit. And each time I think it is going to take me over the edge. Nikolai must be very practiced. The thought makes me want to go out and face punch all the women who made him this good. I want him to be all mine. No one else's. The thought is deranged as I barely know the man, and he's keeping me captive. But it's a gut-deep feeling. His thumbs part me, opening me wider to him, and dragging my mind away from jealous thoughts. He pushes one thick finger in me and pumps as he continues flicking my clit with his tongue. When he adds a second, I groan at the invasion. He pauses, looking for a moment. "You okay?" he asks. "Yes," I pant. "Good girl. Relax for me, okay?" "It doesn't hurt." It's not a lie. It's tight, but in the best way. When he pumps his fingers again deep in me, I groan once more, the sound primal. He crooks his fingers and keeps pumping them, but slower. I glance at him, and he's watching me as if I'm so amazing he can't look away. His fierce, ravenous gaze is enough of a turn on itself. His fingers keep working me, and then he hits something I've never felt before. It's like he's hitting my clit, but inside me. And incredibly more intense. Oh, wow. I scoot up the table a little, unsure of what the sensation is and overwhelmed by it. His free hand steadies me at my hip, holding me still. Our eyes meet, and he hits that spot again, my hips bucking. Holy shit, what is that? Is he a magician or something? I've used my trusty vibe many times and never felt that. He rubs again, and I grip the table, my knuckles turning white as I pant against him. Touch yourself. Stroke that pretty little clit. Show me. His jaw clenches as he works me harder, rising me so high that I am scared to go over that edge. I can't. Not in front of him. My cheeks heat. And then it doesn't matter because whatever the hell he's touching inside me has me crying out loud and uninhibited. Christ, he grunts. His free hand leaves my hip and wraps around my throat, not squeezing but claiming. Then his mouth finds mine as he takes me in a fierce kiss. His taste explodes in me. His fingers fuck me hard, and his hand holds me firm but gentle. And I come. I come so hard I think I'm going to faint. My pussy clenches around his fingers, and I pull my mouth from his, needing air before I pass out. Sucking in a breath, my fingers leave the table automatically to grip his shoulders as I ride out the most intense climax of my life. My fingers dig in deep to his muscles and flesh, and my eyes widen as another wave hits me. Nikolai watches every moment of it, his intense gaze locked on my face. "When I take you," he growls, "I want you coming like this on my cock, and I want you to scratch me the fuck up." I soak his fingers in hand as a final intense wave washes over me. When it ends, I fall back, utterly shocked, satiated but dazed. How did he? What is he even? Is this real? His hand is still on my throat, and it makes me feel oddly safe, secure. I should be anything but with this huge, scary man looming over me. Him dressed, me naked on this table. I had to be terrified, but I'm not. Tears prick at my eyes, the adrenaline of the past few days receding as the feel-good hormones of my orgasm give way to a dreamy, sleepy state. My eyes drift closed for a moment, and a tear falls onto my cheek. Big arms are holding me, and I realize Nikolai is carrying me. "I've got you," he says. He does, doesn't he? This man guided me through the most explosive sexual moment of my life, and he made me feel safe doing it. Cherished. Worshipped even. He climbs the stairs with me in his arms and gently places me on the edge of the bed in the guest room, sitting. He takes the torn material of my nightdress off my shoulders and does the same with the remaining scraps of my panties, leaving me naked. As he turns to rummage in a drawer by the bed, I grab his wrist. He stills and turns back to me. "Your turn," I whisper. Chapter 15. Sienna. My hands shake as I undo the drawstring on Nikolai's sweats. I've done this before, many times, with Professor Kinky Chops. What if Nikolai has some weird fetish? I hope not. It would be awful if such a sexy, sensual, commanding man had a weird, freaky thing he liked I found utterly horrifying. "Do you have any weird kinks?" I blurt out as I fight the tight knot at his waist. "What?" His reply is terse. I glance up at him to see his face is severe in the low light thrown by the lamp in the corner of the room. "Is that question your idea of foreplay?" "No, I'm sorry." Fuck, I am so stupid. I blurt things out all the time. It was idiotic. He stills my fingers, which are messing about still with a knot. "Were you in the Navy? Your knot-tying skills are on fire." I laugh. "Do you say everything that comes into your head?" he asks. "Not everything. I do blurt things out. If I said everything that came into my head, trust me, you'd kick me out in a day. Non-stop neurotic monologue. You need taking in hand," he mutters. "What does that mean?" "You're forgetful, clumsy, seemingly with little sense of self-preservation, and you say things most people would think twice about." I swallow hard and look down at the floor. He thinks I'm an idiot. "I guess I'm stupid," I murmur. Damn. There goes my seduce Nikolai and get him to look after my bro plan. He tips my chin up. "You are far from stupid. You are studying fine art. You are the only person to recognize that painting above the desk in my study. You speak more than one language, no? Russian, I guess, which is why you were sent to spy on Peter." I nod and swallow. So he knows who I was sent to spy on, that I speak Russian and am prone to talking to myself. What else does he know? "Not stupid for sure," he continues, "but you're vague somehow. I like it personally. It's charming. You could find it gets you in trouble, though." "You think I'm charming?" "I think you're charming, yes. Intriguing. Beautiful beyond words. Hot." His thumb brushes over my mouth. "I also think you're submissive, but bratty with it, at least a little." Submissive? I don't think so. I've taken care of everyone my whole life. I've been the one in control when everything around me fell apart. It's exhausting. "You literally melted when I called you my good girl." Oh, he said it again. My pussy throbs as if I hadn't just had the best orgasm ever. Okay, I need to think about things. There is my little hold me down and make me fantasy. And I do love him telling me I'm his good girl. I also love the idea of the things he says about him taking control and me not needing to worry. Who wouldn't? Rationally, though? Rationally, I'm well aware that letting an arms-dealing crime lord make me his pet is not a sane life choice. Stop overthinking. Get into bed. You don't want me to? He glances at me naked and swallows. I'm sorry I ruined the mood. Let me? A muscle ticks in his cheek. I want to see it. My mouth is watering at the thought of what he's packing in that soft cotton. He undoes the drawstring in an instant and pushes the pants down with his thumbs. His big cock slaps against his stomach, and I stare in awe. Jesus. "You can call me Nikolai," he says with a smirk. Crap, I talked out loud again. Come on, though. Who looks like this guy and on top of it has the most perfect dick known to man? It's big, long, and even better, thick. And I want to taste him so bad. I'm nervous, though, because he is big and thick, and I haven't done that in a long time. Instead, I wrap my hand around him and feel the soft skin over a very hard cock. I move my hand up and down, and he grunts. The sound so male, it has me aching for him all over again. Setting up a rhythm, I work him the way I hope he likes. I think he does, because he starts thrusting in my hand, and then he grabs my shoulders. His hands hold me in place as he fucks into my fist, as if he's fucking me. He's doing most of the work now, but that's fine because it means I get to watch as he gives into it. I wait for him to close his eyes and focus on whatever fantasy it is he has going on in his head. But instead, he looks right at me. His amber eyes burn me as they roam over my face and then down to my chest. He stares at my tits as he comes with a low, growled fuck. He comes all over the tits he's staring at and covers me in rope after rope of cum. When he finishes, he bends down and kisses me once, hard on the lips, and then he passes me a tissue from the box by the bed. I wipe myself down and shiver. The night air is cool. Here. He opens the drawer he was looking in before I distracted him and hands me a long t-shirt. I slept in here a few weeks ago when there was a storm, because it's a quieter room when the wind is howling, and I left this here. Put this on. Get into bed. Automatically, I do as he says. First, I slip the t-shirt on, and then I climb into bed. Good girl, he says. But this time, he says it with a soft laugh and a smile. I smile back. Tomorrow, we'll take the dogs to the beach, and then I want to show you a favorite place of mine. We can have lunch there. He kisses me on the forehead, like I'm precious to him, as I burrow down into the bedding. When he closes the door behind him, I miss him. I grab the pillow next to me and curl around it, hugging it. What have I done? My plan was to manipulate Nikolai somehow. Yes, I thought he was hot, but I thought I could manipulate him into liking me, and it would mean even more protection for my brother. Yes, Nikolai says he's ensured my brother's safety, but he might change his mind. I foolishly thought I could play games and get him to like me, and then my brother would be safe. How stupid. I should have known that you can't ride the storm. He's lightning, wind, and fire all bound up in one magnetic, explosive, mountainous slab of man. I thought I could tame him, but he's the one who has started to tame me. One encounter, and I want more. One orgasm, and I'm halfway in love. One kiss on the forehead, and I'm giddy and smiling. I'm screwed. That's what I am. So very thoroughly screwed.
Chapter 16. Nikolai. I slept like a log. For the first time in weeks, I went to bed and fell straight asleep. It helps that I came so hard I exhausted myself. I still awoke hard and horny, though. The thought of Sienna coming, and the way she made those noises, nothing like the quiet orgasm she had by her own hand, means that I need to take the edge off before I start the day. My shower is extra rigorous because I stink of sex. Not that I mind her scent on me. When I fuck her, I'm going to have her sobbing with ecstasy and coming so much she soaks me. I want to stamp myself on her so deep that the mark I leave is as indelible as the ink she will soon wear. The woman is under my skin. I want her more now than I did last night. Yawning, I step out of the wet room and dry off quickly. The day is sunny and bright, and I want to head out and walk on the beach. In summer, I swim in the ocean here. The water is clean, and the sea is often warm once you hit June. Today, though, I want to show Sienna around. I head downstairs to find Sienna in the kitchen. She's standing by the window, both hands wrapped around a steaming mug as she stares out the window. She must hear me because she turns. Her hair is up in a loose ponytail. She's wearing a little makeup, but not much, and she's rocking tight jeans tucked into boots with a Henley-style top. She looks fresh, achingly young, and beautiful. The top hugs her tits outrageously, and the jeans show off her long legs. I want to strip her naked. And my gaze glances at the kitchen table. She follows the movement, and her cheeks flush. "Morning," she says, uncertain. She's closed down some once more, which won't do. I've cracked her open a little, and now I intend to push further. I walk over to her and claim her mouth in a heated kiss. She tastes of coffee and sugar. I glance at her plate and see the remains of croissant crumbs. "I hope you don't mind me helping myself. I was hungry." "Not at all. What's mine is yours." She looks away again, turning her body to the counter and the view out the window. "This is the best view I have ever seen," she says happily. "Look at it. The sea in the bay, and across it, the mountains beyond. Wow! I didn't know Britain could look like this. It's how I imagine Greece or Italy." "It does remind me of Italy some," I say, "only colder." "You've been?" she asks. I step closer to her and wrap my arms around her waist, needing to touch her. "Yes, I have Italian blood, so felt I ought to visit." "Slovak, Russian, no? Italian too?" "Yep, I'm a mix," I laugh. "Well, it's a combination I can only approve of, since you're the handsomest man I've ever seen." I kiss her neck, and she shivers. I look down over her shoulder to see her nipples poking out in the material of her top. She can't be wearing a very substantial bra. Deciding to evaluate my hypothesis, I slide my hands up her body and heft the weight of her breasts. She moans, honest to God moans, like she's half dying at the touch through the material, and her head drops back on my shoulder. It would be so easy to take her now, I bet. I don't want to, though. For the first time in my life, I want to drag this out. The anticipation has me on a high. I want her constantly, and I like this feeling. I also want to own her completely by the time I claim her, and you can't own something as beautiful as Sienna without working for it. I drop my hands back to her hips, kiss her neck again, and step back. "The dogs need a walk," I say, clearing my throat. "You want to come? There's a beach about an hour from here with views way better than this." "I'd love to," she says. "Take the boots off and put some sneakers on or something." I jerk my chin at her footwear. "It's mostly sand dunes, and heels will be a nightmare. You can put them back on for lunch." "Okay, bossy pants," she laughs. I grab her arm as she walks by and kiss her lips once more. "You have no idea how bossy I can be," I warn her. "Oh, Nikolai, trust me. I think I'm getting a clue." We drive along the coast and over the famous Menai Bridge onto the island of Anglesey. Only 2 of my security are following us at a discreet distance. When we park, they'll walk behind us, far enough away to be unnoticed by most, but close enough to act if needed. Valentine is at the house, fixing an issue with the fencing and alarm system. "Look at this place," Sienna sighs as we drive through the small town of Menai. "I love it," I say simply. My favorite beach is near here. I've been to the Cayman Islands, Italy, Slovakia, Slovenia, France, and much of the United States, and I honestly don't think I've seen a better beach than the one we're driving to now. All tucked away at the end of long, windy roads through a forest of Corsican pines. On a warm summer's day, it feels Mediterranean. There are buzzards, red squirrels, and other rare wildlife in these woods, and the dogs love it. They're panting loudly in the back of the Range Rover, and every now and then, Maisie gives a low whine. She's impatient to get out and run. Maisie is nuts, with more energy to burn than she could run off in a day. The other two, Molly and Maggie, are more laid back. The dogs came with me when I moved here from America. I hired a private jet because there was no way I was putting them in the hold on a commercial flight. They were tranquilized, but still found it stressful. It's one of the reasons I'm not as keen to go back as Vadim and the others. They see London as a short-term thing, whereas I view it more as a stepping stone for a massive European operation. If the meeting with Stamatis Kantos, a Greek cartel boss and man in control of much of the waters out there, goes well, then we don't need to focus so much anymore on America. Europe is nearer the major markets I want to reach farther into: Africa, the Middle East. America is always somewhere we need a presence, as it's the world's biggest economy and arms dealer. But the UK is the second biggest seller of weapons, and they are a hell of a lot closer to the markets that are buying right now. Sasha can continue running things over there, and I can make my home here and in Europe. I park up, and we walk through a sand-covered path amongst the pines and up a steep dune before the view opens out in front of us. The dogs bound down to the beach, tearing around, barking and chasing one another. "Wow," Sienna says simply. She turns to me, and her eyes are alight. She's grinning, and I love that look on her. She always appears so sad, which I find hauntingly beautiful, but her smile is something else. Yep, wow. We walk along the beach, and the wind whips her ponytail around. At one point, she shivers, so I take off my jacket and wrap it around her. She walks ahead of me a little, bends down and picks up a shell. "It's so beautiful, but you're not supposed to take them from the beaches." "You aren't?" I ask, surprised. "No, it degrades the environment. I read about it a while ago." "I don't think one will hurt," I say. She grins. "Maybe not one." She pockets the shell, looking around as if guilty. The day passes by quickly, and I realize two things. One is that I'm doing all the normal things I do, but wanting to show them to Sienna, and wanting her to enjoy them. Not to impress her, but for her to genuinely enjoy herself. The second thing that hits me hard is that I have fun with her. She's not annoying like I find many people. She's cool to hang out with. Fun, easygoing. We walked the dogs and then went for coffee at a cafe near the beach. Then we went home. She put her boots on, and we went to Menai for lunch. We ate seafood, drank wine, and talked. Then we came home, and I had to work, so she slept and read. Now it's evening, and for the first time in my life, when it comes to a woman, I'm a little unsure. I want her every time I look at her, but something holds me back. At first I told myself it was the game, the anticipation, but now I'm beginning to think it's something more. I like her. I want to treat her right, take this slow. That's a problem. She's a bit of fun. She's nothing more, and I need to remember that. I don't do deep and meaningful, and I most certainly don't have room in my life for a partner. That evening, I get a message from Silvanov. He's heading to London and will meet me at the club early next week. Great. The busy week just got more so. I'm making some food. Bea left us plenty to eat, but I fancy steak, homemade fries, and grilled vegetables, so I've set about making it. Something smells delicious. I turn to see Sienna standing in the doorway. She's wearing a loose, long linen dress in olive green, and her hair is down. I stare at her for a long time, drinking her in. Her hair is deep, glossy red under the kitchen lights, and it hangs down in thick waves past her shoulders. Her skin is fresh, clean, and seems devoid of makeup. The dress is loose, but even in this draped material, her breasts stand out. "Why were you wearing that hideous bra?" I ask her, turning back to the oven to check the chips. Oh yeah, I forgot you spied on me. My handler, the cop, Simon, he said my tits were too big, and I had to not draw attention to myself.
They're perfect, I tell her.
They are a pain in my ass. I ought to get surgery to reduce them.
You do that, and I'll cut the surgeon's hands off. She laughs at that, surprising me. Done with the checking, I turn to her. Wine?
Why not?
Red? We're having steak.
She shakes her head. Can't drink it. Gives me a headache. Do you have white?
Sure.
I pour her a glass of white and myself a glass of red.
Sit.
I indicate for her to take a seat at the table and am about to join her. My phone beeps again. Thinking it will be Sylvanov, once more I glance at it. Only to freeze. It's from the investigator. Not urgent, but I thought you'd want to know this before we meet. Sienna's background is mostly correct. She speaks Russian, as you had guessed, due to her course, and is taking night classes. But she also speaks Slovakian. Her grandmother was Slovakian. She passed away, but Sienna speaks the language to a degree. It has been covered up. The rest of the details are as we had guessed. But this is something I thought you'd be interested in. This information, the fact Sienna speaks the language, has blood from the old country, makes my chest ache. She's so alone, and yet she's one of us, really deep down. I sit opposite her, and she lifts her face to me and smiles. That smile, so beautiful and hiding so many lies. We eat, and there's a companionable silence, but my mind is stewing, thinking of all the other things she's keeping hidden. I can't blame her. I'm the asshole who plucked her from her life, but she's already been marked as an informant. Why keep something like her heritage from me? She finished her food, her plate half full. At this rate, she'll start to lose weight, and that won't do. I dab at my mouth with a napkin, take a sip of red wine, and watch her, speculatively. Your hair is an unusual shade, I say to her. Do you have Irish blood? No, she sips her wine. Scottish, actually. Anything else in there? Are you a mix, like me? She gives a small laugh. Lots, yes. So tomorrow, what's the plan? Prepáčte, I say. She repeats herself. The plan, tomorrow, what are we... The moment she realizes she's answered my question, excuse me, but in Slovakian, she falters. Why didn't you tell me you speak the language? I ask. Anger is bubbling in me at her lying. I don't know. It didn't seem that important. Liar. I'm scared, okay? She pushes her chair back and starts to pace. I don't know what to do, what to say, who I can trust. You are going to find out eventually, I know, but I don't know what to do. I'm so fucking scared. I'll protect you, I tell her. You're not my savior in this, Nikolai. You're not the good guy in this scenario. She pushes past me and flees upstairs. I follow her, taking the steps 2 at a time. Throwing herself on the bed, she surprises me by picking up a book from the pillow next to her and throwing it at me. I dodge the paperback missile and approach her. I won't hurt you, I tell her. You don't have to be scared of me. She huffs out a laugh. You're keeping me hostage. You don't seem to find it too arduous. I'm getting pissed now. Why is she so hurt? I've given her an amazing orgasm, a day at the beach, fun, happiness. She seemed happy. The woman should be grateful, not acting like I kicked her puppy. And you don't seem to get it. You're right there. She sighs. Maybe I'd like to be given a choice. Did you ever think about that? Whoa. I hold my hands up. I don't recall forcing you to do anything last night. Not that. She rolls off the bed on the opposite side to me and starts to pace the carpet. This. Give me a choice in staying. Now it's my turn to laugh. Baby, you take the wrong choice and you're dead. You get that, right? Yes, so I'd make the right choice and I'd be staying of my own free will. I stare at her, genuinely perplexed. Is this a game? I don't get what she's arguing with me about. Calling her bluff, I shrug. Okay, you can choose. She places her hands on her hips and narrows her eyes. Really? The word drips in sarcasm, irony coating it like thick honey. Yes, really. Fine. She grabs her handbag that is hanging from one of the posts at the bottom of the bed and walks by me. Where are you going? To a hotel for the night to think it through. No. You said I was free to choose. You could be killed. I grab her wrist, but she pulls it free. I knew it was a barefaced lie. You're a psychopath. Sick of her idiocy, I grab her wrist again and pull her with me as I head back downstairs. I go to my study and open my laptop. I bring up the picture I want, the item in the news in Slovakia 5 days ago. This is going to shock her, but there's no other way. The image of the man with cuts lacerating his body, his face gray, lips blue, appears on the screen, and Sienna gasps, her hand covering her mouth. Oh, Lord. She backs away, her eyes wide. You know who that is? I ask her. She shakes her head, her face pale as I've ever seen it. That's an informant, a person like you, one who was discovered, found out. That's what happened to him. Don't you get it? She sags, as if the fight is going out of her. You didn't inform on me. You weren't sent there to spy on me. You are in my club, which means I have the right to do with you as I see fit. But you were there effectively to spy on Bratva. If I choose to look the other way, they most certainly won't. If I shrug and let you go, the people you're reporting on would find you in a heartbeat. So, you see, you have no choice. I'm all that's standing between you and that fate. I jab my finger at the laptop screen. Anyway, choice is a fucking illusion for most of us. Few of us really have it. I go to her and take her hand. In the things that matter, though, I've given you a choice, haven't I? I haven't forced you to do anything. You initiated what happened last night. I'm attracted to you, she says simply. But this situation is wrong. I'm here because of a man manipulating me, and now you're doing the same. Listen, I'm tired. This is giving me a headache. I'm going to bed. Don't try to leave. You can't. If, by some miracle, you did get out, you'd end up fish food off the dock somewhere. I take hold of her face, firm between my fingers. And Peter and his men? They won't simply cut and kill. They'll play first, and you won't like it one little bit. Stop being fucking idiotic. Get smart, fast, or you're going to wind up dead. I don't want to see you dead. As if you care, she mutters. Clearly, for some reason I can't quite remember right now, I do. Otherwise, you'd already be in Peter's hands. Be a damn sight easier for me than trying to placate him when he finds out the woman who spied on him is wearing my mark. He's going to be a pain in my ass for months about this. And then here you are, being a pain in my ass too. I ought to turn yours fucking red. In fact, if you don't go to bed right now and go to sleep, I damn well will. But I still think... Sienna. The word is harsh. She flinches a little at my tone. Learn some goddamn self-preservation. I am done tonight. Shut the fuck up and go to bed. I turn on my heel and head up the stairs before I grab her bare, curvy ass and turn it pink. My palm itches. I'm that tempted. But I want her pussy more. And if I tan her hide, she'll truly hate me. Insufferable, arrogant wanker. Her words follow me up the stairs, and I can't help but smile. I like her spirit. Chapter 17. Nikolai. My eyes open, and I'm immediately alert. Someone is in my space, my room. I always know when I'm not alone, and it's rare I sleep with anyone. A few times, Cecilia spent the night, but mostly we'd screw. Then she'd leave or I'd leave because I rarely had her back at the club. Behind me is a soft sigh, and breath blows across my neck. The scent of rose and jasmine tickles my senses. Sienna. She's in bed with me? Why? When? How long has she been here without me knowing? There's some light in the room, and I glance at the clock. It's past 6 in the morning, and faint light is peeking into the room through the slatted blinds. I turn carefully to face her. She's on her side, facing me, one arm around my middle, and her face scrunched up as if she's concentrating. Her eyes are moving under her lids as dreams chase across her mind. What do you dream of, beautiful girl? Flowers and butterflies and cupcakes and innocence? Or is there a little darkness in there? I wish I could reach inside and hook her thoughts out to examine. She's a strange and mysterious soul wrapped in a beautiful package. The moan is deep, and her mouth parts as she hugs the pillow lying lengthways between her and me, tighter to her body. She presses against it, her pussy rubbing against the pillow through the nightdress she's wearing. Is she having a dirty dream? I smile when I think of the other nightdress and how I ruined it. This one is sexier. Something from La Perla, from the list I gave Tabitha. It's a mulberry red silk thing, with a bit of lace around the edges and thin straps. Resisting the urge to rip this one too, I lean into her and whisper in her ear, "That's it, Kisa. Make yourself come." Her second moan is louder, and she humps the pillow harder. Is this how she makes herself come at home? Humping her pillow? I'm so hard I could burst, and I'm done with merely being a spectator. I push her onto her back and smooth her nightdress up, my dick pulsing when I see she's wearing no panties. Spreading her legs, I run my nose up her wet slit, and she gasps. Looking up at her, I smile when I see her eyes flicker open. A moment of confusion is replaced with quick understanding of where she is. You were humping one of my pillows, so I thought your pussy must need some relief. There's enough light for me to see how wet she is and how swollen her pretty little clit is, too. I lash my tongue up her center, reveling in the taste of her. She's musky, fresh, and sweet all at the same time. I grip her hips as I suck her clit into my mouth. She moans, the sound going straight to my balls. I want to fuck her so bad, but I also want her to beg for it, to be crazed for it, so that when I do take her, she becomes mine. There's something about Sienna that makes me want to truly own her. Not in the way I do now, where she's mine whether she wants to stay or not, but in every way. I need her to crave me, desire me, look to me as if I hung the stars for her, not as if she can't decide whether to kill me or screw me. Right now, Sienna flips between seeming genuine desire and a seething hate, and I don't want that. I want to conquer her hate, lay waste to her principles, burn her morals to the ground until she's gloriously, unashamedly mine. A warning I gave my right-hand man, Vadim, about the woman he recently claimed as his, Sophia, comes to the fore. I told him to be careful what he wished for, because if he made Sophia fall for him, she was his for good. Same applies to me, surely. If I make Kisa fall for me, she's mine in all ways. I can't simply protect her, but go out and fuck other women. Not if I've broken her down and made her give herself fully to me. You break a woman in, you own that shit. It's like horses. Once you have one in the palm of your hand, it's your responsibility for life. Old-fashioned, but that's the way I see it. Is that what I want? Sienna in my bed, my life, my heart? She whimpers and grinds her pussy against my face, her fingers tangling in my hair. All thought flees as I push my tongue into her, and she convulses around me as she comes with a long, drawn-out cry. Her pussy flutters against my tongue and mouth as she rides out her high, and then she slowly comes down. I can't fuck her, not yet, so I need to mark her. I push her legs farther apart and pull myself free of the boxer briefs I'm wearing. Staring at her pink, swollen, wet pussy, I pump my cock hard, and in a matter of seconds, I come. With a grunt, I spill on her pretty folds, marking her with my release, rubbing my tip over her clit and down to where it so desperately wants to be, but not pushing in. When I'm drained, I rub my cum onto her flesh, pushing some of it inside her. Her lips find mine as I give her my tongue, still feeding her pussy my cum with my fingers. When the kiss ends, I nibble along her jaw. "Put it all in me," she says, her voice shaky. I pull back and stare at her, shocked by the dirty demand. Then I do as she says. I push my cum into her over and over. She starts to thrust her hips, and her fingers move to her nipples as she pinches them through the silk. She's not putting on a show, trying to be overtly sexy, but genuinely giving herself pleasure as I rub her clit each time before thrusting inside her. Can you touch the spot? The one you did yesterday?" Her voice is breathy, half broken. I find her G-spot and rub her there, pressing harder this time. "Oh, fuck!" Her head turns from side to side as she grabs the sheets in her hands. "God, it's so intense!" I press harder, really working her now. "Oh, I can't. I don't think. Stop. Don't stop. Shit! Oh, God, fuck!" She comes, arching against me, grabbing me as she clenches around my fingers like a vice, liquid gushing from her to coat my bedding and my hand. "Fuck yes. Come for me, beautiful," I demand as I don't stop the pressure. She's half sobbing by the time she falls back against the sheets. "I think you broke me." She glances at the sheets and her face flushes. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. That has never happened before." "That was hot. Don't apologize." Like this, she's so unguarded. Her hair is tousled, her lips are puffed up from where she's bitten them. Her pussy is swollen and glistening, her nipples hard, and she's the most perfect thing I've ever seen. I could honestly stay looking at her forever. I gotta get someone to paint her like this, an artist who could capture every debauched detail of her post-orgasmic glow. And then once he'd finished his work, I'd kill him because no one else can see her like this but me. I'd hang the painting in a special safe where only I could look at it. Those thoughts are deranged, even for me, so I turn off that fantasy. "When did you get into my bed?" I ask her. "I couldn't sleep, so I crept in around 3 a.m. I'm sorry." "Hey," I tip her chin up with my thumb. "Don't apologize. I like you in my bed." "You do? But you gave me a spare room." "Because I promised you that. No pressure. You came to me, though." "You said all bets were off if I came to you. Are you gonna fuck me?" "Do you want me to fuck you?" She sucks in a breath. "Yes," she whispers. "At some point, yes." "Then I shall. All in good time, though, Kisa." She frowns a little, confused as she well might be by my reticence. I'm not sure myself why I am dragging this out and don't simply take her now, except for the fact that the anticipation is like cocaine turbocharging my veins. I kiss her, and she surprises me by giving me her tongue first. I bite her bottom lip, sucking it in, and soon we're moaning into each other's mouths, our arms wrapped tight around one another, and our bodies grinding. I pull her over me, amazed at how horny she is again after 2 orgasms. "Straddle me and rub your pussy on my dick," I order her. She swings her leg over me, and her wet, slick pussy comes down on my once more hard dick. She slides up and down, rubbing herself against me. Her breathing starts to come in little pants as she rubs faster. "That's it. Use my cock like you do your pillow at home." She flushes, but carries on rubbing against me. "Play with your tits," I order her. She does immediately. Her hands come up, and she gathers the mouth-wateringly full globes in her hands, pulling them out of the nightdress, squeezing at first as she keeps moving her body back and forth along my length. Then she takes those perfect, perky nipples and pinches them. Christ, I want to suck them, but the show is too good to stop. Gasping now, she squeezes them harder than I would have thought she'd like and pulls them as she grinds down on me hard, her movements becoming frantic. She comes, rubbing on me with no shame, her eyes half closed, her mouth open. The sight is just too much. I spill against my stomach, my cock erupting as she rides out her own climax. Sienna flops forward onto me, her hair covering me like silk. Her breath hits my throat in little pants, and she makes a soft, half-groan, half-whimper. My clit hurts, she laughs. I've never come like that, so hard and so many times. Then she lifts her head, and half-joking, but with real awe in her voice, she says, I think you might be a magical being. And I fall. I step over that dividing line between sanity, where I'm still in control and this is all a game, to the other side, and something bordering obsession. I want it all. Everything she has, I want. I'll even take her hate if it fuels this kind of connection. There is no choice for Sienna anymore, because there's no choice for me. I'm going to make her mine.
Chapter 18. Sienna. We are on our way back to London. I don't want to leave. The time in Wales was magical, intense. A sensual haze of almost never-ending sex, ocean walks, delicious wine, wonderful food, and lattes with the sun on my face. It was the best few days of my life. It was also the worst. I'm falling so hard for Nikolai Volkov, it's not funny. I had a game plan. I wanted him to desire me so he'd save my brother, and I could manipulate Nikolai into being my attack dog. But somehow, in such a brief time, I fell so hard I don't think I can get back up. I'm on my knees for him. I doubt he even knows. But it's all wrong. I am his prisoner, and he's my captor. He says he's my guardian, but it's semantics. I'm his because he decreed it so. Now my heart is in this for real. I want him to let me choose, because the choice will be him. I choose Nikolai, but he's not letting me. We can't start like this and build something. Not that I am even sure if he wants to. This is nothing for him. He has had lots of women and has seismic sex on the regular. For me, the sex has been so intense, it broke me down bit by bit. The scariest thing is, we haven't even fucked properly yet. He's already stamped himself all over my mind, body, and soul. No man will ever live up to him. I know it for a fact. An image so sharp it has tears forming in my eyes hits me. Me in my 30s, married to someone, a kind, good someone, but who I can't feel for in the same bright, blinding way I feel for the man driving beside me. Does he know? Does Nikolai understand that when this is over, and he moves on to the next woman in his bed, I'll be forever ruined? Like some cursed soul, I'll wander the earth having known true sexual ecstasy and intense connection, and never being able to find it again. Maybe I shouldn't let him take me fully now. That is something I won't come back from. I need space, time to think. When we arrive at the club, it's early evening, and I am exhausted. I'm not lying when I look at him and softly say, I think I need a bit of space. This is all... I need time. His lips tighten, but he nods. Nikolai takes me to my room, puts my bags down for me, kisses me on the forehead, and tells me to get some rest. He has to work. He isn't joking about needing to work because I barely see him for the next 2 days, and at night he doesn't come to me. I wanted space, but after a night to get my head together, the loneliness started to bite. When I'm with him, he messes with my head. But when I'm alone, the reality of the terror of my situation hits, and I feel like I'm going insane. It takes me about 2 hours to realize I'd rather be in his company than alone. But he's like a ghost. I could go to him, again, but I'm not sure I should. If he's avoiding me, maybe it means as he's had some time to decompress, he regrets what happened between us in Wales. Perhaps he regrets the intensity, and he's decided to step back. My insecurities mean I find it hard to go to him, and as the days pass, I begin to feel he's decided to end this. My shoulder twinges, reminding me of the new ink, Nikolai's mark on me. The tattoo artist has been twice now and started the work on my shoulder, which doesn't tie in with Nikolai being sick of me. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would, but they're doing it in tiny increments because apparently Nikolai thinks I'm too much of a delicate flower to have it done in one go. I twist my neck to take a look at it, and can only see it vaguely at this angle and through the wrap covering it. This mark on my shoulder is like a brand. I'm nothing more than cattle, claimed by a man as property. If Nikolai is losing interest, surely I should be pleased. But I'm increasingly upset. I'm also bored and starting to get lonely. The only other women here are staff and Vadim's girlfriend Sophia, but I don't know her. We have said hello a few times, and I think I ought to try to get to know her. But what's the point if Nikolai is already done with me? Maybe he's working on making it safe for me to leave. I should be happy with that news, but I'm not. I want it all. My father used to tell me I was greedy. "It's not attractive for women to be greedy and want more," he would say. "You want to learn and do well and buy wonderful things. Why? You ought to be happy with your station in life. Or if you want those things, find a man to provide them." Nikolai would provide them, but because I am greedy, I want it all. I want him to love me, to let me go so I can show him that love in return, and come to him of my own free choice. Love. My heart stutters. Do I love him? I search my soul and find I don't know. I crave him. I miss him. I want him all the time. I find him beautiful, scary, and intriguing, and he makes my heart sing. But that's obsession, not love. Having never been in love before, how would I know? I glance at my phone. Nikolai has allowed me to keep it, but disabled everything on it except my Kindle and games. I don't know how the hell he did that. It means I can't message anyone. Fucking control freak. This is the man I love. My head is messed up big time. Sick of my internal noise, I decide to go explore. I dial 5 on the phone, and after only a moment, there's a knock at my door. It's not one of the 3 Vs, but a security guard I've seen around before. "Can you take me to Nikolai?" I ask. He nods, and we take the elevator to the main floor where the club is housed. The fairer sex is allowed in tonight because I see 2 women enter via the front door. The guard asks for Nikolai and is told he's heading to the office. We take the stairs this time and head for the general office, turning into the corridor as Nikolai exits the elevator. "Gisa," he says, surprised. "I was going crazy," I explain. Suddenly, I feel tears and blink them away. He comes to me and takes my face in his hands, dismissing the guards. "Did you miss me?" I nod and bite my lip. "Give in," he whispers. I stiffen. I know what he means. Give in and accept this situation and be his captive, as well as his lover. Has his absence been a game? A torture to make me acquiesce? I want to murder him suddenly. I stare at him, and a soft laugh has the anger rising more. God, how can I be falling for someone so Machiavellian? Isn't that part of the dark triad? Is he a sociopath? If he is, then he won't ever love me. This will always be nothing more than a game. Do I have this horribly wrong? Do sociopaths have such a sensual side? A sadistic one, but Nikolai isn't sadistic. He reveled in giving me pleasure, which seemed very real. There's something of an issue, too. Nikolai takes my hand as he enters the office. Vadim and Victor look up as we enter, and both raise their brows. "You've got that meeting in 10 with Silvanov," Victor says. "I'm aware." Nikolai shuffles through papers. "Got a bit of an update on that issue, too." Victor glances at me. "You can speak in front of her." "Word has reached ears on the ground that our intel is correct. Some of the Bratva bosses absolutely don't think you marking her is enough." My stomach drops. They're talking about me. Nikolai glances at me. "Oh, I'm not sure I care what they think." "People are talking and saying the mark might not be enough to protect her." Nikolai frowns. "Then they are starting a war." "Yeah, but we need to deal with this still, and in the meantime, you might need to..." "Can we talk in private?" Victor stares at me, simmering resentment in his gaze. "This concerns me," I say. Nikolai sighs. At that moment, Vadim stalks in. "Bags with your new clothes are all upstairs. And since when did I get demoted to butler?" He snaps. "You're about to be demoted to dead if you don't lose the attitude." Nikolai snaps back. "Do me a favor. Take Sienna for a drink and food in the kitchen. Stay with her close, okay? While I finish the conversation with these two, and then I'll send Valentine to relieve you, and you can come find me in Silvanov." "Christ!" Vadim shouts. "Hey, look on it as a promotion, from butler to personal security." Nikolai gives him a shit-eating grin. "Come on, Miss Sienna, let's go get some food." Vadim holds his arm out like a gentleman of old, his temper completely gone when he interacts with me. Reluctantly, I take it. I'm more confused than ever now, the ground shifting beneath me like sand in an earthquake zone. I nibble at a sandwich and drink a Coke until Valentine comes to find me. He makes easy small talk with me, unlike Vadim, until he glances at his watch. "Come, Nikolai will be wrapping things up with Silvanov now. He wants to speak with you." I follow Valentine to the elevator like the good little puppy dog I'm becoming. Running around after these men like a no one, as if I have no agency, no rights. How dare Nikolai leave me alone for days as part of a stupid game he's playing? I'm so livid at him. What does the Great One wish me in his presence for? I ask Valentine with a put-on yawn. He eyes me speculatively, and I can almost see the cogs turning. "You need to be kept safe," he says, "at all costs. But the ink alone isn't going to cut it. We have things we can do, ways we can control the narrative. But those take time. He needs to ensure your safety now. I think you're going to marry him." My world stops. I stare at Valentine. Stare some more and then start to panic. "No, I'm not. Don't be stupid." He starts to laugh, and my anger and panic coalesce, robbing me of reason. The elevator doors open, and I fall out of the damn thing. Valentine tries to steady me, but I slap his hand away. I turn to Nikolai, glancing at the huge, stony-faced man with him. I ignore the man who screams, "Danger," but right now he isn't the issue. I focus on Nikolai. "Damn it, Nikolai! This fucker says I've got to marry you. Marriage? Are you insane?" He sighs as if this is nothing and shoots the man a polite smile. "Until next time, Constantine." Then he grabs me by the wrist and pulls me along with him down the corridor. "It's the only way to keep you safe," he says. More likely another part of his twisted game. Oh, I bet it is. You love this, don't you? You're such a bastard. You're a piece of shit, do you know that? Well, you want to fuck me, so what does that make you? A shit lover? Screw you, I shout. I am so over this now. Done. Finished. I'm leaving no matter what. No, my beloved. When we're married, I will be the one to screw you, and you'll beg me to do it. He drags me into his apartment while I kick out his legs. Then I aim a slap at his face as the door closes, and the blow lands. The sound is loud in the sudden silence between us. I brace myself, wondering if he'll strike me back. No blow comes. Instead, Nikolai strokes his cheek, a smile slowly forming on his face. You're awe-inspiring, do you know that? This man is utterly deranged. Because I slapped you? Hell yes. Do you know how many people would dare to do that? You and my mother. He thinks for a moment. Maybe Maxim, but then we'd be in a fight and I'd win. It's all a game, isn't it? All about winning. No. The answer is fast and sure. Sometimes it's about so much more. Why are you doing this? He sighs, becoming suddenly serious. Events are out of my control. Rumors of your misdeeds have traveled far and wide, and I can't guarantee your safety even with my mark. What if someone doesn't see it? What if you lose your bracelet? My wife, though. No one, and I mean no one, would dare touch a hair on your head unless they really want me to rain down hell on them. This is like a never-ending nightmare. You said if I wore your mark, then I would be safe. Those were your words. Normally you would. What you are accused of, though, people are talking allegedly, stating that I've only marked you to save you, and I don't really care about you. Oh, so they're telling the truth. He moves to me and takes my face in his hand, angling my jaw up so I'm forced to look right into his fierce tiger eyes. I care. You are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're under my skin. I might not like it, but it's the truth. You're an itch I can't scratch. And if you think I'm gonna let some grubby Brodva fucker get his hands on you and degrade all this beauty, you're insane. You're mine now, and I protect what is mine. If you wear my ring on your finger, and I make it known to the entire world we're getting married, then no one is touching you, unless they want disemboweling. The stark words make me shudder. You could have done this all so differently, I say, fighting back tears. If you'd done this the right way, you could have had me eating out of your hand. That's what's killing me. If only he'd given me a choice in this, I'd have chosen him anyway because, truth be told, the only times I felt truly alive in the past couple of years are the times in his presence. At each turn, though, he simply takes my choice away, condescends and enforces. What do you want, Sienna? He's still holding my face and his thumb brushes along my mouth, feather soft. I hate myself for leaning into the touch, for taking crumbs of comfort from my captor. But I do. I chase the sensation, wanting more. I want you to. I realize with a horrible jolt that beyond my firmly entrenched belief that what he is doing is wrong, I don't know what I want. Daddy issues. It all comes back to that. My father thought I was never enough. Nothing I did was right. Nikolai thinks I'm the most precious thing on this earth. In so many ways, he's the exact opposite of my father. But in one way, he's the same. He barks orders and demands, and simply expects me to follow them. My father did that. Then he left. Will Nikolai leave? I changed tack slightly. I'm confused. Is this marriage a sham? We get married, show the world I'm yours, but what? In private, we get to go about our own lives. After a certain length of time when these Bratva thugs have forgotten all about me and moved on to their next target, what? We divorce? He growls, an honest-to-God low rumble deep in his chest. A big cat rumble to match his eyes. No. The way he speaks is impatient. Nikolai, can you use your words and talk to me like I'm 10? Because I'm lost right now. No one touches what's mine, he says. His fingers play in my hair, which is down around my shoulders today. No one. What about you? Do you get to screw who you want while I wait at home for you? If I wanted to, then yes, that's what this is. That's how it works. I saved your fucking life. I'm about to pick up the heavy emerald-colored ashtray on the sideboard and smash it over his thick skull. But then he grins. But I don't want to. I don't want anyone else. Didn't you hear what I said? You are under my skin, an itch I can't scratch. There's no other woman I'm interested in. Plus, I want to fuck you bare, and if we do that shit, we have to be exclusive. His words are vulgar, and I feel my cheeks heat. My core still clenches at the thought of Nikolai finally where I want and need him the most. Nothing between us. You will need birth control. I'm on the pill, I say. His brows raise. I thought you were a virgin. I am, by happenstance, not by design. It pays to be prepared. Okay, good. I need to fetch them. I still haven't collected my things. I've had a break from my pill. I'll need to take them for at least a week before I'm protected. I've been stuck here doing nothing alone. Alone is hurled at Nikolai like a weapon. I had shit to do. Also, I thought you might need the time. For the first time since I've been in his presence, Nikolai Volkov looks unsure. What? Why? You said you needed space. He wrinkles his brow. I meant for like that night when we first got back, not days alone in a strange place. He scrubs a hand wearily over his jaw. I'm not used to this, he says. I've never done it before. A small laugh escapes me then. I ought to be thankful you've never held a woman hostage before and forced her to marry you. His brows pinch together and he snakes his hand behind my neck, holding me firm. You're sassy, do you know that? Sassy and bratty. I like it. I meant my little sarcastic one, that I've never been in a relationship before. He thinks we're in a relationship. Like what? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Okay, I am seriously going to have to contemplate the notion that Nikolai is slightly insane. You want me to do this the right way, but I've done this the only way I know to keep you safe. In a sense, neither of us have a choice. I either take you as mine, or let you be killed. That is the fork in our roads. If I didn't want you, it would be easier. We could have a nice fake marriage, you'd get to live, and I'd carry on as before. I do want you, though, and you want me. I don't bother to deny it. Can we go and fetch my things? I ask instead. Tonight, I promise. He smiles softly at me, then like the asshole he is, goes and ruins it. I need you back on those pills, so we can celebrate our wedding night the correct way.
Chapter 19. Nikolai. The explosion from Sasha is not unexpected. You're doing what? No fucking way! I forbid it! I bark out a laugh. You can't forbid anything, asshole. What the fuck? If you marry this cunt, she gets access to everything we've built. I'll have a prenup written, and call her that name again and you're dead. That is not an idle threat. Brother or not, you do not speak of my wife-to-be in that way. Have you lost your mind? The question isn't angry, more speculative, as if he really believes I must have gone insane, and that can be the only reason for my actions. He wouldn't be wrong. I have gone half mad, driven insane by a siren with red hair, freckles, a bratty side that covers up a deep well of vulnerability, and a weird propensity to talk to herself. I can't let her die, I say simply. I don't know why, but I can't. Voice softer than I've heard it in a long time, Sasha says, You do know why, Nikolai. You're clearly in love. I snort. I don't fall in love, Sasha. First time for everything. It's the only explanation. You're risking everything we built. For what? Some pussy? Have you fucked her yet? None of your business. I take it that's a no, then. So, to reiterate, you're risking everything we've built for pussy you've not even claimed yet. The wrath of our enemies when they find out you've married the girl who is an informant. The wrath of our friends when, well, ditto. The epic meltdown of our mother. The fact that marrying this girl, even with a prenup, gives her inordinate power. Insanity. She doesn't have the power. I do. I sip at my drink and stare out the window of my study. Oh, now, I don't think that's entirely true. I don't either, but I don't air my thoughts. I would give that damn woman anything she asks for. If she demanded the head of that fucking corrupt cop, I'd bring it to her. I'd get the finest jewels. I'd buy her anything she wanted. The one thing she wants, though, I can't give. I can't risk it. She says she wants the choice, but what if she chooses freedom? The thought of her carved up in a ditch is enough to have nausea rising in my belly. No, we're not at an impasse. She'll become mine because she has no choice. But the one thing I truly want, her giving herself to me entirely, she'll hold back because she sees herself as my captive. They say falling in love is the same as going insane or becoming a drug addict, Sasha muses, filling up the long-distance silence between us. He's not wrong. Love, obsession, whatever the fuck this is, it's messing with my mind. They did brain scans, and they showed that the brains of people newly in love were as messy as the brains of people with severe drug addictions. So, is your brain messy, brother? Because if your mind is like some rat in a lab on cocaine, then you shouldn't be the one making all the decisions, should you? Fuck you. I am in my right mind and in control. One more word from you and we're gonna have serious issues. You stepped over the line of brotherly banter. Go fuck yourself, asshole, he snaps in Slovakian. He's getting out of line and ahead of himself. For months now, Sasha has been making noises about wanting more power. I don't think he'll make any serious moves against me, but he is determined I give him more credit and more of a say. Draw not your bow until your arrow is fixed, I say in Russian. He laughs. My arrow has been fixed for some time. My stomach twists. Are you seriously threatening me, brother? Has it come to this? No threats. I simply want more of a say and more involvement. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Christ, family is the worst. Between Sasha and the fact that eventually that fuck-up Maxim is going to be under my feet is enough to give me a migraine. We will talk seriously about you getting more of a say, okay? But it means throwing off any vestiges of your old, respectable banker's life. I know, he says. Well, until we get to talk, I'll say goodbye. Let's arrange something for sure next month. I hang up on him without further ado, pissed to the extreme. Deciding to give Sienna at least one thing she wants, I call Vadim and tell him and Victor to meet us in the basement in 10. Then I go to Sienna's room and knock. She answers after a moment. Her hair is no longer down, but pulled up in a ponytail, and her face looks freshly scrubbed of makeup. Her skin glows, and I stare at her for a long moment, drinking her up. I tip her chin up gently with my fingers and angle her face, this way and then that, marveling at how she can be so perfect, so beautiful. I half want to put her in a display case just so the world can see how exquisite she is. What are you doing? She wrenches her face out of my grasp. Admiring you. Well, it's creepy. You want to get your things? Really? Now? Now. Yes, please. She rushes to grab her bag, then she pauses, opens it, and swipes a cherry-colored lip balm over her mouth. I wonder if it tastes like cherries, too. She grabs sunglasses and puts them on the top of her head and hangs the bag from her shoulder. The glasses are Louis Vuitton, purchased by Tabitha. The bag is something simple, but in puffy, expensive-looking leather. Her clothes are simple, too, but classy. Even with no makeup, her hair pulled up, and plain clothes, she looks stunning. You really don't need to gild the lily. We meet the others in the basement, and I take the Range Rover, followed by the guys in one of the BMWs. We drive through the streets of Chelsea and Knightsbridge, and slowly the buildings and houses become less grand. The streets fuller of late-night fast food joints and corner shops. It's right here, Sienna says. I take a right, and she points to a place for cars to park on a cul-de-sac in front of a block of low-level social housing. We walk along the narrow path, past grass and trees, then into the estate. She takes a left and climbs the stairs. I follow her, my nose wrinkling at the stench of stale piss and garbage from the overflowing bins in the stairwell. How can something as precious and beautiful as my Sienna be expected to live here? It's a million miles away from what she deserves.
Nice neighborhood, Victor mutters.
It's my neighborhood, and I've been very happy here, Sienna says firmly. My babiska lived here, and it holds nothing but fond memories for me. We reach the top of 3 flights of stone stairs, and she walks along another covered walkway to her door. When we enter inside, she closes it, turns to Victor, and with her hands on her hips, purses her mouth. And you can sneer at where I live all you like, but my babiska and my mother were honest women who worked to try to provide for their families. You might all live in luxury, but boys, it's ill-gotten gains. Then she turns on her heel and walks through the small flat toward what I assume is her bedroom.
Smart mouth on her, that one, Victor comments. Needs a lesson in fucking manners.
The slap I give him rings out in the room. He rubs his cheek and stares at me, murder flashing in his green eyes. He doesn't act on the rage I can so clearly see. For a moment, the air itself seems to hold its breath. That one is going to be my fucking wife. You will only talk about her and to her with the utmost respect. Understood? Jesus Christ, boss, have you lost it? Vadim asks. Do you want a slap too? No, I mean... He lowers his voice. Come on, Nikolai. Fuck's sake. He didn't mean anything by it.
Don't tell me what I meant, Victor growls. You know I respect the shit out of you, but this, marrying her?
Victor's voice is a low whisper so Sienna can't hear. It's fucking nuts. Did I promote you and miss the memo? I ask. He clenches his jaw but doesn't say anything. I go in hard and heavy. It's not my style, and not something I normally need to do with these men. They are loyal and hard-working. Hell, even when Vadim lost his mind and took some woman as collateral in a card game, I didn't break his legs. They need to understand, though, that Sienna is to be respected. I have no doubts they will keep her safe, but I don't want her to feel belittled by my men. No, I did not. I'm not fucking about here. You don't feel able to respect Sienna and treat her like the queen she is, fine. Feel free to leave my employment. You stay? You talk to her or about her like she shit on your shoe again, and I'll cut your tongue out. Victor swallows and shakes his head, but he looks away and mumbles a, "Yes, boss." I stalk out of the kitchen to follow Sienna into her bedroom. A bag yawns open on the bed, and she's throwing some clothes into it. I prowl around her room, taking in her space. Her shelf holds books, photographs. There are pictures of a young Sienna with a woman I assume is her mother. The ones of a young child with deep red hair sitting on the lap of an older woman I assume is her babiska are touching. I finger the frame of one. Do you want to bring these? I ask her. She sighs. I don't know. I ought to leave them here for when I come back, once this is over. Over? She still thinks this is about nothing more than saving her skin. Bring them, I say softly. She blinks twice, clears her throat, and gives me a brisk nod. I move my weight from foot to foot. Listen, I, told Victor if he ever speaks to you that way again, there'll be trouble. From now on, you will be treated with the utmost respect by my men. I always thought the man who I married would love me, she says sadly, taking me by surprise with the topic change. I stalk to her, shutting the door firmly as I pass it. She backs up as I approach. Is that your red line? Love. You need love, the words, the saccharine promises of devotion? It's not enough that I threaten to cut my own right-hand man's tongue out for disrespecting you. It's not enough that I am willing to go to war with the damn Bratva to save you? You want what? Soppy declarations? I want you to love me. I want you. I press my forehead to hers. I need you. I can't stop thinking about you. It's lust or obsession. It isn't the same. It will wear off, and when it does, you'll find someone new to play with. No one is as beautiful as you, I tell her truthfully. She pushes me away and gives me her incredible gray gaze. Beauty fades. We all lose our charms in the end, and there are always plenty of younger models around. They won't have these eyes, or the way your mouth turns down just so when you're upset. They won't talk to themselves like a crazy person. I smile and brush my thumb over her mouth, stealing a soft kiss, unable to resist. Sounds an awful like something akin to love, she says. Please, can you let me move? I need to pack. I push away from the wall and let her scoot by me, watching her as she picks things up, discarding some and taking others. I'll need to come back here often. I can't let this place be taken, or my brother will have nowhere to go when he gets out. I'll cover the rent, I tell her. It doesn't work like that. This is social housing provided by the council. If they get a report no one is living here, I'll lose my tenancy, and I need to keep it for my brother. Okay, we can come back regularly. For now, I am going to knock next door and tell them I'm doing a live-in job for a few weeks. That will be okay if any questions are asked. Good idea. I look around at the place, small but pristine. The walls are painted a sunny yellow, and she has pictures of art hanging everywhere. None of it worth a damn, all of it prints or posters, but her taste is excellent, as well it might be with what she is studying. I want to make her happy, but the one thing she says will is the one thing I'm not sure I can give. I don't know if I am capable of love the way she demands it. I love my mother, I suppose, but I don't always like her. My brothers I would die for, but I'd also kill them if they posed a serious threat. Does that make me a sociopath? Am I capable of love? Sienna picks up small ornaments and packs them away, wrapping them carefully in pages she rips out of magazines. They aren't fashion magazines, I note, but ones about modern art, design, and interiors. I pick one up. You like interior design? She shrugs. I do. I was torn between that and art, but at school I was so good at art, and I loved history, and the two kind of collided in art history as my choice. I never thought I'd work in it. I mean, how many jobs are there in museums and galleries? I would love to work as a conservator or a gallery curator, don't get me wrong. She smiles then, blinding and beautiful, and something cracks in my chest. Maybe I'm not dead inside after all. It would be my dream. She sighs the word dream and hugs herself. It's unlikely, though, unless I'm lucky. So if that doesn't pan out, I intend to try to work in retail or interior design. There's a pounding at the front door, and I frown. Who the fuck might that be? I have no idea. A neighbor? I have been missing in action now for some time, and I often chat with them. Maybe they're worried. She crosses the room just as the bedroom door flies open, and a small, curvy blonde storms into the room, followed by a red-faced Victor. She shot under my arm, boss. Cece, what the fuck? I've been calling and worrying. I came around, and no one had seen you, so I asked Luke to call if you came back. Who is Luke, and how will he know if you're back? I demand of Sienna. She's too busy taking in the whirlwind of blonde energy that has entered the room, filling it with the scent of coconut so overpowering it makes me a little sick. They hug and hold one another, and I realize simply plucking someone from their life is more complicated than it seems.
Chapter 20. Sienna. I am so relieved to see Sharon. My arms are full of her warmth as her familiar scent wraps around me. It's a coconut body lotion, shower gel, and perfume that she uses. Every spring she wears nothing else for months. It reminds me of her, sunshine, and lazy days in Hyde Park. I realize that Nikolai has growled a question at me about Luke, so as Sharon sidesteps, I turn to him. Luke is my neighbor and my friend. He lives one door down on the left, but is agoraphobic. He never goes out. I help him with things he needs getting sometimes, and he calls in on me. He's a good guy, so don't say anything to him. He spends most of his time watching people coming and going. He'll also have clearly heard us all in here. Yeah, he did, and he called me, Sharon says. Her eyes fill with tears. Bitch, I've been worried sick. God, are you okay? Her gaze takes me in, and when she catches Nikolai's eye, she doesn't look away or appear intimidated. Well, she says slowly. I have to say, Mr. Volkov, the camera doesn't lie. You really are all that. But you're not a very nice man, are you? She turns back to me. I did more digging. Cece, you're not safe in his company. You need to come home. You can stay with me. I can't, I tell her. It's not safe. It's a long story, but Nikolai is helping me. Oh, I bet you are. She turns to him. And what are you expecting in payment? Sharon! I gasp. You need to leave. I will call you and we can talk, I promise. I've been trying your phone, but it's dead. It's not dead, but it's disabled from calls for the moment, and the internet. Nikolai says it like it's normal. Nothing. What? Why? Sharon demands. Nikolai's face takes on that steely look he gets when he's thinking something through. Okay, Sharon, I'm gonna level with you. Sienna is in trouble. She was doing something that got the attention of some very bad men. Those men might do her irreparable harm. She's staying with me at the club because that makes her safe. I don't know who might be tracking her phone. Things are still in flux. She's safe with me, though, I promise. And if she wants to call you, she can anytime. There are phones in the suite she's staying in. Sharon's face falls and her gaze flicks from him to me and back to him before finally landing on me, like a butterfly that can't settle on a flower. Is this true? She asks me. I nod. He's helping me. So I can't see you anymore. Tears prick at my eyes. I don't know. Like Nikolai says, things are in flux. Long term, she will have security, and if she wishes to see you or to resume her studies, she may. May? Sharon frowns. Dude, the 1950s called. They need your attitude to women back. And what do you mean long term? He cocks his head to one side and regards her coolly. This doesn't have anything to do with my attitude. Oh, I bet it doesn't. You might be keeping us safe, but I've got you figured out. Really? In a few minutes? You must be psychic. I'll leave you ladies alone for a while. Don't be too long, Sienna. We shouldn't linger. This place might be being watched. The moment he leaves the room, I pull Sharon in for another hug. Her arms hit my shoulder where the tattoo is, and I wince. She notices and pulls my top gently down. You got ink? It's, a warning to other people that I am under Nikolai's protection. Her face pales. Babe, you must leave now, she whispers in my ear. Luke is next door. I can call him and the police can be here in a moment. The police? I step back from her. Sharon, no. I hold her up her arms and hope my expression can convince her of the seriousness of this. Firstly, my brother is under Nikolai's protection now. That puts him at risk if I leave. Secondly, the police got me in this mess. Let me handle this. Handle it how? I can work on Nikolai, get him to give my brother the protection he needs, and let me go too. If I want to. I add the last bit sheepishly. If? She stares at me as if I am a stranger. As well she might. Are you saying you want to stay? I might, if he'd give me the choice. It's complicated. I can't talk now, Sharon, but I'll call you. You do know that Stockholm Syndrome is a thing, right? I smile at her. Actually, it's discredited now as a theory, so. She looks at me for a long beat. You know, I hate to say this, but you look good. That will be the stupidly expensive clothes Nikolai has dressed me up in. Like a good little Barbie doll, she says. The anger is clear in her voice, but she softens her tone when she speaks again. No, it's not that. I think you look well in yourself, glowy, in a way you haven't for a long time. I don't like this. I do not like him. But he's given you an internal glow-up, and that can't be denied. I laugh at her turn of phrase. You promise to call? I nod and swallow thickly. I promise. Listen, you better go. I don't want anyone who might be after me to focus on you. Go home, lovely, and I will call. I kiss her cheek. Miss you, she says sadly as she leaves. I flop down on my bed and stare out of the window at the sky. What the hell am I doing? What do I want? The answer is so simple and yet astoundingly naive at the same time. I want Nikolai Volkov to fall madly in love with me, court me, tell me he wants to be my boyfriend, and eventually we marry. That's what I want. What I have been given is a form of obsession, dominance, and a captor who thinks he's doing me a favor. When I finally gathered everything I need for now, I head into the living room and carefully add my grandmother's 2 thimbles that balance on the bookshelf to my bag. I can't sew a button on very well, but my grandmother used to always be knitting or sewing something. Her thimbles are old and from when she lived in Czechoslovakia. Then I grab my reading glasses in their case and turn to my captor. I'm ready. He smiles, takes my hand, and calmly leads me out of my home. Maybe for the very last time. The whole ride back, I'm fighting the tears that want to fall. My heart aches. My head hurts too, as if I'm getting sick. When we reach the club, he says he must work, of course. My stomach is a knot of nervous anxiety after today, and the prospect of the meeting with Simon, which is tomorrow. I'm going to try to persuade Nikolai to abandon his plan for us to see him all together. By the time I hear Nikolai enter his apartment, it is late. I glance at the clock. Almost 1 a.m. I wonder if he's been with a woman. He says he has no interest in anyone but me, but it could be a line to placate me. I pad across my bedroom and walk down the corridor to knock on the door that separates this guest suite from his living space. Moments later, he opens the door. You don't have to knock, he says. I thought it was polite. Listen, Sienna, what part of I want you to be mine don't you get? He frowns at me. This is where I live. You can be here any time you want. I gave you the guest suite for you, not me. You were scared. I'm still scared. I don't want to see Simon tomorrow. His face softens. I understand that. Fine, I'll see him alone. No, I mean, I don't want to see him at all. I don't want you to either. You are due to speak to him. We need to do something. Why? You say I'm protected by the sink. I rub at my shoulder where the work is. And this ludicrous marriage idea. So can't we simply ignore him? The mark and the marriage are to keep you safe from those you were sent to spy on, not the spy master, he says. Walking away from me toward his rooms, he gestures with 2 flicked fingers for me to follow him. Come. I trail after him, chewing the inside of my cheek. But no, it is done. The arrangements are made. I will meet him alone. I would never put you in a situation where you're scared. I'll protect you, but I will be meeting with him. Come or stay here. The choice is yours. I sigh in exasperation. If you're insisting the meeting will take place, I want to be there. He nods and pours a drink at the ostentatious bar in his living space, and pours me one too. He hands me the glass of warm-colored liquid. I don't like whiskey, I say. It's brandy. Help you relax. He nods at the drink. I sip. Oh, now that is nice. I've had brandy before and still find it harsh, unless it has Coke or lemonade in it. This, however, is delicious. It tastes a lot more mellow than I recall. That's because it is Greek, vastly different to French brandy, and I prefer it. He laughs. Of course, down there in the club, we only stock the finest French stuff. But here, in my own space, I prefer the Greek version. A bit like when we're at the coast, you wear sweatpants or jeans instead of designer clothes. Yep. Isn't it tiring, living an act? Carefully, he takes his jacket off and hangs it on the back of a chair. He sips at his drink and loosens his tie, letting it hang around his neck, his fingers also working to undo his top few buttons. Like this, with the neck of his shirt open to reveal his tan collarbone and strong neck, but the vest still hugging his frame and highlighting his massive shoulders. He's a panty-melting vision. I don't see it as an act. It's simply work. He moves to the recess in the corner, once more indicating for me to follow. Why don't you click your fingers at me like a dog? Be quicker. I once more do his bidding. Tempting, but no. He takes a seat in the nook where the chessboard is and points to the one opposite. Join me. Everything you say is an order, not an invite, not a request. Okay, don't join me. He looks up at me and grins. Your choice, Kisa. I take the seat but scowl at him. Then I glance at the board. Oh, you're losing. You're losing bad. My laugh sounds more like a cackle as it bursts out of me. Yeah, I am, aren't I? One might say my head isn't in the game properly these days. That's what a case of epic blue balls will do to you. I narrow my eyes. Oh, don't you dare blame me for your poor strategic thinking. I stare at the board, half lost in thought. You know, you might be able to win still. No, I've thought it through. I ought to resign the game, but I'm being obstinate. How unlike you. I shake my head. Still, stalling has worked in your favor because there is a move you can make. No, there's not. I lean forward and move his knight. He stares at the board, frowns, looks at me, and then back to the board. Holy shit. Told you. Christ. What, can't believe a girl is better than you at chess? He sips at his drink and leans back. Frankly, I'm amazed you're so good at strategic thinking, because you're terrible at it in real life. I consider what he's saying and sip at my own drink, enjoying the burn. You know, perhaps you're correct, but in real life, these trivial things come into play. We call them emotions. And that's the trick. You don't let them get in the way. He argues. Well, if you never let them get in the way, that makes you a psychopath. But if you always let them get in the way, it makes you weak, exploitable, easy to manipulate. My stomach churns. Is that what you're doing? Manipulating me? He laughs, the sound deep and rich in this cozy corner of his room. Kisa, Kisa, Kisa. No, I am not. I've been direct with you. From the start. You don't like it. Would you prefer I lie and sugarcoat it all? I won't do that. I have saved your life. The steps I have taken, the moves on the board, have all been with that end in mind. He leans forward, the glass held between the fingers of both hands, as he twirls it back and forth, the crystal catching the light from the lamps and bouncing it off his high cheekbones. I saved you. To keep you safe, then you have to be mine. I want you. You want me. It seems remarkably simple, and yet, for you it is not. For you it causes great pain. You know why? I shake my head. I am sure the great oracle is about to tell me. Because you think everything must be moral. You think if you give yourself to me purely for sensual pleasure when I am keeping you here, even though by doing so I am ensuring your safety, it's wrong. You think if you give in to this attraction, it is morally repugnant. It's as if he's unscrewed the top of my head and seen inside to all the messy workings. He's scarily accurate with his reading of me. You believe to give in, to become mine, will be abandoning all your feminist principles, no? You'd be a traitor to the sisterhood. How could you simply accept this? Live in luxury with a man who will give you whatever you want, protect you, all because it didn't happen in the normal way of things. If you'd met me in a bar, and I'd asked you out, and we dated 2 or 3 times, the way things are between us, I guarantee you'd have taken me into your bed, into your life. You're putting up barriers that aren't there because you have a little voice telling you this isn't how modern, strong women behave. He's not wrong. I sip at the drink, and his gaze slips past mine to look at the city behind me, stretching out. I study him, enjoying the freedom to do so for a moment. He's not entirely right, though, either. At first, I thought I could play this game. I had planned to drag things out like this to trap him, making me want him more, and it seems to be working. Now, though, I'm in over my head. I'm not in control, and whilst my objections certainly take in the reasons he's given, they go much deeper. Everything about Nikolai makes my stomach do a flip-flop like I'm a kid at Christmas. His voice, his gaze, the hard angle of his jaw, those big, strong hands of his, the way they look on my pale skin, the woodsy scent he wears most days. I've got it so bad that if I catch that scent on the air, my stomach dips and rises like I'm on a roller coaster. My heart speeds up, my breathing accelerates. He wants me to give in, but what he doesn't understand is that now, I'm not fighting for principles or my brother's safety. No, this is now a fight for survival. I'm fighting to win because winning saves my heart. At some point, entirely against my wishes, I've fallen irrevocably head over heels in love with Nikolai Volkov. And if he doesn't love me back, I can't bear it. He wants me to give in. By that, he means be his, have fun, let him fuck me, and accept his ownership. I could do that, but it would be an asymmetrical agreement, unbalanced. One of us would be deeply in love and aware of those feelings. One of us would not. I know I'll end up surrendering my body. It feels inevitable now. But my heart, that I will protect. I won't give in as he exhorted me to do, because that would mean losing everything. I'll always fight for my freedom. Otherwise, I'll be a captive who is lovesick for a captor, and who slowly dies from the lack of reciprocation of that love. They say war, once it becomes kinetic, has its own energy, and from that point on, events cannot be controlled. I believe the same is true of love. The moment my heart decided to beat so much faster for Nikolai Volkov, fate was in control.
Chapter 21. Nikolai. Simon Barlow is sweating. The monitor gives me a great view of him on the security feed. He wipes his brow repeatedly and runs his hands around the collar of his cheap shirt. Good. Let him stew in it for a while. I hate him, but I also owe him. If he hadn't been a piece of shit who manipulated a young woman into doing something she had no business doing, I would never have met Sienna. He's sitting in the corner of the main office. Vadim is leaning against the desk, arms folded, watching him. Vadim is one scary motherfucker. The man is controlled, but when he unleashes himself, he's awe-inspiring in his violence. I know something about this man that Sienna doesn't. He wasn't going to let her go, not even after this. He'd already planned to have her brother's sentence extended so he could keep his control over her. I don't know why, but I believe it's because he enjoys being her puppeteer. I guess he gets a kick out of it, a sexual one. He flat out coerced her for sex, but he still sent her in here. So if he only wanted to fuck her, he could simply demand that in exchange for her brother's safety. He didn't. He continued playing his games. I think he gets turned on by it. In fact, 2 of his previous informants were young women. That's highly unusual for someone working drugs. If he was working prostitution, then maybe. But drugs? Women don't deal very often. Men do. It tells me he enjoys having these young women under control. Bored now of watching him, I exit my private study and go to fetch Sienna. Showtime. She's nervous the whole ride down the elevator. She's fidgeting, and I take her hand in mine, squeezing to calm her down. Don't panic, I tell her, and don't talk. Let me, okay? Giving me her clear gray gaze for a beat, she nods. Sienna looks stunning today. I told her to make an effort. It's strategic. I want Barlow to see she's a fucking queen now. My queen. She's wearing a tweed Dior dress, which skims her curves perfectly. Her hair is pulled up in a high ponytail. Her makeup is subtle. and around her neck and on her wrist she wears a thick 24-karat gold matching jewelry set. She's finished her look off with low-block heels, and this morning she was pampered with a manicure and a pedicure, as well as a blow-dry. She looks as if she's just fallen off the runway for Chanel. When the elevator reaches the ground floor, I take her hand and help her step out. We walk along the corridor toward the general office, but before we reach it, I pull Sienna into a room on our right. This is a room she won't have seen yet. It's one of my favorites in the whole building. It's a small annex that leads to the back of the building on the far side, where there is an orangery. The gardens here in this part of London are small, but the orangery looks out over the trees and bushes that line the path, giving it a pleasant view. Inside, there are black and white tiled flags for flooring, and dusted around the space is a mix of rattan and metal furniture. The corners are dotted with palm plants, and the room is warm and humid. The huge amount of glass gives a light quality not found anywhere else in this old building. In a far corner, there is a statue that's an original Roman piece of work. It was already here when I bought the place, and it's my favorite thing about the whole building. The sense of history owning something like this resonates deeply with me. "What is this place?" Sienna asks. "It's the original orangery, which was built as part of the house. I suppose it's like an 18th century conservatory." I shrug. "It's beautiful," she breathes. Sienna wanders around the space, looking all around her, taking it in. It really is beautiful, and even more so now with her in the room. "I love it," she says. "It's like a secret treasure that you would never guess existed." Her words have my heart speeding up, because that's exactly how I felt about it when I first discovered it while being shown around by the realtor. In fact, and I would not admit this to many people, it's what persuaded me to buy the building in the first place. Although I needed somewhere central for the club, there was another option that would have been better, finance-wise at least, but this room won my heart. "Come, sit with me for a moment," I request. She turns to me in surprise and raises one brow. "Why, Mr. Volkov, did you just issue a request rather than giving me an order?" I ignore her sass and pat the seat next to me. She comes to sit by me and crosses her legs, her slender ankles drawing my gaze. There's not a part of her that I don't find fascinating and beautiful. "Listen," I tell her. "We are to go and meet your nemesis, and I want him to know just how deep my protection of you is. This might not be the way you always imagined this moment, and for that, I'm truly sorry." I take the box out of my pocket and hold it in the palm of my hand. Sienna glances down and gasps. When her gaze raises to meet mine once more, there's a whole mix of emotions flooding through the stormy gray depths. "If that is what I think it is, then I believe you ought to be down on one knee." Once again, she takes me by surprise. She's right, though. I ought to be. This might not be exactly how and what she wants, but I can at least give her that. Maybe one day I will be able to give her everything. I'm just not sure whether or not I'm capable of love in the way she wants it. I want to protect this woman, possess her, and I'm fascinated and intrigued by everything she does, but I don't know if that's love in the sense that she means it. I won't tell her something she wants to hear simply to please her. I won't become a liar, not to her. I get down on one knee in front of her. The tiles cool even through my trousers. I flip open the lid on the small box and turn it around so she can see the ring within. It's an emerald nestled between two huge diamonds. I had to get something green. It would be criminal not to with her coloring. "Oh my God," she says. A hand shoots up to cover her mouth. Does she hate it? "That's the biggest rock I've ever seen. Are you insane?" She shakes her head. "Nikolai, you said yourself this is a fake marriage to keep me safe. Is this thing real? It's not, is it?" "Of course it's damn well real." I take it out of the box and grasp her hand. Do you think I would purchase my bride-to-be, the woman I'm going to marry, some cheap knockoff ring? But this marriage isn't real, she says. No one would blame you. Understand something, Kisa. I might not be a man who's all hearts and flowers and all about telling you how much I love you day in and day out. However, I am a man who, when he claims a woman, only gives her the best. I take hold of her hand again, holding in front of me as I slide the ring on her left finger. It fits perfectly, which I knew it would because I had the housekeeper take one of Sienna's rings that she brought with her from back home so that I could get this measured. The store I bought it from is only 6 doors down, and one of the most expensive jewelry stores in London. The ring, fully on her finger, I let go of her hand and look up at her as she stares down. She lifts her finger, her hand stretched out in front of her, twisting it this way and that as she examines the ring. I've never seen anything as beautiful as this ring, she says. It's too much, Nikolai. I laugh at that, the condescending sound out before I can stop myself. It is nowhere near enough, I tell her seriously. I'm going to dress you in the finest silks, drape you in the most exquisite materials and colors, have you dripping in jewels. Everyone will look at you and see just how beautiful you are. I'm not done with the gifts yet. I hand her a second box. This one isn't quite so romantic, but it is just as important. I open the box and take out the 24-karat gold padlock bracelet. The padlock has the Volkov insignia on both sides. I fasten it on her wrist. I take the small gold key from my pocket and lock the padlock. Something primal and fierce surges within me. Mine. She really is mine now. I take hold of her hand again and bring it to my mouth, kissing the back of her fingers as I do so. Do you feel strong enough to meet Simon now? I ask her, knowing that you are wearing my ring? You know I don't like this, she says. You know that I want the real thing one day, and I don't want to be held by somebody as their captive. But to answer your question, yes, I do. I shouldn't, and you're one manipulative bastard, but for some reason, I do feel so much safer wearing this ring. Come then, my bride-to-be, I say to her. Let's go meet this nemesis of yours and put him in his place. We leave the room, hand in hand, my thumb brushing over the back of hers and catching on the ring every now and again. Each time I touch it, my pulse quickens as I think what it means. Soon, Sienna will be mine always. She will be my wife, and she will be my lover, and she will be my captive, under my protection. It's such a heady feeling to have something so precious, so reliant on me. When we enter the office, I let go of her hand and open the door, showing her in first. Simon Barlow looks up from where he's sitting, facing my desk, and gives Sienna a double take. What the hell? He says as she walks to the center of the room. He turns to me and gives me a measured look, and it doesn't contain anywhere near as much fear as I want it to. Why the hell am I being dragged here, and what is this about? He demands of me. Come on now, I say to him. Let's not play games. The very fact that you, I, and Sienna here are all in the same room should tell you quite clearly that the game is up. Your informant got discovered. Easily, I might add. You failed to keep her safe. I don't say anything else. I simply shut up, push my hands deep into my pockets, and watch him as he begins to squirm under my regard. I don't know what you mean, he says. Simon, listen to me. I shift my weight from one foot to the other. I promise you that things will go more smoothly if you simply admit to the situation. If you keep lying, twisting things, and pretending that you didn't send someone in here into my territory, into my space to spy on me, I will lose my patience. You really don't want that to happen. You have no idea what I'm capable of. He listens to my little speech, but then looks back to Sienna again, taking her in. I don't quite understand what's going on here, he says. Why are you dressed like a trust fund baby? He asks her.
Don't talk to her, I tell him. Talk to me. Okay? He gives me his full attention. What the fuck is going on? I want to know. I sigh and walk toward my desk, leaning on the edge, arms crossed over my chest now as I regard him coolly. What's going on, you ask? He nods. Well, let's begin, shall we, with the fact that you put this girl in my space as an informant, with a shoddy backstory and holes in it big enough for anyone who really went looking to find them. That's not true, he says. I can guarantee you that it absolutely is, I argue. Anyway, that's not really the point. The point is that I'm here to tell you that Sienna is safe now. She's safe from the people who would have raped her, mutilated it, and possibly murdered her, all because you sent her somewhere unprepared and with a bad cover story. A small gasp of horror loosens itself from Sienna's throat, and I reach to take her hand, squeezing it. The moment I do, something changes in Simon's face. It's like a shutter has been raised to show me the real evil inside for a brief flash. What I see is nothing but rage and lust. He wants her so much. He wants her as much as I do. Only now he's realized that she's not his to play with any longer. Tell me, Simon, because I'm interested. What's it about? What's your deal? I mean, it's obvious that you like her, so why put her in harm's way? Why push her to do work for you if you want her? I think you know why, he says. His eyes are full of cunning as we regard one another. You're the same as me, he replies. You like control. It's the same for me. It's a rush when you have a female informant working for you and you can make her do what you need to land some loser. I like directing them like the dolls they are. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. The biggest rush was when I got you, Sienna. He turns to speak directly to her. You were my biggest thrill. I move forward so fast that he's not even flinched by the time I'm standing straight in front of him. I raise my arm and backhand him. The sound rings out in the room, a sickening thwack of flesh on flesh. I glance at the back of my hand and flex it, 2 seconds away from driving my fist into his arrogant features. The fucker rubs his cheek and stares at me. Then he once again turns to Sienna. I can get you out of here, and I won't send you on any more assignments. I'm sorry I lost my temper when you were sick. I get it now. You were scared. Instead of pummeling his face into smithereens, I wait for Sienna to reply. I'm curious as to her answer. Not that it matters either way, because I'm not letting her go. But I want to know what she chooses. Him or me? She laughs. I wasn't sick only because I was scared, Simon. You might think you're hot and you're mildly handsome, I suppose. You're also sad. A sad little man hopped up on the tiny bit of power he has. That's utterly unattractive, so no thank you. I won't go with you. His brows raise as if he's genuinely surprised. He's exactly the same. He jabs his finger in my general direction. He's also hopped up on the tiny bit of power he has. She walks up to Simon, but I put my arm out to stop her before she can reach him. If he gets her in a chokehold, he can hurt her before I can get him off her. Without looking at me, she stops where my arm is. No, Simon, he's not like you. See, the difference is he has power, lots of it. He's also hot and strong physically. He might be a controlling asshole, but he would never send me out to do his dirty work for him. You made me a pawn in a game, and a pawn has no power. So why would I choose to leave with you, a mere bishop in this game, when I have the protection of the most important piece on the board? He snorts. You think he's the king? Well, actually, in this analogy, he's the queen, but I'm guessing you don't play chess? He blinks, as if confused. Listen, I really will protect you. I don't need your protection. I have his. She jerks her head at me, as if I'm her bodyguard or servant, and I don't know why, but the arrogance of the gesture makes my cock hard and my heart swell. He's a criminal. A grubby little criminal, and his protection is nothing because he has no legitimacy. Sick of hearing him talk, I push past Sienna and grab his face, squeezing so hard he gives a small groan of pain. You want to know how much power I truly have? I could kill you and nothing would happen to me. I have people in my pocket who would cover up the death of a mid-ranking detective with, by the way, a really shitty case rate as if it is nothing. You disappear. The only reason I'm not doing so is because I want you to do something for me. I let go of his face, and he pushes at my chest, so I punch him in the gut. He doubles over, gasping for air, and I tangle my fists in his hair and jerk him upright. Getting right into his face, I snarl, "Touch me one more time, and I'm going with the killing option." His gaze burns into mine, filled with anger. But there's also something else there, something I've been waiting for. Defeat. I didn't think it would take much to have this man at my beck and call. He's weak, and he's also eminently corruptible. He glances at Sienna again, a brief flicker of his eyes skating down her body, and I slap him again. "Jesus fucking Christ!" he explodes. "What is your problem?" "Don't look at her again. From now on, you avoid looking at her at all costs. Understood?" "You're a maniac," he says. "Oh, you don't know the half of it. I wouldn't simply kill you. I'd hurt you first for what you did to Sienna. By the time you took your last breath, you'd be begging for it to end." He swallows hard. "I want you to do something for me," I repeat. He nods. "The people you sent Sienna to spy on were drug dealers. I can smooth things over with the actual man himself. Once he knows how truly Sienna is mine and under my protection, my wife, he won't touch a hair on her head." "Your wife?" He looks at her again and down to her hand, and his face pales. "Oh, no. Okay, Sienna, listen, all games aside. You can't do this. I'll really protect you. We'll get you in witness protection." I grab his throat and march him backward until he hits the wall, and then I choke him. He starts to splutter and gurgle as his face turns red. I could so easily end him. The temptation is strong. The man knows not to look at her or speak to her again, and yet he keeps on doing so. Witness protection? If he does that, I'll lose her for good. The pressure on his windpipe increases as my rage swirls inside me, an inferno of burning fury. Hands scrabble at mine against his throat, but I don't loosen my grip. "Nikolai?" Sienna's scared voice reaches me. Immediately, I let go, and Simon drops to the ground, hands around his throat as he retches and gasps. Killing him in front of Sienna would scar her for life. She's not witnessed that level of violence, and I hope to keep it that way. I compose myself and turn back to her. "He'll live," I tell her. She nods and looks down at him. Then she shocks the shit out of me. She walks over to him, and this time I let her because the man can barely breathe, never mind do anything else, and she bends over. "Now, Simon, are you going to do what Nikolai wants?" He glares up at her, still struggling to breathe, tears and snot streaming down his face. She nudges him with her foot. Not a kick. More like a person might nudge something to see if it is alive. "Are you? I think it is in your best interests to cooperate." Holy fuck. Holy fucking hell. I swore to myself I wouldn't screw her until we were married, which means I am marrying her as soon as we can because I cannot wait to claim her. She's not just beautiful. She's fierce. "What do you want?" Simon hauls himself up, using the desk for assistance. "I want you to find out who else knows on the streets about Sienna, and who else might care that she's an informant. And then I want their names. I doubt anyone high level will come for her once they know she's going to be my bride. But street scum, you never can tell. I want names." "Okay," he says, voice low and trembling. "I also want you to disseminate a whisper campaign for me. One that makes it clear you never sent Sienna in here, that whoever found out this information is wrong." "That's dangerous for me." "I know. The alternative is much more so." "Understood." His posture is a million miles from the cocky man he was when we first entered the room. I give him one last, disgusted glare, and then usher Sienna out of the room. The door closes behind us,
and I grab Sienna, pulling her along the corridor and into the elevator. The moment the doors slide shut, I'm on her.
Chapter 22. Sienna. Nikolai slams me against the wall of the carriage and claims my mouth in the hungriest kiss I've ever experienced. I moan into his hunger-filled mouth and give him back the same passionate energy. Our tongues duel as if our mouths can't decide if they're making love or fighting a war. I press against him, needing him close, grinding myself against him. He wrenches his mouth from mine and hits the button to stop the lift. It judders to a halt as Nikolai sinks to his knees, his hands pushing my dress up. "I've gotta taste you." He pulls my panties to one side and dives his tongue into my wet folds. I cry out and hold onto his hair, the intensity of his tongue and mouth too much to bear. He fucks me with his tongue, pushing inside me and holding me apart with his thumbs. I can't believe how quickly I can feel my orgasm building. This is glorious, but it's not enough. I need him inside me so badly. I've never had this with any other man, but it feels as if I don't get his cock in me, I'll die. The thought of him ramming into me as he holds me down has me exploding, my cries ricocheting around the small space. He kisses each thigh, pulls my panties back into place, and straightens my dress. "My turn," I say when he stands. I take him out of his pants and slide down until I'm the one on my knees. His cock is hard and dark at the end, full of his desire for me. My mouth slides around him, and he gives a deep groan. So far, he's held back with me. I know it. Right now, I don't want him to. I release him for a moment. "Fuck my mouth," I say. "Fuck my mouth like you would if I were a whore for your pleasure." He holds my hair and shoves himself deep. I gasp, and at first panic engulfs me because it feels as if I can't breathe. But then he withdraws a little, and I breathe in through my nose. "Relax your throat," he demands. I try, and the next time he slams in, it's less scary. I take him deep, and as he pulls out, I breathe. We set up a rhythm, which I quickly lose myself in. A little fantasy plays out in my mind that he's forcing me. I'm a girl he captured on a Viking raid, and he's fucking my face in a stable while all around us, the raiding carries on. "Fuck," he shouts as he comes. He fills my throat as he pulses inside me over and over. Then he pulls out, and I use the back of my hand to wipe my mouth. Shit. I bet I look like a girl who just got face-fucked and liked it. He tucks himself away, fastens his zipper, and helps me up. I glance in the mirror on the wall behind me and give a small cry of dismay. I look horrendous. My eyes have watered, making my makeup run, and my lipstick is smeared all over my mouth. Nikolai takes the silk handkerchief he always carries with him out of his pocket and gently wipes my eyes and then my mouth. He runs careful fingers through my hair and then smiles at me. There, all sorted. For a moment, I can only look at him. Love me. My heart begs him. Let me go. My mind screams. I'm so conflicted that I'm surprised the cognitive dissonance hasn't made my brain explode. For the rest of the week, I'm in turmoil. The scene in the office plays over in my mind repeatedly. I can't stop thinking about how I found it weirdly hot when Nikolai slapped Simon. I think I'm sick, broken. First, there's the whole being forced fantasy issue I have. Then there's the fact I'm in love with a stone-cold murdering criminal. I was taught right from wrong. My babiska had a strong moral code, and she is the person I looked up to most in my life. I want things I know are wrong. There's one issue, though. I can't back down.
As this quiet moment unfolds, let the soft music guide your thoughts into a calmer space before the story returns.
in towns out alone. Hood keep sweetling, the mother willows. I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me.
I might be able to overlook most of Nikolai's morally gray activities because, as I say, I'm messed up. The fact he doesn't love me, though, I can't overlook that because it is pivotal for me. If he loved me, I could make this work. Even over time, make him a better man. Lead him away from the life of darkness he's chosen and into the light. If he doesn't love me, however, and only wants to own me, this is a non-starter. My heart is already far too involved. I can't let him trample it to mush. He'll stomp all over your heart like he's treading grapes until it's nothing but pulp. I mutter to myself as I inspect my face in the bathroom mirror. Then he'll lose interest. Game over. But you'll be stuck married to him, still having to obey him and do what he says. No freedom and no love. Yep. That's how it is going to go long term if it stays this way between us. I'd rather risk death on the streets than death by Nikolai Volkov breaking my heart. Today is the big day. My wedding. But instead of being a happy occasion with all my friends around me, it'll be a sad little crew of people. In my bedroom, there are a whole host of people waiting to help me get ready. I'm already wearing the underwear. A La Perla corset, white of course, silk satin with embroidery on it that Tabitha informed me is named Frastayil. It's an antique Florentine needlework technique, and my corset has it on the part between my breasts. This corset cost more than I'd have paid for an entire wedding dress. Look at you, all dressed up like a princess. Cinderella who went to the ball and simply stayed there. It's a dream come true, but with a dark edge to it. I tell my reflection. I can hear muted voices, and I glance at the Cartier tank adorning my wrist. I ought to go out there and let the team do their magic. The dress is not what I would have thought I would want. But Tabitha took me to London's premier couture wedding gown designer and explained we were in a rush and didn't have time for a dress to be made from scratch, but did she have any she had used on photo shoots for me to at least try? Many of them were too small on my bust, and the styles I thought I wanted, simple, satin, and sleek, didn't suit me. Tabitha told me I ought to try something more traditional, lace. So I did, and one of them stood out to me. The designer, Rosie Connor, informed us the dress had been ordered by a bride who had canceled her wedding day. She was larger than me, but Rosie said that was fine because taking a dress in was easier than letting it out, and if I liked it, she could alter it in time. I tried it on, and it was perfect. Nothing like I'd imagined, but perfect. I looked beautiful in it. For the first time in my life, I thought I could see the beauty everyone else talks about. Now I'm in the dress again, and once more feeling truly beautiful. The thought makes me sad. My brother should be here to see me. There's a knock on the bathroom door. I open it a crack, and Tabitha smiles at me. "Glass of champagne?" I nod and take the drink. "Oh, and, She smiles a secret little smile. "There's someone here to see you." I frown as the door opens wider, and Sharon pushes her way into the room. "Oh my God!" I throw my arms around her and burst into tears. Thank the Lord they haven't started my makeup yet. "What are you doing here?" I ask her. "Nikolai organized it all. Luke is going to be there too." I frown. He never goes out. "On his iPad," she says. "Nikolai sorted that too." My heart warms. For a man not in love, he keeps doing lots of little things for me that he knows will make me happy. "Let me see the ring," she demands. I hold my hand out and she squeals. "Babe!" I laugh. I know, right? "Listen, seriously, you don't have to do this. If you don't want to, we just make a run for it. He's not going to chase you down in broad daylight in the streets of London, is he?" Oh, he most definitely would. He's keeping my brother safe, I say. It's my go-to excuse, the reason why I'm doing this. It's not. I'm a liar who even lies to herself. Deep down, though, I can't hide from it. The reason I am doing this is because I hope that Nikolai will finally realize he loves me. I will get what I want. It all. Hair and makeup perfected. I arrive at the church a nervous wreck. My hands are so clammy that the flowers I'm holding keep slipping. Deep breath, babe. Sharon squeezes my arm. We step over the threshold and into the cool interior of the large church. My shoes echo as they tap, tap, tap over the worn stone. There is only a small group of people here, and I see that Nikolai has brought with him Valentine, Victor, and Vadim, who has his arm around Sophia. There are other people on his side of the aisle who I do not recognize. I glance at my side of the aisle expecting to see only Tabitha, and I'm surprised when a dark thatch of red hair catches the light streaming in through one of the stained glass windows. My heart skips a beat, and I stumble. Sharon studies me and gives me a grin and a wink. "Yep, that is your brother there, babe," she says. How? I don't understand. My heart is going crazy now, tripping over itself and missing beats in its excitement. It seems like the guy you're about to marry can pull strings in the most unexpected of places. She slows her steps, making me slow down also, and lowers her voice to a whisper. Seriously, Sienna, I love you, and I know that you're in over your head, and despite you telling me that you need to do this to keep you and your brother safe, there's more to it. I've known you my whole life. You're my best friend. I think you're in love with him, and that scares me far more than this would if it was a simple arrangement to keep you safe. Guard your heart. Remember that. Just guard your heart. I squeeze her arm and continue walking to the front, head held high. This feels like an entirely different day now that I have Sharon and my brother here. When we reach the front of the church, Sharon gently passes me to Nikolai, who takes my hand in his. He stares at me as if he's never seen me before. He shakes his head, then leans in close and whispers to me through my veil. You are the most exquisite thing I have ever seen. I stare up at him, his handsome face even more so right now with the way the light from the stained glass windows bounces off his high cheekbones and highlights the amber in his gaze. His hair is brushed back, giving him a sleek patrician appearance. He looks like what you'd get if you crossed a prince with a pirate. Looking at him like this through the veil gives everything an otherworldly feel. The lace dress that I'm wearing is tight but fits me perfectly, like a glove. It has tiny cap sleeves, a high neckline, and dips low in the back to a nipped-in waist, only to trail out to the floor in a gentle A-line of thick, heavy lace. It's the most intricate and stunning gown I have ever seen, and that it's mine, even for one day, makes that little girl in me, the one we all have dreams of being a princess for a day, truly happy. The ceremony begins, and I'm at somewhat of a loss, because this is an Orthodox ceremony, and I have no understanding of how things will go. It doesn't matter as I'm led through it by Nikolai and the priest, who takes us through our vows. Everything passes in a blur, the dreamlike feeling intensifying, until I start to worry that none of this is real. I'm simply losing my mind. The ceremony draws to a close, and it comes the moment for Nikolai to lift my veil and give me a kiss. He does so with a gentle reverence that takes my breath away in an entirely different manner to the hard, possessive kisses he normally presses upon me. A tiny ripple of applause runs around the church, and then we're all headed outside. Nikolai's big, warm hand holding mine as he leads me back down the aisle into the door leading to the light outside. We spend time talking to the small number of guests, and my brother comes over. I can see you back at the club for an hour, he tells me, filling my heart with joy. There's a car waiting for us, the same one that I arrived in. I'd been so nervous when we set off that I didn't really notice it, but I take it in more now. It's a classic car, white and large, with curvaceous lines and a towering metal grille at the front. As befits most wedding cars, it's bedecked in satin ribbons. Meet you back at the club, Vadim says. Straight back to work, I suppose? I settle into the sumptuous seats and stare out of the window, deflated that things are going to go straight back to normal. Absolutely not, Nikolai says. We're going back to the club for a reception, and then you and I are going for a short honeymoon at my house in Surrey. I smile, a little happier. What do you think I am, Sienna? The kind of man who takes his wife, marries her, and then just goes back to work immediately after. I only feel badly that now I can't get away for longer, but in a few weeks, maybe a month or two, we'll take a break somewhere amazing. Where? I ask breathlessly. I've always wanted to travel, but haven't had the means to do so. The Cayman Islands, or maybe Bora Bora. We shall pick up some brochures in the next day or two, and you can have a look and decide where you'd like to go. I get to pick? Of course. I want us to go somewhere that you'll really love. I nod and smile some more. My hands lie folded in my lap, resting on the rough texture of the lace of the dress. I stare at the engagement ring, now joined by a full eternity band glistening with some of the finest diamonds I've ever seen. If only I wasn't so obstinate, and if only I didn't want it all, the emotions as well as the best of everything, I could be more than happy with this. A lot of women would be. They'd take this arrangement and run with it. Me, though? I've always been the girl who wanted it all, and now that's going to be my downfall. We reach the club and the car pulls to a smooth halt outside the doors. Nikolai helps me out. I glance up and clap my hands in delight when I see the sight in front of me. The steps to the club are lined with red carpet, and on either side stands tall vases filled with white flowers, like sentries, creating an aisle for me to walk up to the front doors. I turn to Nikolai, a big smile splitting my face. Wow, who knew you could be so romantic? Oh, I'll show you romantic later. He gives me a wink. That wink is one of the most devastating things I've ever seen. Definitely part pirate, I say. I realize I've just blurted out another thought. Definitely what? He asks. Nothing, I reply. He smirks but doesn't push it. Instead, he gives me his arm. I take it as we walk up the stairs. When we enter the club, the staff are all lined up, clapping for us, and I catch Sandy's eye. Walking into the main room, I gasp at its transformation. Instead of the usual layout, there are 4 long tables, all set with glistening silverware, and the room is full of so many flowers that the scent is heady and potent. There's a lady playing a harp in one corner, and people are gathered around it as tiny finger foods are passed around on silver trays, along with glasses of champagne. I spy the one person I want to speak to more than anyone off to one side, in the corner of the room flanked on both sides by heavy-set men. I presume they are officers from the prison. I turn to Nikolai. Do you mind if I take a moment to spend with my brother? I presume he'll have to go back soon. I ask. Of course not, he says. Take as long as you need. I rush over to that side of the room, and the moment I wrap my arms around my brother, I start to cry softly. Hugging him is like coming home. Miss, sorry, but you're not really supposed to hug, even outside. I turn and glare at the guard who just spoke to me, but he gives a shrug and I feel sorry for him, because I can see in his eyes that he's uncomfortable with telling me this. I step back from my brother and take a good look at him. He looks well and less stressed than the last time I visited him. How are you doing? I ask him. So much better, he says. He lowers his voice and turns away from the guard slightly as he says to me softly, Things were a bit rough at times, but now it's as if I'm golden. No one touches me. Everyone gives me respect, even the guards. I take it that your new husband is to thank for that. Who the hell is he? He glances over at Nikolai and watches him for a moment, his face serious. He's somewhat of an enigma, I say with a soft laugh. You can say that again, he replies. Then he grows serious. Are you okay, Sienna? I'm worried about you. I'm more than okay now that I've seen you, I tell him truthfully. Nikolai treats me well if that's what you're worried about. This is for the best. You'll be out in a few months, and then we can meet up for a proper talk. I don't want to ruin today, and I don't want him to worry for the last few weeks he has imprisoned, thinking about me and maybe letting his guard down. Now is not the time for us to talk, and there will be plenty of that soon. We chat for a little while about inconsequential things, and he wolfs down canopy after canopy as they're brought around to us. He also downs another glass of champagne, despite the guard giving him narrow-eyed looks. And then it's time for him to go. It's all too quick, and we're hugging again. The guard pulls us apart, telling us once more that we're not allowed to hug. I walk with him right to the door of the club, waving as he goes and gets into the car to be taken back to prison. My heart aches as he leaves, but it's also full and happy. I got to see him, and he got some time outside of those awful four walls that he's trapped in at the moment. Sooner rather than later, he's going to be free. Then we can meet and catch up, and it'll be like old times. I walk back inside, taking care not to trip over the train of my dress. My veil is now fixed back away from my face, and my dress has been pinned slightly so it's not as awkward to walk in, but it's still cumbersome for me, and I'm a clumsy one, so I need to be careful. As I approach the doors to the main lounge where the festivities are taking place, I see a strikingly handsome man walking toward me. There aren't many men that I would notice now that I'm with Nikolai, but this one is an exception to the rule. Those eyes of his are just as striking as Nikolai's, but in a different way. Instead of amber, this man's eyes are a light, almost yellowy green, but they strike me as being similar in the sense that they also remind me of tiger eyes, or panther eyes. He's tall, broad-built, and with lighter hair than Nikolai, but there's something about him. Possibly the way he carries himself, or perhaps the set of his jaw that, despite him not looking the same, reminds me of the man I've just married. We enter the room together and almost get stuck going through the door at the same time. "I'm sorry, ladies first," he says with an accent. I turn to him and raise my brows. "I've heard that accent before," I say. He takes hold of my upper arm and holds me in place, looking me up and down. "So you're the infamous Sienna." He smiles slow and one-sided, and I'd be lying if I didn't say that there's something extremely seductive about it. Well, I guess I can see why he's lost his head. Aren't you the stunning creature?" I don't know what to say to that. I'm uncomfortable in his naked perusal of my figure as his eyes sweep up and down me, so I pull my hand away and take a few steps back. The stranger gives a low laugh and glances into the room, and the soft smile on his face splits into a wide grin. But there's something almost cruel to the edges of it. "Hello, brother," he says as Nikolai walks toward us, his face like thunder. "Happy wedding day."
Chapter 23. Sasha. My brother's face is the perfect picture of simmering rage. "I don't recall sending you an invite," he says as he reaches us. "I don't recall receiving one either. How rude is that? Not inviting your own brother to your wedding. Of course, once I heard it was happening, there is no way I could not attend and meet the beautiful Mrs. Volkov for myself, is there now?" "How the hell did you know that I was getting married today?" Nick stares at me. "I know things that go on around here, Nikolai, but truth be told, it was quite simple. I called the other day and I was speaking to one of the ladies in the kitchen because I was planning on coming in the next few weeks. I wanted to make sure the staff would be prepared for the guests I want to host here. And she told me all about how she was getting ready for an incredibly special luncheon today. I don't think they'd received the memo that it was meant to be kept secret from family members." Nikolai grits his teeth and takes a big swig of the whiskey he has in his glass. I glance back at Sienna, who has just been handed a glass of champagne by one of the waitstaff. She's incredibly beautiful, and I'm a little jealous that my brother found something so rare and unique as her. I look around the room and smile. "Like what you've done with the place," I say. "I'm glad you approve," Nick replies. Sienna keeps glancing between us, her eyes wide as she surely picks up on the tension simmering in the air. "I don't hate my brother, but I also don't fully trust him,"
Nikolai needs to understand that he can't run things alone going forward. Maxim is going to be coming soon to England, and I want more of a say in how things are run. We ought to work together, but he's a control freak, and getting him to loosen his grip won't be easy. He says he's doing this as part of a game. He claims he's marrying this woman to keep her safe, and because he wants her and nothing more. However, I can tell from the mere moments with him and her that it goes deeper than that. I let my gaze slide down her body purposefully slowly and smirk as I take in the curves poured into the lace dress. The dress is both innocent and intensely seductive. The neckline is quite high and shows no cleavage at all. However, it clings to what is an impressive bust before the thick lace material drops down to a tiny waist, only to flare out again over full hips as it drops in a softer line to the floor.
Do you want to put your eyes back in your head before I do it for you?
Nikolai's voice is low and deadly with real threat. I turn my gaze on him and smile at the violence simmering in his gaze. It tells me all I want to know. My brother isn't playing a game. Or rather, he is, but he doesn't understand the rules or how deep he's gotten. Nikolai might not know it yet, but he's in love. This could work out very well for myself and Maxim, because a brother in love is a brother distracted. A brother in love is a brother who doesn't have his whole focus on the business. It means we can start to wrestle back more control for ourselves. I don't want to take over fully. My ambition has never been to usurp Nikolai. I simply want my fair place at the head of the table. I pull my brother into a big hug and pat him hard on the back. When I push him away from me, holding his upper shoulders, I smile at him genuinely. I'm winding you up, brother, I say.
Yeah, you've always been good at that, he tells me.
I can't stay to celebrate with you anyway because I have a meeting, but I really wanted to come and say hello and meet the bride. I'll be staying in London for a while and we can catch up.
We won't be here over the weekend as we're having a mini honeymoon, Nick says.
That's okay. We can catch up when you get back. I am really happy for you, I tell him. I mean it too. For as much as he irks me, Nikolai has had a hard life. His youth was full of violence and the kind of things that kids shouldn't see. I had my fair share of it, of course, but nothing like what Nikolai saw. My smarts meant that I became protected as my father wanted me to be the only one who got to study. Of course, if we're talking about who had the hardest childhood, Maxim is definitely the one who got screwed up the most. Nikolai, however, had to do things that no one aged 16 or 17 should have to do. He saw things that never get erased and won't ever go away for him. If he can find a modicum of peace with this delectable redhead, I'll be more than happy for him. That it suits my purposes, too, is a happy coincidence. I pat him on the shoulder, pulling him in for another quick bear hug. This time he hugs me back. Then I turn to Sienna, take her hand in mine, lift it to my lips, and kiss her chastely on the knuckles. Welcome to the family, Mrs. Volkov, I tell her with a smile. Then I slap Nikolai once more on the back and give them both a wave. I must get to this meeting. Perhaps I'll see you when you get back from your mini honeymoon. Then I head out the door, not looking back, straight out of the club and down the stairs. I feel in my pocket for my keys and climb into the Maserati I rented for the week. As I gun the engine and ride through the streets of Knightsbridge, taking in all the wealth around me, I feel that bubbling excitement stirring in my chest. I'm about to get some very important information. Something I've told no one about, not even my brothers. This information, however, might end up taking our business to an even higher level. I drive for around 30 minutes before I pull up outside a seedy, run-down nightclub. I park the car, get out, and jog around the back, down the alleyway, past the trash cans, and take a left until I reach a nondescript back door with a doorbell and buzzer on it. I press the buzzer, and a moment later, a voice comes over the intercom.
Yes?
It's Sasha Volkov.
Ah, Mr. Volkov, she's waiting for you. Please enter. The buzzer vibrates, and the door makes a click that tells me it's opened. I push my way inside, closing the door behind me as I walk down the tattered, stained carpet. I head through the beaded curtains, and it's entering a whole other world. If the outside looks like a run-down whorehouse, this area looks like Dante's Inferno come to life, but with a gilt-edged opulence that makes sinning so much more pleasurable. This is the place where London's glitterati and elite come to get their kicks. This is the place where if you're a politician who wants to be led around on a leash like a dog, you will pay thousands per hour just to get that fantasy to come true. Speaking of politicians, a well-known London MP shuffles past me toward the door, his face down as if I wouldn't recognize him. I know more of who the movers and shakers are in this city than Nikolai does. I'm the money man, and it's my job to know who holds the purse strings and who holds the power in any place that we do business. I stroll down the corridor, past rooms full of moans and whispers, cries and gasps. The air is filled with the scent of sex and the sounds of desperate release. When I reach the door at the end, I knock 3 times. It opens, and the woman in the black rubber catsuit steps aside and gestures for me to enter. Mistress May, I say with a nod of my head. Sasha, how lovely to see you. Are you well? I ask her. Brilliant, she says. Then she gives a soft laugh. Well, in truth, my arms hurt because I've just been beating the MP for Leeds to within an inch of his life, but other than that, I'm doing great. With a sleek smile, she asks, Would you like a turn? Come now, Miss May. You know that if we were going to play, I'd be the one yielding the whip, not you. And that's why we will never play, she says, because no man will ever get to whip me. I step deeper into her lair. I've come a long way for us to have this chat face to face. What is it that you can't tell me over the phone? It's not safe to risk discussing such things, in my opinion, using phones. This room is swept regularly for listening devices, which, as you can imagine with my clientele, is of the utmost importance. So we're safe to talk here. She sits on the edge of the couch that looks like something a physiotherapist would use and unzips her long boots, pulling one at a time and then wriggling her feet with a contented sigh. God, I hate those things. Then she unzips the rubber catsuit and slides it from her body, revealing nothing but a black bra and a tiny black thong. I've never seen her out of her uniform before, and her figure is fantastic. I think her tits might be fake, but they're extremely well done. I let my gaze take it all in as she screws the catsuit up in her hands and saunters lazily over to a wash basket, placing it carefully inside, bending over as she does and giving me a fine view of her toned ass. You must work out. She glances at me over her shoulder, her raven hair hanging in thick strands. You don't know the half of it. I need to keep my strength up to beat these bastards to within an inch of their life. She gives a deep laugh, and I join in because I've seen her in action before, and the woman really does give them a hiding. Do you ever find yourself in the mood for a good old-fashioned vanilla fuck? I ask her. Absolutely not. She turns to me, walks right up to me, puts her fingers over my mouth, and makes a shush sound. Sasha, you are an exceptionally beautiful man. I know everybody talks about Nikolai, but I think you're much more handsome. These eyes. Her hand comes up as her fingers flutter across my eyelids. So sad and so beautiful, as if they are full of the sorrows of the world. But you see, my beautiful, dangerous, sexy man, I like women. She pulls away, smiles, and shrugs as she walks across the room and pulls on a t-shirt and then a pair of loose jeans. Sit down, she gestures at the chair in the corner, and I do as she says, taking a seat. I watch with interest as she takes her hair out of the tight, high ponytail and fastens it in a loose bun on top of her head. Then she grabs wipes from the counter and starts to take the makeup off her face.
As she wipes and swipes in methodical movements, she begins to speak. I have information for you, and I think you would find it extremely useful. You know that your biggest competitor in this part of Europe is Robert Taylor? I nod at her. He's a legit arms mover, but in our world the legitimate business and not so legitimate mix very closely, until everything becomes a shade of gray. I have information on him that could bring him down. I'm talking big stuff here. The kind of thing that will mean he has to resign and go away for a long time.
What kind of stuff?
When you work in my line of business, you get to hear about all kinds of depravities that go on in this world. I don't consider what I do such a thing because it's between consenting adults, and that's all fine. But Robert Taylor likes to do things that aren't consensual, and he likes to do them to young boys. My hands ball into fists as I think about that fat fucker forcing some young boy to do things with him. I have evidence, she says.
So he could go to prison? I ask.
She shakes her head. I doubt it would get that far. He's that powerful. But if you give this to the media, then he will lose everything anyway. His wife will leave, his family will disown him, his children will be disgusted by him and not want to look at him. How can he go into a board meeting when everybody is sitting there knowing he's a disgusting piece of crap? No, his life will be over whether he goes to prison or not. The minute he realizes that you have these tapes, you have complete leverage over the man. You can get him to do anything you want. You can get him to walk away or... She pauses, gives me a long stare and smiles. You can get him to ensure his company does anything that you guys need. My mouth is watering at this opportunity. It's absolutely beyond anything I'd imagined when I came here. The thing is, Sasha, she says, I need a favor. My heart sinks because I know that tone. There's a big ask coming in return. I see, I say. That's why you brought me here. To dangle the bait in front of me and then give me your own demands. She's finished taking her makeup off now, and bare-faced, she looks at least 5 years, maybe 10, younger. She also looks softer, kinder, and, in fact, prettier. She slathers thick moisturizing cream on her face and walks over to me, taking the seat opposite, scooting it close until our knees are almost touching. She looks me right in the eye and says sincerely, No, that's not the case. When I first asked you to come here, I only intended to give you this information. I want a man who does this kind of thing stopped, humiliated, and brought down. And I know that you are the man who's capable of doing it. Well, you and your brother, but I don't know him, and I know you. I watch her for a moment, considering. We met a long time ago, when we both used to play in a club in New York. We were both doms, so we didn't play together. One day there was a sub who had a meltdown, and we both helped bring her back to a safe space in her mind, and we became kind of friends. We would go for drinks sometimes together, chat, and eventually we paired up to dom together on occasion. It's not something I do anymore. It was a phase of my life, and I realized a long time ago it wasn't really what I was looking for. Of course, those tendencies remain in me. I'm an arrogant, bossy bastard, and I like the women in my bed to be relatively submissive. I'm not into the lifestyle anymore, though. I'm not into the formality of it all. Unlike Miss May here, who went the whole hog and turned it into her life. So you see, I did not ask you to come here to give you this information as a bribe. She starts to speak again, holding my gaze with her own, steady and resolute. However, something occurred, and I need your help. It is something that's deeply disturbed me, and I kind of already put you in the middle of it. What the hell have you done? I ask her, my voice growing threatening. Let me explain before you start to lose your shit, she says. There was an auction 2 days ago, and they were auctioning off young women. Women taken from foster care or from the streets, or even from Eastern Europe. Women in desperate situations, offered a lot of money to auction their bodies for a period of time. And this one girl, I just couldn't get her out of my mind. What were you even doing there? I ask her. I didn't know what it was when I went. They started off with all sorts of things being auctioned. Benches, sex toys, raunchy experiences. And then they brought these women out. Turns out that most of them were there willingly. They were being paid handsomely. This girl, though, she was so scared, you know? I could tell. And there was an interval in between them showing these women off like lumps of meat, so I went and spoke to her. She told me she wanted to do it for a lot of money, but she was terrified, and I didn't believe her. There was something off about her, and the whole thing just stank. Her face reddens in anger. It's fucked up. They took these girls and kept them for 6 months, fed them the best food and hired personal trainers. They were having beauty treatments until they glowed. Thing is, this girl, wow. I mean, she is so beautiful. I honestly think she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. She's going to be 21 soon, and she had something so innocent about her. If one of those men bought her, he'd have his way with her and ruin her. So I put a bid in for her. I admit my head was turned by her sheer beauty. The guy running it wasn't just into it for the money. He really loves doing this shit, and he didn't believe for 1 minute that I was buying that girl for me. He said he didn't care how good my money was, that unless I was buying her to be, and I quote, fucked and made to suck until she's all used up, he wouldn't sell her to me. I needed to make it convincing, so I told him I'd lied, that I didn't want to bring your name into it, but she was really for you. I interrupt her. How the hell can you even afford this? I can't imagine this sort of thing would be cheap. Oh no, it wasn't. Buying that girl cost me £100,000. I blow out a long whistle. Do you have that kind of money? I ask. I have money, all right. My business does extremely well, so yeah, surprise, I got you a present. The silence between us stretches as I stare at her. I lean forward in my seat, steeple my fingers together, and resist the urge to wrap my hands around her long, slender throat. Do you realize what you've done? I know. I did as soon as I walked out of there. I realized what I'd done, the position I put you in. I could have the police at my door today, tomorrow, demanding to know what the fuck I'm doing being given some human being as a gift. No one's ever going to know, Sasha. You can't let her go. Not yet. You can keep her until she hits 21. That's her allotted time. And then you can let her go. But I had to do something. I couldn't let her be taken by all those other men. So I bought her. I bought her for you. I don't want the money back. I don't want anything for it. I just want you to keep her safe. She reaches into a bag, takes out a phone, opens it, and shows me a picture. I stare at the picture, and I hate myself for it, but I get hard. The girl looks medium height. Her limbs are slender and toned, her skin golden. She's wearing gossamer thin panties and a matching bra in a natural-colored silky material. Her hair is long and dark blonde, almost brown, but it's that kind you can tell lightens in the sun. Her eyes are wide and a hazel green with flecks of gold. She's wearing no makeup, and her face is radiant. She's sun-kissed and glowing with health in a way that I've not seen in a long time. Then again, we are just coming out of a Chicago winter, so everybody walks around looking like they're half dead. Her skin glows all over her body, and it looks soft, toned, and supple. I can't stop looking at every single aspect of her for some reason. Her nails on her hands and feet are neat and polished in a pale pink. Her figure is mouth-watering, and she has a similar sort of shape to Sienna, but smaller. Her breasts are slightly too big for her petite frame. Her waist is tiny, her hips curvaceous, and everything about her is a few pounds lighter than the same curves seem to be on Sienna. Delicate. That's the word that comes to mind as I look at her. Delicate. Like something that could be broken so very easily. Christ. I shift in my seat and clear my throat, suddenly uncomfortable. I look at Miss May as I pass the phone back to her. Sasha, I'm not sure I quite like the expression on your face at this moment. You do understand that this is a favor to me and a rescue mission, but this is not me actually buying you a new fuck toy? I clear my throat again and give her a narrow-eyed stare. Of course I realize that. Don't fucking insult me. She nods, her lips pursed. Okay, Miss May, I suppose the information you have for me and the leverage that this will give myself and my brothers demands a favor in return. I can do this for you. Thank you so much. She's going to be delivered here later this evening, and you need to be here to collect her. I nod. I'll be here. Wild horses couldn't drag me away. Now that I've seen her, I'm not exactly sure how much of a knight in shining armor I'm going to be for this girl. Miss May might have brought her to save her and given her to me to set free. I'm not sure it's going to play out like that.
Chapter 24. Sienna. The house in Surrey is exactly the way I thought the house in Wales would be. It's opulent. In fact, one could say it's downright decadent. The rooms are grand, with lofty ceilings and walls painted in the sort of colors that remind me of the Georgian homes one sees in Jane Austen dramas. Everything about the place screams wealth. I've had the grand tour from Nikolai, and I've seen the pool and the sauna, but nothing impressed me as much as the library. A house with its own library must surely be one of the most wondrous things of all. There were so many amazing books in there, too. But Nikolai said he hadn't read any of them. I turned to him in shock and asked him if he read at all. He informed, of course he read, but mostly on his phone or on his iPad these days. If I had a library like the one he owns, there is no way I could resist those books. The beautiful leather binding on some of them, the gold-edged gilt on the pages, the beautiful illustrations that some of the books held, particularly the ones for children from the 50s. I could have spent all day there. Except I'm now in the master bedroom, waiting for my husband on my wedding night. To say I'm nervous would be an understatement. It goes far beyond nervous. I'm such a maelstrom of emotions, it's hard for me to untangle them. I'm sitting in my dress because after we arrived, Nikolai poured me a glass of wine and left me as he said he had to make an urgent phone call. His phone had rung a few times on the journey up here in the car, and I had wondered who might have been calling him. We have security here with us, but they're staying in an outbuilding just across the gravel driveway. It means in this house, there is only myself and Nikolai, and the echo of silence that presses in on me as I sit on the edge of the bed, twirling my rings around and around my finger, waiting, anticipating. I should deny Nikolai what I know he's going to expect of me. What gives him the right to take it? He promised me that I would have agency in this at least. Perhaps because this is the only thing he's given me a choice in, I should exercise that agency and tell him that no way will he be claiming my body. Is what I should do. Is what I ought to do. The only problem is I want him. In fact, I suspect I might want him even more than he wants me. Should I deny my own body's wishes to make a point? Should I deny what I want, to be a good feminist? If only he would have done this the right way, tonight could have been a wonderful celebration of our love. Instead, it's another warped path on this game between us. This all-out battle that we are now playing where one of us must be victor. Except for me, this is an existential battle. If he makes me stay with him and doesn't give me what I need, I'll wilt away. I know this as surely as I know the flowers will fade and rot into the earth come autumn. It's not a conscious thing. It's not because I'm angry and upset and telling myself that the way this is unfurling is wrong. I know myself. I know that if I'm kept here against my will, to all intents and purposes, that eventually I will wither and become sick from it. Many years ago, I was visiting Eastern Europe on a tour of 5 countries, and my babiska took me to a park where they still held a few animals in cages. This wasn't a zoo. No, this was much worse. This was a city park that held captive a lion in one cage, all alone, pacing constantly. In another cage, there was a gorilla doing the same, simply pacing, banging its fists against the walls and pulling out its hair. And in yet another cage, languished birds of prey, an owl, something that I think may have been a kestrel, and an eagle. There had been a few cages with rabbits and other small creatures, but the last enclosure I had approached with trepidation due to the sounds coming from within, the bellows of a creature in mental agony. When we got to the bars of the dimly lit, depressing little prison, we saw the bear pacing. Its claws were overgrown, and there were what looked like sores underneath the fur on its hind legs. I burst into tears and ran from that park as fast as my legs could carry me. I sat on a bench by the main road and waited as I sobbed until my grandmother caught up with me. She sat next to me, puffing, out of breath, and asked me whatever was wrong. I couldn't believe that she didn't view the park in the same way I did. She thought it was wonderful that you could see these exotic creatures in the middle of a city. I found it cruel and terrible. After I explained my feelings to my grandmother, she wrote a long letter to the mayor of the city. Years later, the animals were let go and sent to a rescue center here in England. I'm not naive enough to think it was my grandmother's letter that made the difference, but perhaps it helped. Perhaps my grandmother's letter was just another hole in the wall that eventually brought that wall down. What will be the final hole that will bring Nikolai's wall down? Heavy footsteps on the stairs have my back stiffening as I wait the arrival of my nemesis into what is now my bridal bedchamber. The door opens with a slight creak, and I take a big sip of my wine, focusing straight ahead on the dresser in front of me, with the ornate candelabra, the vase that looks like it costs thousands of pounds, and most likely did, and the candles wafting expensive scent into the room. I try to regulate my breathing, not needing a panic attack at this stage. Nikolai stalks into the room, looking every bit the sleek predator he is. He comes and stands by the bed, hands crossed in front of him as he looks down at me. All I can see are the backs of his hands with their tan skin, thick veins, and the ink that starts there and runs up his arms under his suit. Those hands have killed many men, and yet I'm about to let them be placed upon my skin to give me pleasure, the same way they gave Simon pain. I take another sip of wine and swallow, needing the burn to help me relax enough to go ahead with this. He tips my chin up and studies me for a long moment, amber eyes eating up my features, but returning repeatedly to my eyes, as if he can study my very soul through them. "You do not appear to be a happy bride, Kisa," he says. I'm not a happy bride, is what I want to say, but instead I nibble my lip. I don't know how to play this game anymore. I don't think I ever really did. "You want me, so why the sadness?" God, he's arrogant. Sadly, he's also not wrong. I give a bitter laugh because, of course, he doesn't understand. Nikolai doesn't understand anything about me. He thinks he does. Nikolai thinks he knows everything there is to know about his little captive. He doesn't, though. He doesn't know what really is in my heart, or the intense way I feel, or how big it can be. Sometimes it seems to me as if the feelings I have are so huge they can't be contained. Sometimes it's as if I'm so full of feelings, I'm surprised that I don't float away into the ether like a helium balloon. "I would have thought it would be preferable for a bride to want her husband on their wedding night," he muses. "What do I know? Perhaps you prefer it this way, as if you're being made to do this." He's teasing, but then a considered frown appears as his brow pinches together. His eyes narrow as he considers me further. "You believe wanting me is wrong, no?" My breath hitches slightly in my throat, because he's far too close to the truth for me to be comfortable. "I see that I may have hit the nail right on the head," he says. "You think it's wrong to want me. Why? You are a beautiful young woman, and I'm not humble enough to deny that I'm a good-looking, healthy male. Why wouldn't we want one another?" I laugh at that. You could say objectively Simon is a handsome young man, but I don't want him. desire is a little more nuanced than just shoving two healthy people of procreating age together, Nikolai. Fair enough. Perhaps you're right. However, the fact remains that you do want me, and yet you wish it was not so. Maybe I wish it was not so because you're an amoral criminal. Oh, Lord. I regret those words as soon as they are out of my mouth. Me and my runaway tongue that can never stop itself before I blurt out everything in my head. It didn't stop you before when you came around my fingers so hard you saw stars. His jaw is tight now, and his cheeks hold the slightest hint of color. I'm pissing him off and should shut up right this minute. I don't. I don't like the fact I'm about to give my virginity to the man who's keeping me captive, okay? My voice comes out snippy and bitchy. Things would be a lot easier if I simply didn't want you and you just had to take me. At least then I could hate you for it, the way that I should. He takes hold of my chin between his thumb and forefinger and jerks my face higher. It can be arranged that I just take you, if that's what you want, he snaps. It is meant as a threat, and not one that I honestly believe, but the words have something in me quickening. Subconsciously, I wet my lips and my eyes flutter closed for a brief second. This is interesting. Nikolai runs his thumb slowly over my lower lip. I always thought you had this streak in you. The way you reacted when I tore your nightdress. Things you've told me. But how deep it runs in you. Hey, my Kisa. I can't answer him because I can barely breathe. Rationally, my mind should be screaming at me to stop this, because tonight is not the time to play the make me game. Not when I'm a virgin on my wedding night. On the other hand, it's not as if I've not used toys on myself before. It's not as if my pussy hasn't had things in it before. This way, if we do it nasty, I can also absorb my guilt. I can pretend to myself that I really don't want this, and he really is forcing me. God, who am I kidding? Trying to justify it. My libido is screaming at the idea of him holding me down on this bed and taking me forcefully. The fact that it's on our wedding night and I'm a virgin makes it even hotter in my warped mind. There's something so dark about the idea that I think in a strange and twisted way. It suits us both perfectly. Do you want me to take your choice away, Kisa? He asks. One might say that asking isn't taking my choice away. However, there's a dark threat to his words, as if he's musing the question to himself rather than actually asking me. I think you do. He leans close and whispers in my ear. I think you want me to force you onto that bed and hold you down while I take what the fuck I want from you. I think you want to fight me. I think you want to struggle and kick and shout and claw and get all that pent-up anger out. All that repressed sexuality that you've kept locked down while you've been such a good girl for so long. You want to let it all out, but you don't know how. You're tired of hiding, aren't you, Sienna? I can't answer him. My breath is coming in short little gasps now, and my heart is beating wildly. Does my good girl want me to make her into a very bad one? I swallow and give the tiniest nod. Stand up, he orders. Automatically, I rise as if my body is nothing more than a mere puppet whose strings his voice can pull. He takes my wineglass from me and places it down on the dresser carefully, as if everything he is doing right now is deliberate and thought out. When he turns back to me, there's a look of naked hunger across his features, his eyes hooded and his mouth tight, and I automatically step back, my calf hitting the wooden edge of the bed. The bed is a four-poster, and even has those gauzy curtains billowing down from the wooden posts. It's like something I imagine King Henry would have in his bedroom, which is somewhat appropriate seeing as I'm about to be taken like some virgin queen in a medieval historical novel. Turn around, he says. I obey, and gentle hands tangle in my hair to start taking the clips out which hold my veil in place. I stay very still as piece by piece, he takes the clips and pins out and places them behind him on the dresser. When he's finally done, he lifts the veil and walks across the room to put it on a chair in the corner. He comes back to me slowly and runs his fingers through my hair. This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting a repeat of the night when he ripped my nightgown open. But instead of giving me controlled violence, he's giving me uncontrolled tenderness. As his fingers sift through the underneath of my hair, goosebumps skitter down my spine and pleasure runs across my nerve endings. I've always loved having my hair played with from being a young child. "Do you know that your hair should be considered an eighth wonder of the world?" Nikolai asks me, his voice low. It's so thick, luxurious, and so soft. I admit, the one thing I liked about myself is my hair. Not necessarily the color so much. I got teased for it dreadfully at school. The names I've been called, I can't even remember them all. Ginger, secret squirrel, carrot top, freckle face, ginger spice. On and on they went, and all so unimaginative. I do, however, love the thickness and the weight of it. Finally happy with my hair, Nikolai brushes it over one shoulder so that it falls down the front of my dress, then sweeps his hands down the back of my neck gently, his calloused fingers scraping along my skin and sensitizing my nerve endings even more. The first brush of his fingers on my bare back has me tensing as he gently undoes the hook and eye closure of the dress. Slowly but steadfastly, he moves through the fastenings, popping each one open. By the time he gets low enough that his fingers are brushing against my ass cheeks, he stops and runs those hands of his up my spine slowly, feeling the nodules of the bones as he moves up, before pausing, then pushing the material of the dress down from my shoulders, down my arms, on past my wrists, until it falls free of my hands. The weight of the lace carries it to the floor with a resounding thud in the quiet of the room. I step out of the dress to one side, being careful not to catch my heels in it and rip it. I'm now wearing my shoes, stockings, silk panties, and the extortionately expensive silk and embroidered corset. Nervous, I turn around to face my husband. At first, his gaze just focuses upon my face, but then it moves down my body, and I can feel everywhere it touches. First, my throat warms to his scrutiny, then my collarbone, down to where my breasts are pushed up in the corset, where his gaze lingers for a long beat, warming the skin as if under the rays of sun. He moves further down, taking in where the corset pulls my waist tight, so it's tiny, nipped in, and then flares out over my hips. Nikolai eats it all up before he stops, staring at the flimsy piece of silk between my legs. He moves me backward and lifts my arms, maneuvering them. I don't know what he's doing until I feel my hands touch the wooden pole of the bed behind me. Oh, God, is he going to tie me up like this? Instead, he steps back and watches me. I'm standing with my legs crossed slightly, my arms raised above my head and crossed behind me around the pole that they are holding. He takes his phone out of his pocket and clicks. "What are you doing?" I demand. "I'm taking a photograph of you so that I can go and find the best artist in London and get this picture made into a painting," he says. "What?" I shake my head. "No, you're not. I don't want anyone seeing a painting of me like this. No one will ever accept from me and the artist. I shall keep it safe, but I must have you painted this way." With one hand, he reaches around and grasps both my hands where they hold onto the pole, one above the other, covering them both with his large palm. His other hand wraps around my throat as his thumb brushes across my jaw. "You are mine. You do what I say now." I'm outraged at his words, at the callous, cold way he says them. And then I see the tiny, barely perceptible flicker of a smile that stirs on one side of his mouth before he locks it down. He wants me to be angry. He wants me to fight. Anger, excitement, and lust rush through my veins in a heady mixture. So I do. I fight him. I struggle to get my hands out of his grasp, and when he doesn't let go, I try to move my head away, but he holds me still. I do the only thing I can. I raise my foot and kick him hard on the shin. He lets go of my hands immediately. I lower them, shaking them for a second to get the life back into them. He doesn't retreat, doesn't even flinch from the kick I delivered. Instead, he grabs my wrists and drags me around the other side of the bed. I start to yell, and the strangest thing happens. I know there's only him and me in this house. There's no one who can hear us. There's no one who knows what's going to happen in this room. No one to judge me or make snarky comments about my weird fantasies. No one to tell me what a bad feminist I am for feeling this way. No one to get inside my head and demand I see a psychiatrist because these things aren't normal. In this room, there's only me and this man. This man who is as full of darkness as it seems I am myself. I know he won't judge me for this. It's the most freeing sensation I've ever had. I'm angry at him because with my obsessive love for him, there's a side serving of something that feels horribly close to hate. But I'm also angry at the world. I'm angry at my father who left. I'm angry at Simon and his pathetic attempts to control me. I'm angry at my brother, and for the first time, I can admit that. I can admit that he's a screw-up. He got me into this mess, and I'm livid at him. I'm angry at my grandmother for dying. I'm angry at my mother for getting cancer. I'm just so damn angry, and that rage joins with the lust I'm feeling to create a fireball of energy. It makes me feel so alive. It's as if I could conquer the whole world with this stuff running through my veins. I yell and scream as I attempt to wrench my wrist free from his hold, but he only tightens his grip to the point where it hurts a little. I welcome the pain. I relish the bite of it against my flesh that says, "You are alive." I'm young, I'm strong, and I'm alive. I want to scream out to the world that, here I am. Instead, I scream out to this man. I shout out to how I hate him and how he's a vicious piece of work, and I want him to let me go. Through it all, he holds me, trapping me, but also keeping me safe, the way he has done all along. Suddenly, he pushes me onto the bed, and I hit it hard enough to bounce. He crawls over me, fully dressed, his dark suit and tan skin contrasting against the ivory of my underwear and the pale cream of my skin. He unhooks the first few fastenings of the corset and reaches into both sides of it to plump my breasts and push them out of the restraints of the restrictive underwear. His thumbs brush over my aching nipples. A ragged moan escapes me as he teases them to peaks. They've been pushed against the corset all day, rubbing against it slightly until so oversensitized that his touch could make me come. "Don't you dare," I say, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Let me go." "I'm not letting you go until I've thoroughly had my way with you," he replies. Bending his dark head, he sucks both my nipples into his mouth at the same time, laving them with his tongue and making me whimper. My demands for him to stop turn into garbled pleas for more. He kisses down my body over the corset until he gets to the silky triangle barely covering my pussy. He noses my clit through the material and inhales, as if the scent of me down there is his favorite aftershave. "Christ, you're amazing," he growls. He pulls the silk panties down roughly enough to make me yelp. Nikolai roughly pushes my thighs apart and sucks me whole into his mouth like a ripe peach. He eats me like a starving man and has me on the edge of orgasm within minutes. I'm gripping the bedsheets as I feel it start to crust, but then he stops. He looks up at me and gives me a devilish grin. "You're not gonna come that way this time, darling. This time, you're gonna come and gush all over my cock." "No," I say, but suddenly there's a genuine edge of panic to it. If I do this, I'm gonna lose my heart for good. "Too late now," he says. He quickly undoes the buttons on his vest and throws it behind him, not even noticing where it goes. Taking his shirt off, he watches me the whole time, as he reveals inch by inch of tanned, muscular, inked skin. With his shirt off, I can't help but stare in awe yet again at the powerhouse that is his body. It's a work of art, but more than that, it's a work of precision. I can see the effort he's put into building and maintaining such an incredible physique. He pulls down his pants zipper, the sound loud in the quiet of the room. He pushes them down, taking his boxer briefs along for the ride, and then pulls his socks off and throws them into the pile behind him. He's completely naked now, and I'm still wearing the corset but with my breasts pushed up out of it, my nipples hard and pointed, and my legs spread so that my pussy is open to his gaze. I must look so wanton. I must look debauched. It turns me on. Watching me, he wraps his fist around his thick length and starts to pump. He moves slowly and deliberately as he works himself. There's something building in me, a fear, an urge, something difficult to name. Nikolai closes his eyes for a moment, and that's when my body takes the chance before I've even really thought about doing so. I roll over on my hands and knees, crawl across the bed, and aim for the door. He watches me as I open the door and fly down the corridor. I hear his dark laughter following me, and 3 words: "You better run." Chapter 25. Sienna. I flee my husband. The pounding of his footsteps follows soon after. My heart races, and my breath comes in burning gasps as I race down the corridor, bare feet slapping on the wooden floor, trying to find a room that I can hide in. I fling open the first door, and there's nothing in there except boxes. I keep going, open the second door, and see a bedroom, with a farther door in there. A bathroom? A bathroom means a door I can lock. I run into the bathroom, slam the door shut, and draw the bolt across. His footsteps enter the bedroom beyond, before pounding starts on the wood. "Open the door right now," he demands. "No!" I laugh, and there's almost a crazed edge to it. Damn, I love this game. It's wild, adrenaline-fueled fun. "I'll kick it the fuck down." I stand back, slipping my fingers between my wet lips as I rub where I need it most. "Break it down, then." I pause. Footsteps pound. Then a heavy weight slams against the door as it crashes under the power of Nikolai's body coming at it full force. His gaze goes to where my hand strokes myself, and something in his eyes tells me this is about to get a whole new level of crazy. "Playtime is over, sweetheart. You don't lock me out of a room in my own house." He marches over to me, smacks my hand away from between my legs, and picks me up, throwing me over his shoulder. He carries me slowly through the house, taking his sweet time. Every single time his foot lands on the floor, his hand lands on my ass. Step, crack, step, crack. He spanks me the whole way back to the bedroom. He's not doing it hard enough to really hurt, but the shame of being carried through the house this way, and the dominance of what he's doing to me, has me so hot and bothered I press my core against him, needing relief. He throws me down on the bed once more, only this time, he pins my arms above my head on the pillow and holds me down. His other hand comes around my throat, exactly mirroring the way he held me against the post of the bed. His body comes over mine, and he takes my mouth in a punishing, demanding kiss. He sucks my lower lip into his mouth, kissing and biting as I gasp against him, our mouths fighting for dominance. I try to kick, but he moves to one side and pushes his knee against my leg, holding it down. He lets go of my throat, but keeps my hands in place as he trails his fingers down my body to my folds, where he assesses my readiness for him by slipping first one and then 2 fingers inside me. "For someone who claims not to want me, you're awfully wet." "My body has the worst taste in men," I say. He pumps his fingers slowly and then hooks them, rubbing on that spot he knows drives me crazy. He works at me until I'm almost on the edge of orgasm once more. I'm gasping and rutting against his hand shameless. When I reach the moment I'm about to tip over the edge, my eyes widen in alarm because it always scares me a little this way with the intensity, but he immediately withdraws his fingers. My pussy contracts around nothing and I give a long, low whimper of dismay. "Now you're ready," he says in a low, soft voice. Taking himself in hand, he lines up with me. I swallow. He's big, and I've never done this. He starts to push inside me, and I try to lift my hands from the pillow where he's still holding them down, still trying to fight a little. He only holds me tighter as he claims me. At first, it was so hot, I was panting, but now it's starting to hurt. Nikolai must see the pain flash across my face because he lets go of my wrists and cups my cheeks. "Look at me, Kisa," he says. "Give me your eyes." I do as he says, burned by the desire there. It won't hurt for long. His hand on my cheek moves down once again, holding my throat. It seems Nikolai loves to hold me this way, and I can't deny that I love it too. He never squeezes, never scares me that he's going to choke me, because honestly, that's not something that I think I'd be into. I mean, I get it. It's hardly that different from my own fantasies, but for me, it's just that bit too far, and it frightens me. This, however, him holding my throat this way, makes my insides melt. He kisses me deeply as he pushes in all the way. I cry out and bite his lip, the tiniest tang of blood hitting as I do so. Tearing his mouth away from mine, he watches me as he moves. "Are you okay?" I nod. He starts to move again, slowly at first, but then building the intensity, and the pain dissipates. It begins to feel pleasurable, the way it does with my adamantly much smaller vibrator. He pumps inside me, and it doesn't take long until he's hitting that spot his fingers seem to have sensitized and brought to life. I cry out loud, and just as I did when he held me down on the table and fucked me with his fingers, I grip his shoulders, digging my nails in. "Fuck yes. Go on and scratch me up. I want you to bite me, scratch me, and mark me the way I've marked you." I do as he says because I have no choice. The sensations he's knocking loose in me as he fucks me hard are so intense that tears start to leak out of the corner of my eyes. He's hitting that spot over and over again until it's almost unbearably good. I wrap my legs around him, squeezing him, my ankles pushing him deeper, then it hits me. A tsunami of intensity so powerful I see white. I scream and come so hard, tears stream down my face. "Jesus," he pants. "You are incredible." I cling to him as I convulse around him, the thickness of him inside me making the orgasm better than anything I've ever experienced before. I feel like I've died a little. It's so powerful and overwhelming I float out of myself, and for a moment, there's nothing but bliss. I gently float back down. Nothing but feel-good endorphins and hormones gently buzz around me as the skin all over my body tingles with the most wonderful feeling of little aftershocks everywhere. He swears again and thrusts harder, 3, 4 times as he fills me with his release. For a moment, we simply let our foreheads rest together. Then he pulls himself out of me and rolls to one side. "Well, that was intense," he says. I'm glad it wasn't only me who found it that way. He kisses me some more. We kiss and cuddle, holding each other tight, and at some point, he unbuttons my corset and helps me take it off. Soon, he's kissing me all over again, and then we're making love again. This time, it's not as harsh and violent, but no less intense and just as beautiful. After, I'm so exhausted I can barely keep my eyes open. He leaves the room and comes back with a glass of water for me. I sip while he pulls the covers over me, making sure they're around my shoulders as he climbs into the bed next to me and holds me close. My last thought before the darkness claims me is I'm a married woman now, and my husband seems to be a man who can make my deepest, darkest fantasies come true, and then take care of me in the best way afterward. Just as I'm drifting away into the abyss, feeling happy and at peace, his voice reaches me. "Give in," he whispers. And just like that, we're back to square one.
Chapter 26. Nikolai. Sienna and I have a wonderful honeymoon. Or at least it would be wonderful if she'd simply give in and accept that this is how we are now. She doesn't, though. She keeps pushing me for words and feelings and flowery things that I've never said before, and never intended to say in my life. What was meant to be a long weekend turns into a full week. I can't keep my hands off her. I keep waiting for this to burn itself out. Instead, every time I take her, it fuels my obsession more. It doesn't matter whether she's wearing one of the couture dresses that Tabitha chose for her, or a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. I still want her the same. Each day I discover something new about her that I find funny, charming, or interesting. In fact, as the days go by, I am becoming more fascinated by the way she's feeling and the way she expresses it than I am simply by the symmetry and beauty of her features. And every day I ask myself the same question: is this love? I pride myself on one thing: I'm not a liar. I don't need to lie because I'm in a position of such power I can manipulate people with that and that alone. If I won't even lie to my enemies, then there's no way I'm going to lie to the woman in my bed night after night. I won't lie to the woman that I've made my wife. I can offer everything: security, status, my protection forever. It's more than she ever deserved, the way she snuck into my life to spy on me, my friends, and colleagues. If it wasn't for me, Sienna would be lying dead somewhere now, rotting away into the ground. It pisses me off that she won't simply be grateful for it, and instead asks for more, always more. She has my ring on her finger, my ink on her skin, yet she demands that I say these words to her. I could say to her that I'm obsessed with her. It would be the truth. What's the difference between obsession and love? Semantics. Maybe I ought to be the one to give in, but now we're engaged in this battle of wills, and I don't lose. Every night I whisper to her, "Give in." Every morning she looks me in the eyes, takes hold of my face, and says with deep sincerity, "I love you, Nikolai Volkov." And she waits a beat before looking away. The disappointment that floods her gaze is getting harder to bear each day. No matter how much we want one another, no matter how deep our obsession with each other's bodies that we play out every single night becomes, there's a wedge growing between us. Eventually, the time comes when we must return to London. We pack our bags and head back to the city, back to the club. "Will I need a security guard just to go to the shops?" she asks. "Of course," I say. She sighs. "This is not how I envisioned my life being." There she goes again, making me feel like shit, when she should be grateful. "How tragic for you that you'll need to take a security guard with you when you go shopping at Chanel or Louis Vuitton. Tragic for you that you will need to take a security guard when you resume your classes that you so wish to do, and I will pay for. Utterly tragic that you must take a security guard when you go for lunch at the Savoy with your friend Sharon. It's truly tragic what you have to put up with in this life, Sienna." Sometimes I think for somebody who's grown up with so little and who has such little interest in material goods, Sienna has such an overblown sense of self-entitlement, it's astonishing. We arrive at the club, and she gives me a hard glare, gets out of the car, and slams the door. I follow her. "Don't you understand that I will have no privacy now? Ever again? I'm living in a prison, Nikolai. Would you want to live in a prison?" "Let me get this straight," I say. "You've been demanding my love for you, yet you think this is a prison? Why would you want your jailer to love you? Perhaps you would just like to leave? Take your chance on the streets with the thugs who are after you?" I haven't told her yet, but some of the danger is lower than it was. Simon's whispering campaign is working. It's amazing what you can get someone to do when you threaten them. Sienna is quiet, and there's something different about the sadness I see in her eyes when I glance at her. Her voice is small. "Actually, I would quite like to leave, yes." "No." "Fine, but then this time you really are my prison guard, and I won't let you touch me." My security guards walking behind us witness the scene. Marvelous. My woman just metaphorically castrated me in front of my men. I stalk into the club, and the first person I see is Sasha. What the hell is he still doing here? He walks over to me and starts to speak, but I hold up my hand. Don't have time for you right now, I tell him. When you do have some time, you need to speak to me because something major has come up, he says. For God's sake, I do not need this. I thought you were going back to America? I ask him. I was, he says. However, something rather interesting has landed in my lap. What do you mean? I ask him, impatient now. Not here, he says. I'll talk with you later, but suffice it to say I have information that means we could consolidate everything and take over most of Europe. He says this in Slovak and keeps his voice low, but it's still too risky to be talking like this in the open. I give him a curt nod. You're right, this is not the right place. Later. He clears his throat. There's something else I need to discuss with you, he says. A woman. I don't need to know about your personal life, I tell him. Trust me, Nikolai, on this occasion, you most definitely do. Fine, later. I storm away from him, irritated tremendously with everyone in my life. Sienna and I reach my apartment, and I let us in. To my surprise, she turns down the corridor away from me and to where the spare suite is. She enters what used to be her space, slamming the door on me. Welcome home, Nikolai, I think to myself. The rest of the week passes in a blur that's stressful enough to give me a permanent headache. Sasha tells me his news, and while I'm happy about us consolidating our position in the market, I am not happy about the fact this gives him the right to ask for more power in our organization. The other news of Sasha's is most unexpected. He has a woman staying with him at his house in London, a house he rarely visits, a house that now holds a poor girl sold to my brother the way one might sell a puppy. He's explained the circumstances, but it reminds me an awful lot of Vadim's situation. That hasn't blown up in our faces yet, although Sophia can never return to Greece in case she's taken by the family of her first husband. Still, I feel as if at some point, what Vadim did will come back to haunt us. Who am I kidding, though? I'm no better myself with the way I'm keeping Sienna here. Increasingly, it seems, against her will. I mean really against her will, not the games we normally play. She has stopped telling me that she loves me, and I stopped telling her to give in. I know she's not going to. I go to my office, take a seat, and pour myself a hefty dose of whiskey to get me through the afternoon. Around 4, my phone dances on my desk, and I glance at it to see Simon Barlow calling. It seems the information he's sowing is filtering well down to the street level. Rumors are abounding that Sienna was never an informant. It isn't just Simon's own work on this having an effect. The fact that I have married her has created a legend amongst the street-level thugs that she can't ever have been an informant because no one as dangerous as me would marry a woman sent to spy on him. The fact that she is my wife must mean that the rumors about her were wrong. It means Sienna is safer than I first feared. I'm still going to make sure she has security with her wherever she goes, because she's my wife. To the really daring in our community, she's always going to be something of a target, simply because she's linked to me. However, not having the mark of the informant on her wherever she goes is a huge help in keeping her safe. I ought to tell her. I don't. Instead, I let the days trickle by as this cold war we've instigated grows chillier by the hour. The only time there is a thaw is when we have sex. I still want her, and she comes to me in the night, so I assume it goes both ways. I'm in my office once again, and it's been 2 days since I really spent any time with Sienna. I still want her constantly, but now I can't bear it when we have sex. She looks at me with such a sadness in her gaze afterward that it rips into my heart. It makes me feel like shit. It's like her gaze peels away all my outer layers and reveals the inner parts of me that I keep covered up. I don't like what she reveals when she peels me open this way, so increasingly I avoid her scrutiny. The knock at my door startles me. I crack my neck and go answer it, thinking it will be Vadim. "Hi there," Sienna says with a small wave of her hand. "Hey yourself," I say. For the first time in my life, I'm unsure of how to act around someone. Since when did we start talking to one another like strangers? I know every inch of this woman's body. I know what makes it tick. I know exactly how she sounds when she comes, what she tastes like. What I don't know is how to bridge this gap between us now. "I'd like to go somewhere," she says. "Of course. Take Vadim with you. He's free. Perhaps Sophia will enjoy joining you?" "No, you don't understand. I'd like to go somewhere with you." I give a small shake of my head. "With me?" "Yes, if you will." "Of course," I say. Maybe if I do this and go wherever she wants, she'll forgive me. Her wedding present is not due for another few weeks, so I can't use that to get me out of the doghouse. But maybe this trip will go some way to smoothing over the rough waters between us. I pocket my phone, grab my keys, and pat for my wallet. Then I lock up the office and stroll toward the elevators, automatically taking Sienna's hand in mine. She has circles under her eyes and is pale. Fuck. I want to shake her and demand to know why she can't be happy with what she had. I know there's no point, though, because she isn't, is she? And that's all that matters ultimately. I call Vadim and tell him to come with us and bring Sophia. They follow us in the BMW, and we drive for about an hour and a half. I wonder where the hell she's taking me. She's giving me directions, but she hasn't told me where our destination is yet. Finally, she tells me to take a left at a small mini roundabout, and I see a sign for a zoo. Sienna doesn't strike me as someone who would enjoy zoos. I pay the entrance fee and find us a parking spot, Vadim sliding smoothly in the slot next to us. We stroll for a short while, past the first few enclosures, and my confusion at this trip grows more pronounced. This is a really shitty zoo. The enclosures are small and not the cleanest. Seems like an odd choice. I look at her. Look at this map of the place. It's tiny, and they barely have any animals. You do know there's fantastic zoos, big places in the city itself? We didn't have to drive all this way? Vadim shoves his hands in his pockets. Does seem a bit weird you bringing us here, Sienna. Come this way. She leads me past the monkeys in their cage, squabbling and screeching, flinging shit at each other. That's what humans are, really, Sophia says. We're nothing more than glorified animals who managed to invent all sorts of fancy machines, but deep down, we still have our biological animal brains. She taps her forehead. That's very deep of you, I observe. I'm a deep person, Nikolai, she says with a laugh. I'm offended that you don't seem to think so. Vadim slings his arm around Sophia's shoulder as they hang back a little. He whispers something in her ear. This is the tiger enclosure, Sienna says, pointing in front of her. We've reached what can't really be called an enclosure, more of a cage with an outside area of sawdust and a patch of grass. Christ, I've seen domestic cats with better setups. You remind me of a tiger, you know, she says. Something about the way you move, and of course those eyes of yours. Very unusual. I wonder how you'd feel if you were put in a cage like this. She holds my gaze for a long moment and then looks forward. I turn and look forward too. A large tiger paces in the enclosure, its head down at a funny angle as it moves from side to side, going back and forth, back and forth. The astonishing beast in front of us is a shell of its magnificent self in the wild. It circles the small space, its fur matted in places. This so-called zoo is a fucking disgrace. We ought to report this place for animal cruelty. I clench my teeth. It's already been done, she says. These animals are going to be moved soon to a wildlife park where they will have a much better life and acres of land to roam in. That's good, I say, meaning it. Did she bring me here to get me involved? Does she want money for it? I'll give her it. I'd give her anything she asks for. Why did you bring me here? I ask. This tiger is one of the most beautiful animals in the world. Don't you agree? I nod as I watch it. But this one, it's kind of sad, forlorn. Not the magnificent creature it would be or could be if it was free. My heart stutters. With a sudden sense of dread, I know where this is going. She's about to ask for the one thing I won't give her, the one thing I can't do for her. By making it captive, they've ruined it. Do you see? She turns to me, and there are tears in her eyes. My jaw is so tight my teeth hurt. This is fucking emotional manipulation of the highest order. It's not even skillful, just a sledgehammer blow of emotional brutality. No, I say before she can ask. She takes my hand in hers. Please, Nikolai, love me or set me free. No one tells me what to do, and I can't start letting them with her. The woman who wears my ring cannot be the one to bring me to my knees. No. Please. Tears fall down her cheeks, and I look away, but all I see is the damn tiger, pacing, head down. Fuck. Do you want to leave me? I ask her. That's not what I'm saying. We could date. She glances at her feet and back to my face. Start again, but for real. No. Nikolai. If you want to leave, you fucking leave. Her face tightens. Why are you making this all or nothing? Is she fucking with me right now? I did everything for her. I saved her more than once, in more than one way. She's not like that tiger. She's not pathetic, but resplendent. You're beautiful and intelligent, and you have everything you could ever want on a plate. She grabs the railings in front of her, looking out over the enclosure, her knuckles white. That's not the point. Love me or set me free. Fuck. 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 She looks back at me. Her eyes are beseeching me to do the right thing. I hate her in this moment because she's the first woman I ever felt anything for, and she's telling me that it's still not enough, that if she doesn't get her way and get 3 little words, she's out of here. That means I'm not enough, not the way I am. She wants more. Always more, always so greedy. She wants me to change. It's not only about these 3 little words. She will try to coerce me into other changes. Do the right thing, Nikolai. Become a better man. Because the man I am, the man who saved her, gave her endless sexual pleasure, dressed her in the finest clothes, isn't good enough? Screw her. Okay, I say slow and low. Her eyes lift to mine, hopeful. We'll go back to the club. You can pack your things and be gone within the hour. The hope falters, and she blinks rapidly. Maybe then tomorrow we can meet and have a meal somewhere? She peers up at me. I sneer at her, needing to hurt her the way she has me. No thanks. I'm not into dating and acting like I'm 18. You want that life back, to live in a shithole again? Have at it. You will leave and we are over. But you're free. What? No, that's not what... Why make this all or nothing? I walk away from her, toward the car. She grabs my arm, and I pause for one moment. I'm trying to make this right. Us right. Don't you see? No. I shake my arm free of her grip. You're trying to make me right, me better. It means I'm not good enough for you as I am, and fuck that. I walk away from her toward the car, not looking back. This car is the epitome of luxury. My money bought this. Power, too. Influence. It can't buy me the woman sitting next to me, though. We drive back in silence, Sienna wiping her eyes discreetly every now and then, and me studiously ignoring her and watching the road as the journey passes in silence. Vadim is trailing us, and one of the 3 Vs is going to have to deal with this because I can't. I can't be the one to drive the woman I love away from me. I'll give her what she wants. She can go and be free if she thinks it will make her happy. Of course, I'll have security on her. She'll need it, most likely, for life. They'll have to take one of the flats close to that dump she calls home. It can be arranged, though. My kind of wealth and power can arrange almost anything. Except getting Sienna to accept me the way I am, it seems. She can go home, and I will go back to things the way they were. My life is going to be so much darker moving forward. I'll survive, though. I always do.
Chapter 27. Sienna. I thought he might soften. He didn't. An hour on the dot after we got back to the club, there came a knock on the door, and Valentine was standing there telling me to hurry. No sign of Nikolai. Valentine sat in the passenger seat as a driver took us through the streets of London, from the gorgeous townhouses of the Knightsbridge area toward the council flats and narrow streets of Hackney, where my apartment is. Am I insane? Would only a crazy person turn their back on the life of luxury Nikolai provided? I didn't hate my life with him, but he had to set me free for us to work. He needed to let me be with him of my own accord. Instead, the moment I truly challenged him on it, he threw me away like garbage. It didn't have to be like this. We could have been something. I didn't ask him to end it, simply to make it right. Sighing, I grab my bag as the car pulls up outside the entrance to the block. "I've got it," Valentine grunts. He hauls my bag out of the seat as he climbs out of the car. I follow him. I've only taken my own things and a very few of the things Nikolai procured for me. I tried to give him his rings and watch back, and he told me in a flat, hard voice to keep them. He'd also insisted I take some of the clothes. I won't wear them. They will remind me of him. Once I'm inside and settled, I'll take my watch and ring off and find somewhere safe to hide them. Walking around here wearing a Cartier tank is an invitation to get robbed. We climb the stairs to my grandmother's, well, my flat. I've got my old Coach bag slung over my shoulder, and I want to weep at the familiarity of it all. I finger my ring as I approach my door and think of all the luxuries I've left behind. When we reach my place, I rummage around in the front pocket of my bag and find my keys. Opening the door, I step inside and stare around me in shock. The old sofa isn't there anymore. It's been replaced with a comfortable modern couch. There's a new TV. In the alcove where we had the dining table, there's a desk with a MacBook Pro on it and a high-end office chair in the front of the desk. What the hell? Nikolai. How the hell did he do this in such a short span of time? I glance at Valentine as tears fill my eyes. He shrugs. Then his face darkens. "Don't you love him?" "Yes, of course I love him." "Then why?" "He's better than that," I simply say. "I wanted him to do it the right way, be a good person. Then we could have something real." Valentine places the bag on the sofa and eyes me for a long moment. "What?" I say. "Spit it out." He sighs. "He's not better than that." He makes air quotes with his fingers around my words. "He's exactly that. He's exactly the man who would see you, fall hard for you, and claim you. He's a man who fought for everything he has. He's killed people. Don't you understand that?" Valentine walks toward me, and I back up until my butt hits the desk. "He hung a guy from a meat hook with his own balls stuffed in his mouth as a warning." I instinctively clap my hands over my ears, but Valentine is right up in my space now, and he pulls them away. "He killed people who threatened him, disposed of anyone who got in his way, used who he wanted. Women? They were a distraction. I saw them come and go, and he didn't give a shit. Until you. He'd have lit this world on fire for." "I don't want the world to be on fire. I just want him to love me and maybe be a little bit good," I yell. "He's not fucking good. But to you?" Valentine laughs, and it's a harsh, angry sound, not joyful. "To you, he was good. Did he ever deny you anything?" I shake my head. "Did he ever force anything on you?" Outside of our games? I shake my head. Did he belittle you? I shake my head again because he never did. In fact, the opposite. He'd listen to me blabber on about stupid things, as if I was the most fascinating woman in the entire world. For you, he risked so much, and all you could do was want him to change. To be what? The knight in shining armor? The good guy? He's not that. None of us are. But he fucking adored you. And you're the only woman I've seen him like that for in all my time working with him. He shakes his head. You love him, but because of your principles, you're now heartbroken, alone, and in this shitty flat once more. At least I'm free. I jerk my chin. He laughs again. Oh, baby, you are already free. Don't you get it? I frown at him. I wasn't free. Nikolai took me and kept me like a thing. You aren't free if you're kept like a damn tiger in a cage. Aren't you? Shitty metaphor, but let's go with it. What if the tiger gets to leave the cage whenever he wants? What if the fucking tiger has the keys to the cage all along because the zookeeper is so obsessed with it? It will do whatever the hell the tiger wants. The tiger wants to go to the beach, the zookeeper takes it. The tiger wants to go to the Ritz for tea, the zookeeper takes it, and doesn't care that people are freaking out about a tiger having tea in the Ritz, because it's what the tiger wants. In fact, the zookeeper is only doing one thing, keeping the tiger safe, because if it goes walking about alone, someone will shoot it. In fact, the zookeeper isn't even locking the door of the cage, and the tiger can go out any time it wants. But the zookeeper only asks that the tiger take one of the workers from the zoo to make sure people don't hurt the tiger because the tiger is so fucking precious. That's the only way your tiger analogy works. He looks around my flat, then reaches out and tips my chin up, his grip harsh but not painful. Enjoy your freedom, because it looks an awful lot like a cage in here to me, one of your own making. Then he heads for the door, leaving me with my head reeling. Oh, he says, pausing. Before I forget, there are still people out there on the lookout for an escaped tiger. So if you get into any trouble, call. This card has mine, Victor, and Vadim's numbers on it. He throws the card on the floor. I have Nikolai's number, I say, voice quiet. He changes it, often. These numbers are what you're to call if you need help. Then he's gone, and I'm alone. I pick up his card from where it fell onto the floor and read the numbers and names. I place it on the desk I now have, and then I sit on the floor, knees bent, arms wrapped around my legs, and I cry. The first few weeks of my freedom pass in a blur. I'm studying again and focusing hard on my work, because if I don't, and I let my mind wander, it takes me down painful alleys. The nights are the worst. I toss and turn, unable to sleep. And when I do sleep, I think I hear Nikolai, or feel his touch, or sometimes smell his familiar woodsy scent. On my third week of supposed freedom, I awaken in the early hours, heart beating too fast, head spinning, and I sit up in bed. I can smell him. This isn't a dream. The fig-based wood scent he wears is in my room. Hope burns bright inside me as I turn on the light. But he's not here. Of course he's not. Aching with longing and need, I turn over and cuddle my pillow. I wish you were here, Nikolai, I tell the air. I miss you so much. I love you. Then I close my eyes and pretend my pillow is him.
Chapter 28. Nikolai. I watch her go about her life, unaware that I've put cameras in her flat. She misses me. At first, I feel nothing but vicious satisfaction. She rejected me, my core self, who I am, and now she's alone again in her pathetic life. Good. But as the days go by, my victory turns sour. I miss her, too. I ache for her. I want her back. My body misses hers, but I'm wanting more. I want her chatter, too, her smile, her silly way of seeing the world. She's naive, and it made me angry, but as the days go by, I realize her naivety is what I loved about her. Then I thought long and hard about that because it isn't simply a saying, is it? If you love something about a person, really love it, don't you love them? I'm not over her, and I begin to realize she's in deep, so deep I can't scrape her out, not even close. After a couple of weeks is when my nighttime visits began. I would wait until she was asleep on the camera feed, and then I'd drive all the way to her place and quietly let myself into her room and watch her sleep. The sound of her soft breathing was so familiar, it made my heart hurt. The scent of her stamped all over her space quickened my pulse. I'm still doing it. It's fucked up, this creeping about her house at night, spying on her. All of it is worse than taking her was. If she finds out about this, it will be the final nail in the coffin of us. She'll see me as not only bad, but probably pathetic too. Last night, she woke up while I was still in her flat. I was by the door when I heard her speak. She said she misses me. She loved me. Why can't she take me as I am? I know how this will play out. If I meet her on her terms and we date, whatever the fuck she means by that childish concept, then it won't be long before she's asking me to get a respectable job. If she wants a normal life, she must find a normal man to give it to her. That's not me. I can give her the life of a queen, but queens aren't free. They remain trapped by their royal duties, and she would be trapped by what it means to be with a Volkov, to become one herself. If Sienna doesn't want that, then she needs to move on, and I must let her. If she wants me, she has to accept the trappings. By the time darkness falls, I tell myself this time I won't go to her flat. Not after she woke last night. But, like a moth to a flame, when it gets to 3 in the morning and I can't sleep, I find myself unlocking her door and slipping in. I sit on the chair she has on the back wall of her bedroom, about 4 feet from the end of her bed, and listen to her sleep. Her breathing is calm, regular, and it soothes me. I close my eyes and simply enjoy being in her space. I know you're there. Her voice jolts my eyes open. I don't answer her. I don't even breathe. It's your scent. I sit absolutely still. How long? She means, how long have I been coming and sitting in her room, watching her sleep like a fucking psychopath? I don't know. A week or a bit more? There's no point in not answering her. She can put the light on and see me if she chooses. I prefer the cover of dark. I miss you, she says simply. I miss you too. I might as well admit the truth. My actions say it loudly enough. Would you let me come back? She asks. My heart thumps hard. I won't change for you, I say. I think you already had, and I was too stupid to see it. I sigh because she's right. I had. I won't change any further, I clarify. I can't. For you in private, I will give you whatever you fucking want, Sienna. In public, I'm still gonna be a hard ass. Then, with the cover of darkness, I say it. I love you. My voice sounds strange, scratchy. Her intake of breath is loud, and I wish for a moment for the light so I can see her expression. But the light works both ways, and I need to stay hidden for this conversation. I love you too. So much. She starts to cry softly. I love you, and I want you back. In private, you'll get all of me, but I won't change who I am to the rest of the world. I can't. If I did, someone would put a bullet in my back within days. Yours too. It's a horrible way to live. The bedding rustles as she moves around. It's a necessity. Didn't the man you've talked with, Sylvanov, didn't he get out? Totally different circumstances, and not really. He still has threats coming at him. Why do you think he's still talking to me?
I can't bear the thought of losing you, she whispers.
Oh, so this moving out shit and the whole tiger drama was a preemptive strike? Fuck us up now so you protect yourself from a possible hurt down the road? More rustling and shuffling then.
It scares me. Your life scares me.
I can manage it, any threat, but I need you to be on board and clear-eyed about me and what I do. If I'm always trying to keep you in the dark so you don't start to hate me, that is when it becomes dangerous. I swallow hard and, in the dark, I whisper her my truth. I need you to love me for all I am and stand by my side so that I can go into the fight fucking head on and win. Every time. More movement. I wait for her to speak, but then I feel something brush my leg, and the next moment, my arms and lap are full of Sienna. Naked, warm, soft. She's glorious. Her arms snake around my neck, and the cool of her bracelet tickles my skin. She's still wearing it. My hands smooth down her back to the dip before it flares out to her ass. I pull her to me, needing her right next to me. Her tits press against my t-shirt, and her breath tickles my neck. I find her mouth in the dark and start to kiss her. I groan as I taste her. After weeks in the desert, she's like an oasis of fresh, clean, cool water. She whimpers and gives me her mouth as I sweep my tongue in, conquering, taking. She breaks off our kiss and stands, her weight leaving me for a moment. Fingers find my zipper, and she fumbles it before she manages to get a hold of it and pull it down. I lift my hips, helping her as she pushes the material down and takes the elasticated waist of my boxers in her hand, pulling that down too. When I'm free, she climbs back on my lap, kissing me deeply and rubbing her breasts against me, making little moaning sounds in the back of her throat. She takes me in hand and guides me to her entrance, straddling me. I groan when the head of me touches the core of her. She's wet, absolutely soaking. Lifting herself up a little, she holds me in place, and then sinks slowly down on me, enveloping me in hot, wet tightness. I groan into her mouth as overwhelming pleasure fires my brain. She lifts and sinks back down, the tip of her breasts brushing against me as she does so. She moves this way, working herself on me as she sets up a rhythm that gives her pleasure if her small, gasped moans are anything to go by. I need more, though. I hold her hips and lift her higher, slamming her down harder. She cries out and wraps her fingers in my hair, pulling tight enough to hurt my scalp. I love the pain, the burn. I can feel that I'm going to come at any minute, and I try to hold off because I want her to come first. But it's just too much. I tip over the edge with a strangled groan as I spill inside her. I expect her to climb off me, but she keeps moving. I'm still hard, so I let her, even though I'm sensitized. She slams herself down 2, 3, 4 more times, her whimpers turning into one long moan as she grinds her pussy against me and comes all over me. She coats me in her essence, and I revel in the fact that I can make her do that. I pull her close, squashing her chest against mine, and kiss her as hard as I can. "You're going to come home?" I ask.
"Yes, please," she says.
"You ever leave me again, and I'm going to put you over my knee and spank you." I kiss her neck and then bite the area sharp enough to make her give a little yelp of surprise. And I don't mean spank you like I did on our wedding night. I mean spank you until you can't sit down for a week. I'm not joking either. Don't pull shit like this on me again.
"I won't. I promise," she says. "All I ever wanted was your love, Nikolai. I don't want to change you, not really. Like I say, I'm scared of your life and how dangerous it is, but I do accept you as you are. I love you in all your darkness as well as your light. I only wanted that love in return." I think I always loved you, I tell her truthfully. It's just not something I've said before, and it started to feel like it was a battle between us. It was a battle, she says, but not in the way you're framing it. It was a battle for me to get you to love me. I need that. I need your love. And that's not me being controlling, just simply being honest about what I need to thrive. I kiss her skin, addicted to the velvet feel of her. I lift her off me and place her gently on the bed. But as I do, I bang my toe on the corner of the wooden bedpost. I let out a string of creative curses, and she giggles. I hear her moving around on the bed, and in the next moment, light floods the room, making me blink. She kneels up gloriously naked in front of me, and I drink her in. I will never get bored of looking at her, will never get bored of taking her, and I will never get bored of loving her. Come on, baby, I say. Let's go home. Epilogue. Nikolai. I'm nervous. It's not a feeling I'm used to, but one that I've been feeling more these days since Sienna came back to me. It's not a bad sort of nervousness, more a kind of excitement and nervousness mixed together, the way I used to feel as a kid on Christmas morning. Today, it's ratcheted up to 10. This is the day that I'm going to give Sienna her wedding present. I enter my apartment and head into the bedroom, my bedroom that's now become our bedroom, complete with some of Sienna's furniture. Her grandmother's dresser doesn't really fit, but she wants it close, and who am I to deny her? Most of the furniture she has left for Louis, who is getting out in a couple of weeks. I'm in time to see Sienna finish getting dressed. She's hanging small pearls in her ears, and then she messes with her hair until it's just right, smacks her lips together, and gives herself a once-over in the mirror. You look beautiful, I say truthfully. She's wearing a dress with long sleeves, but light, loose material so it's not too hot. She's paired it with a pair of square-toed low heels and a shiny black handbag hanging on her shoulder. Her makeup is simple, but unusual for her. She's wearing a slash of bright lipstick. It's hot pink and incredibly sexy. I want to go and kiss it off her lips immediately, but I stop myself. She is about to be introduced to the entire art world, and I don't want to do that to her with smeared lipstick, so I control my baser impulses. She turns and looks above the bed and points to the empty space. You're going to have to get a decorator in to redo the paint because it's left a mark where that picture was, she says. She means where Cecilia's picture hung, a picture I've since taken down. In fact, I haven't only taken it down, I've sent it back to Cecilia with a tersely worded note. It came to my attention via Tabitha that Cecilia had been spreading gossip about my wife. The woman can be a vicious and vengeful one when she wants to be, and I don't want Sienna to have any hassle from anyone. I made sure that Cecilia knows if she keeps making my wife a target, I'll make her my target. Cecilia might be nasty, but I'm downright dangerous, and she knows this. Ever since I sent the painting back with a note, there's been radio silence. The other issue I fixed is Simon Barlow. Now that he's played his role in telling the world Sienna is not an informant, he isn't needed. Sadly for him. He had an accident down a dark alley one night, got a few broken bones and a warning never to even glance in the direction of my wife again, or use young women as informants moving forward. Sienna had also told me about another cop who groped her. I found out his name and gave him a broken wrist as a reward for being a piece of shit. When I told her, she'd thrown her arms around me and thanked me as if I'd bought her a puppy. That gap on the wall is partly what we're addressing today, I tell Sienna, dragging myself back to the here and now. Going to get a new picture for there. She turns to look at me, and her brows draw together. How do you know it will fit? She asks. I laugh. I don't. If it doesn't fit, we will get someone to decorate and then hang the new picture. But I think we need something in that space, and I'd like to let you choose. We're going to an art gallery? She asks me. I simply smile.
We head downstairs and toward the entrance of the club. The car is waiting for us. I help her into the back seat and slide in next to her. Today, I have a driver so that I can sit with my wife and relax as we glide through the streets of London sipping champagne. Next to the driver up front is Valentine. In the car behind him, there is Victor and Vadim, who brought Sophia with him too. Sophia and Sienna are slowly becoming more acquainted with one another, but I don't know if they'll ever be truly friends. It surprises me because I thought they would have a lot in common. But perhaps that's why they don't click so well. Sometimes they say opposites attract. And look at myself and Sienna. Not that it matters whether Sophia and Sienna become best friends, because Sienna sees a lot of her friend Sharon. We've made it into a little joke and call them the 3 S's in the same way that we call Victor, Valentine, and Vadim the 3 V's. On more than one occasion in the last couple of weeks, I've noticed Sharon giving Victor hot, lustful looks. Every now and again, I've noticed him return her gaze with one of his own. I wonder if there's something brewing there. I sip at the chilled champagne and watch the streets glide by. Doesn't take us long to reach our destination, and the car pulls into the space right outside the glass front of the building. Opening my door, I climb out and lean inside the car to give Sienna my hand as I help her out. We walk toward the building, my men following me and the click-clack of Sophia's shoes echoing behind. Sophia is a very striking young woman. She has an unusual beauty about her, one that not everybody would recognize. Not like my Kisa, no. My wife carries the sort of beauty that every single man and every single woman recognizes as a cut above most mere mortals. Women often gaze at her, either in admiration or outright jealousy. Men simply stare. I even saw a man one day stop in the street and gawk, until he saw me and looked away quickly. A wise life choice. As we enter the rarefied, air-conditioned atmosphere of the gallery, we're handed yet another glass of champagne. Sienna takes hers and thanks the waitress, then clinks her glass to mine. We step farther into the room, and she looks around, sipping her drink, her eyes widening in wonder as she takes in the artwork. Some of the most sought-after art pieces hang on these walls. They range from classic pieces of old to more modern works. Although there's no truly modern art, I'm not about to put a urinal turned upside down or something like that in this amazing space. I can't stand that kind of thing. Sienna specializes in art history, so she prefers older artwork. Amongst the many varied pieces, there are a smattering of Russian works, from the period that she is most interested in. Sienna gravitates toward them immediately. One of them is a favorite of mine, and when she moves straight to that and stands in front of it, staring at it for a long beat, I know straight away that's what's going to be above our bed. It's a painting of a monastery right next to the high mountains of Nepal. It was painted by a Russian artist, the first time he ever visited the Himalaya and became struck by their incredible and strange beauty. I absolutely love the painting, the lines of it, the heavy strokes of oil, and the intense way the artist captures light and shade. I go and stand by my wife and watch her. "This is astonishing," she says. She looks at me and her eyes are glistening with unshed tears. "You really like it?" I ask her. "I love it," she says. "Then this is the painting that will hang above our bed." She whips around and stares at me. "It's a late present, Kisa, but thank you for being my wife. This is your wedding gift." She flings her arms around my neck and kisses me. When she steps back, she shakes her head and speaks. "You know me well enough to understand that I would love a painting for my wedding present more than any of the world's most expensive jewels or ridiculous handbags. And for that, I love you, Nikolai." I frown at her. "I haven't bought you the painting as your gift for our wedding, Kisa." She flushes and laughs. "How embarrassing. I thought you were buying me this painting." "The painting is yours," I tell her. as is everything else in this room.
She stares at me and blinks some more, stares around the room and sways slightly, so I catch her elbow to support her. You purchased all the paintings in here? She shakes her head. You can't do that. It's too much.
Kisa, I didn't buy you the paintings. I bought you the gallery.
What?
You told me that whilst you enjoy your studies, they are a means to an end for your hope of working in a gallery. She nods, seemingly unable to speak. You also said you didn't think that would happen, and you'd probably end up working in retail or perhaps something like interior design.
She nods again.
I shrug. Why go through the hell of studying and all the arduous work when you can just run a gallery? If this is what you want to do, then this is yours.
I don't know how to run a gallery, Nikolai, she says. She gives a small laugh and then covers her mouth as she looks at me and shakes her head. But there's so much happiness in her gaze, I know she loves it, despite her concerns. I don't know how to begin, she adds.
Do you want to do this? I ask her.
Oh my God, look at this place. How could I not? Yes, I want to do it. I'm just not sure how.
Well, that's okay, because it comes with a manager. He will report to you. And if he gives you any trouble, you simply come and speak to me. It won't take you any time to get the hang of it. You can be here as little or as often as you want. It's yours. Managed, fully staffed, and fully stocked. However, I think that you would like to spend a lot of time here, no? You will want to put your own stamp on it. Choose your own art going forward. I think you could make a remarkable success of this. Something deep and full of joy suffuses her gaze.
You're not getting me this as a vanity project, are you? You really think I can do something amazing with this?
Absolutely I do, I reply. I think you could make this one of the best galleries in the world. Voices behind us have me turning to see Sharon rushing up. She throws her arms around Sienna and gives her a hug, then steps back, turns to me, and knocks me on the shoulder.
You did good, Nikolai, she says with a giggle. You really did good.
Go get a glass of champagne, I order her.
Bossy, bossy, bossy,
Sharon laughs as she walks away.
Sienna kisses me softly. I love you so much, she says.
I love you too, I say back. The words easy now. Then I stand back and watch as my wife goes and looks at the art, talks to her customers, and gets to know her staff. I stand back and watch as my wife shines. Epilogue Part 2, Sasha. The beat of music drums through the floor above me, a pounding, deep, rhythmic bass. Every day she does this. Every day, Leah sings and dances. This is her passion, she tells me. What she wants to do. How she managed to get caught up in all this crap with the auction, I've got no idea. She's terrified and not really talking to me about it. I need to dig, though, because I need to know where she came from and what happened to get her in this position. She is living in my house, eating my food, breathing my air, and every single day it gets harder and harder to keep my hands off her. I catch her looking at me, those sultry eyes of hers taking me in, and I want to go to her and show her all the pleasures she's no idea exists. I don't, not yet. I'm conflicted, seriously so. On the one hand, she makes me feel protective, a deep vulnerability in her calling to me to protect her. And on the other, she makes me want, with an animalistic need that I've never encountered before. I follow the sound of the bass, drawn as if by an invisible thread. I know she dances, but I don't know exactly what kind of dance she does. I'm imagining some interpretive modern dance horror as I climb the stairs up to the attic room. Every minute that she's in my space becomes more and more torturous for me. I want to touch her. I want to taste her. I want to break her open and see what makes her tick. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's sensual and yet innocent. Slim, yet curvy. strong yet brittle, as if any moment she might break. I reach the top of the stairs and turn the corner, the attic laid out before me. What I see steals my breath. Leah is wearing nothing but a cropped bra top and a pair of leggings, so tight they may as well be latex against her skin. Her body is incredible in its suppleness. She moves like liquid. She pours herself onto the floor, dipping down and raising her back, her movements sexual and sinuous. I realize this is the kind of dance a woman would do in a strip club. Is she a stripper? No, I think not. A virgin stripper? When did she learn to dance this way? What a little enigma she is. A commitment grows in me, bone deep and soul strong. I'm going to find out everything about her, and then I am going to make her mine. This concludes Marked by Him by S.R. Jones, narrated by Eric Smees and Marie Hawkins. Copyright 2022 by S.R. Jones. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with S.R. Jones, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.